Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort, where, as you can see just outside the windows behind us, a blanket of snow has hit the ground ahead of our finals bouts. I think, Tanya, we need to just reflect on where we are in this event at this point. Just 2 more rounds to go, or 2 days, rather, 1 more round to go before we crown the very first champion of a Grand Slam in this year-long tour.
And what a final we set ourselves up to. But I think we're going to be reflecting for a long time what happened in the semis in this, 2 absolute blockbuster, unforgettable matches. I think one of the most exciting days of chess I have ever seen. A career-defining win for Vincent Keimer against the world #1, from underdog to finalist. What a story it's been for him. He was the MVP by our community, makes it to the finals, makes it to the Paris Slam, gets $140,000. What an exceptional and inspiring performance.
Yeah, and still some more to be attained if he can show up on the day. And David, the other story of the semifinals is the resilience of the veteran in Fabiano Caruana, pushed all the way to the Armageddon, but does manage to come out on top and earn his bid to challenge Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, it was crazy. 7 up and down games we witnessed between that pair, and Fabiano, he literally had to draw on every remaining ounce of resilience, of energy. He got it done with a bit of luck, but he found a way.
That brings us to, a perfect cap to the theme of the tournament, the old guard versus the new levy. There was an opportunity perhaps for Cinderava to make this the event where the torch gets passed in freestyle chess, but Fabiano will hold fast at least for 1 round longer.
For sure. And I think it would have also been boring if last year we had Magnus and Fabi. In Singapore, we had Magnus and Fabi. And then here we had Magnus and Fabi. At some point, we gotta get a new player in there. Vincent shocking the world. I asked Jan Henrik yesterday if there was one player he would have liked to see beat him. It would have been Vincent, right? And so now we have the local hero, the German wonder kid. And what more can you ask for? Now, can he finish off one of the greatest runs ever? We'll find out.
Yeah, that's the big question remaining to be answered. And of course, while our focus is going to be most entirely on that first place match, there are plenty of games left to be played for all of our players. We still have 8 of those grandmasters who entered the tournament still fighting for something. At the top of that ticket right there, Keimer versus Caruana. Cinderov and Carlsen will be going up against each other for the all-important 3rd place match as well. And we can talk about the stakes there in particular for Cinderov in just a moment. But Abdusatorov and Nakamura fighting for 5th, and Ali Reza Firouzja and Gukesh fighting for 7th. Let's talk about that 3rd place match real briefly because, well, maybe the tiniest tinge of bitterness for Cinderov to have not booked his ticket into the finals and automatically guaranteed himself a top 3 finish and a ticket to Paris. He still has that opportunity if he can overcome one of the world's greats in Magnus Carlsen.
He's completely exceeded all expectations in this tournament already. What a run it's been. And yes, getting knocked out into that 3rd place fight by Fabiano Caruana. I think there's absolutely no shame in that. And what a match, right? A 7-battle match, pushing each other and themselves to the limits. He's played the world #1, world #2, world #3, all in WEISSENHAUS. What a tournament it's been. In fact, he beat Magnus in the round robin earlier. He takes down Hikaru Nakamura and he gets another shot. I mean, this has been a dream run for him, a fantastic tournament regardless of where he finishes. But on that, Magnus already makes it through to the Paris Slams as the world #1. Is Cinderov confirmed regardless of the result?
Yeah, that must be, right?
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point.
Or if Magnus gets 3rd, does it go to the next player on the rating list?
I think it's the one from the slams is what was the conversation in the technical meeting, but we will get a confirmation on that.
Yeah, we'll get a confirmation, make sure that there's no confusion around that by the end of the day. But we can also get a bigger picture of the tournament as a whole and how it's all broken down as we can continue our conversations, Levy.
I just wanted to say that I hope Sindarov knows, at least by tomorrow, what he's playing for.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, as we look at the second matchup there, we're talking about Carlsen versus Sindarov. It's an interesting matchup for both players, because if Carlsen is already confirmed, he's playing for some prize money, but I mean, overall for him, it's just like, it's literally just playing for fun. And for Sindarov, you kind of feel like a huge sense of just maybe disappointment, like, it's over for me trying to make it to the finals yesterday. and your reward is playing the GOAT. I mean, this tournament is so fascinating. I mean, even Gukesh, right? Like he loses to Fabiano, he loses to Hikaru. He hasn't actually won a game here, and his reward is playing Firouzja. Like there are no breaks for any of the players. So a lot of fascinating matchups today.
Yeah, there were no easy roads when it comes to this tournament. It speaks to the caliber of player that we've managed to, kind of coalesce in this wonderful location. Hard to imagine that from here to Paris, Jan already announced that they're going to jump up to 12 players. So we're just going to have even more talent concentrated in one place doing battle. But as we have arrived at the finals and 8 players still remain fighting for different placements, prize money, and circuit points, let's remind ourselves how we got here.
The king of chess won't be the king of the WEISSENHAUS Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Instead, it may be Germany's own. Vincent Keimer has secured his spot in the final, taking down world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. Keimer will now face Fabiano Caruana. The world number 3 stopped the run of the Uzbek chess sensation Javokir Sindarov, defeating the 19-year-old in a dramatic semifinal. Sindarov boldly went all in during the second classical game, sacrificing a piece to launch an attack on Caruana's exposed king. The 6-time world championship candidate, though, managed to hold, even missed a hidden win in the end, and with only a few seconds left on his clock, Caruana opted for a draw. A playoff had to determine the finalist. After 2 hard-fought draws in the rapid games, players exchanged wins in the blitz. With the standings still even after 7.5 hours, Caruana won the Armageddon.
Brook coming down, so the White King had to run away. There was no time to pick up this Black Bishop, which will now save itself. It's going to be a knight against 2 pawns. Black has the knight, Sindarov has the 2 pawns, but White's pawns are nowhere.
And looking at a time check, only 2 seconds differentiates these 2 players.
Ooh, what a move. Oof. Knight attacking the bishop, knight fork threatened, hitting the White King and Rook at the same time. It's a handshake. Wow. Sindarov resigns.
Carlsen-Keimer semifinal was decided much earlier. On the night before King Magnus sat down for his must-win game against Keimer, chess queens Alexandra Botez and Anna Kramling had played a friendly match at the same board. Then, as Carlsen and Keimer took their seats, things turned serious. The GOAT found himself in early trouble, but fought his way back, even squeezed out some pressure. Yet the breakthrough never came. Keimer neutralized every attempt by Carlsen to display his signature endgame magic. Instead, the game ended with Keimer's signature stare down in a drawn position, followed by a handshake.
From Vincent Keimer getting into the finals, knocking down the world number 1.
Yep, we're going to see it play out in front of our eyes, but one of the youngest guys in the field. There's the handshake from the 8th seed out of the round robin. He takes down the number 1 seed and the number 1 player in the world on his trip to the grand final.
Meanwhile, in the bottom bracket, the 2 uncompromising warriors, Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, went all out in a fierce brawl. Abdusatorov landed the final punch. The clash between world champion Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura was a more technical affair. Nakamura's unlucky streak continued once again. He missed several chances, but eventually, in the second playoff game, he converted. In WEISSENHAUS, we're now entering the final stretch. 2 more days of world-class freestyle chess are to be played, with the winner to be crowned on Friday. Who will win the final, Keimer or Caruana? Stay tuned to find out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam 2025 here in WEISSENHAUS. A lot on the line for each of these players and a good reminder of how we got here, the journeys that each of them took. And I think this is where we turn towards the matchups themselves and maybe try to understand how we expect them to play out. To your point, though, earlier, Levy, about Vincent perhaps playing the best chess of his life, I think that kind of makes the conversation interesting. Will that momentum continue, right? At what point does maybe he return to earth for a moment and hit a stumbling block? And how would he overcome an obstacle like that if he does hit a hitch here somewhere in the finals against Fabiano?
I was asked the question by the media team this morning, how do I predict that matchup? And I said, well, if I had to bet, I would bet on Fabi, but I would be ready to lose my money. Like, I wouldn't bet too much. I would be a bit more conservative with my play. Yeah, it's one of these situations. It's like when the 8th seed of a conference makes it to the finals, basically, and you think the run is over. But if they get over this one, it would be absolutely spectacular. And sometimes they win and sometimes they don't. So that's how I'm sort of approaching this. And I'm cheering for him, but I also really like Fabi. So it's a tough one for me, guys.
Another conversation we've had at this tournament is fatigue. And let's remind ourselves, yesterday was our longest day at the tournament, but it was only one of our finalists who had to go the distance, right? Keimer getting it done in the classical portions, Fabiano having to push himself hour after hour after hour just to earn that bid. And so I do wonder, what's the freshness level of each of these guys coming into the day?
And it's going to play a big role, right? Because it's not just yesterday. It's been a long tournament. Every game here has been exhausting for each one, simply given the opposition. Fabi, just so incredibly calm under pressure. One of the, I think, highlights of this tournament has been the bounce back he made in that must-win game, in that Blitz 5+2. And he makes that happen, takes it in the Armageddon. Yes, fatigue could be a factor, but I think the confidence you get from that, how you're feeling that the stars are aligning for you. And make no mistake, on paper, Fabi is a big favorite. It just comes down to what form Vincent shows up in today.
The reaction of Fabi yesterday, David, after coming off of that Armageddon win, it seemed like such a mix of emotions, from exhaustion to elation to, just a pure exhalation and a chance to breathe after 7.5, 8 hours of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, he was going for over 4 hours longer than Vincent Keimer yesterday. The ups and downs, the emotions. You would think, actually, that today is Vincent's chance to strike while Fabi's still recovering. If Fabi stabilizes today, I think a draw would be great for Fabiano. Then tomorrow he can go for Vincent with full energy. But yeah, shout out to Fabiano, because he's almost superhuman. Yesterday, not only an 8-hour marathon, but afterwards he was hosting a little gathering, a bunch of players playing board games.
Yeah, more Avalon.
He's a marathon man.
Not just hosting it, but we walk in and the man is running the game again. It's just, it was my first experience watching the famed Fabiano Avalon game, and I walked in, I turned to David, I was like, I understand why he's so good. He's literally controlling the conversation between 10 players, and you get a peek into the mind, competitive mind, but also the analytical mind of a chess player. And I think, too, that's one of the great things, again, to remind ourselves about this event, Levy, is the people that we've gathered and the community that we've gathered. And so outside of the games, everybody comes together and there's a feeling of friendship and community, and still ways to find competition and rib each other, in a community and celebrate what it is we're trying to build here.
For sure, yeah. But today there's none of that friendship. It's time for the finals. They're playing for, we can't just sort of boil it down to like a glorified hangout where chess is an afterthought, No. Like these guys they're social afterward. And I think I've discovered my favorite chess player, no disrespect whatsoever, might be Levon Aronian. I think that he might be your favorite chess player's favorite chess player. Like that man is great. And I wish he would like run just like something. If he was involved in like setting up society, I think everybody would be well educated. Resources would be provided to everybody. He's great. He's very good to talk to. We had him here. It's a shame he's not in the final, but he's been my favorite person to meet a little bit more. I've never met him actually until this trip. Haven't met actually a handful of the top players here, so I will just say that to the folks at home. But we have chess to play, and I just can't wait. I mean, which Vincent will show up today? Will he get a win? Will he finish this? I mean, it would probably be like the best run ever. He would be unbelievable.
Could be staring down history in the making in this one. Of course, again, we already talked a little bit about Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we just give a quick nod to the other matchups that we have. 5th and 7th place. Hikaru Nakamura finally recovering from what has been a little bit of a stumble and maybe a tumultuous tournament for him to at least have a challenge for 5th place. I am very curious to see his form, as the conversation we had with him on the couch yesterday was a bit of a conversation of when would the passing of the torch between generations happen. and it seemed like he's still trying to push for that 2 to 3 years and join Fabi in the last stand.
And it is a clash of generations, right? You've got the top 3 players of the world playing players who are 20 or under. For Hikaru, he takes on Nordebek. One thing he's been struggling, and we spoke about this, right? He gets these great positions, but not sort of able to get the ball over the line, not able to finish it off. And I think getting that win against Gukesh yesterday is exactly what he needed to bounce back. So it's going to be a big fight. You know, Nordebek always hungry for a win, regardless of who he's playing against. Hikaru perhaps finding back his rhythm and form. That's going to be a really fun one as well.
And then, of course, we go all the way down to the bottom, the 7th place matchup, David Howell. And while, you know, maybe people's full focus isn't going to be on that one, we do need to continue to highlight that this is a year-long endeavor. And so for a lot of these players, you have to find the fight. It might be disappointing that you didn't achieve the results you wanted, but you don't know how the results will come into effect when we hit South Africa in, 10 months' time.
Yeah, and I mean, for the likes of Gukesh, I don't think motivation is ever a problem, but it's energy. It's kind of, can he find that last push? For the likes of Alireza Firouzja, I mean, it's been a really disappointing week, considering how strong he started. And if he wants to be there the rest of the tour, this is the time to stand up. You have to keep performing, get those points.
I will just summarize this by saying it's really all these players, like as we build into their personalities, is really fascinating. For Gukesh, like he's the world champ. You know what I mean? He doesn't care if he finishes 7th, 5th. He's the champion of the world in classical chess. He just tied for first again in Tata Steel, like the Wimbledon of chess. It's amazing for him. It's a big tournament and big tour for Firouzja because he's talked about the difficulty of the candidate cycle. He's got other endeavors he's talked about going into. He's come back now to chess. This could be a big opportunity for him, but I'll throw it to you because I know we have to go in and draw some balls.
From 10 competitors down to 2 fighting for the finals. Let's go to the position lottery.
Hello and welcome to day 1 here in WEISSENHAUS. Today is day 1 of the finals. Yesterday we saw a thrilling day of chess with a match going all the way to Armageddon. Before we get to what's happening today, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
At the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in WEISSENHAUS, the battle of generations has begun. Young versus legends. The world's best grandmasters face off. Who will make it to the finals? Experience or unstoppable ambition? The answer was decided on the chessboard.
It is very interesting to see the clash of generations. The problem is not the knowledge. Basically, it can be the hunger what you have for chess. While the youth players, they are like hungry. They come here hungry every day. They think I'm an underdog, but I'm gonna bite.
Vincent Keimer causes a huge sensation with his victory in the semifinal against Magnus Carlsen. It is the biggest success in the 20-year-old German's career. He defended brilliantly against the endgame god Carlsen and fought for a draw, which was enough to secure his place in the final after winning the first game.
Yeah, I'm really relieved. Also, I have a history of losing many games to Magnus. So, yeah, winning this match against him surely is one of the chess achievements that matters most to me. I really enjoy playing here. The games are nice, and even though I get myself into trouble from time to time, I'm still overall happy with my performance.
But not only Vincent Keimer impressed the freestyle chess world today. Youngster Javakir Sindarov challenged Fabiano Caruana to his limits. After Rapid, Blitz, and Armageddon, Fabiano Caruana finally defeated the rising star from Uzbekistan. A thrilling night comes to an end.
Every game was tough, and he put so much pressure on me. I can't even explain how difficult this match was. It's similar to last year. I played this match against Levon, and then you have to play another match the next day. So I'm not expecting anything easy, but I hope I can get some good rest tonight and be ready tomorrow.
A thrilling night comes to an end. Now everyone is looking forward to the final days. Keimer and Caruana will compete for a prize money of $200,000. The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, the Formula One of chess. Stay tuned.
So, of course, today we have game one of the final, but the match happening here for third place will also be hugely important between Javakir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, as the third place finisher will qualify to the next event in Paris. And now I would like to call to the stage, of course, Jan-Henrik Büttner, but also from the Grenke Chess Festival, please welcome Christian Bosset and Sven Noppes.
Thank you, Fiona. Yes, we have some exciting announcement to make, because as Fiona also mentioned, is now next stop in 7 weeks only will be Paris, the next Grand Slam, and we'll see after today who is going to be qualified. The top 3 of this event will be qualified, and then of course some other people as well. But the exciting stuff, what we are announcing today, is right after, over Easter, there is usually the Grenke tournament, as most of you know. And we have agreed on a cooperation. And I think maybe Sven Noppes can explain what we are going to do, right? Perfect.
Thank you very much, Jan. Yeah, we are very happy to invite you to the tournament in Eastern. A combination of Freestyle Chess Open and the Classical Chess Open. We have 2 big opens, and in combination we are hoping for the biggest tournament as last year of the world. So we are happy to see you all after this wonderful tournament with this wonderful, beautiful stage here next then in Karlsruhe to the biggest stage on chess. Thank you.
And
I can thank you, Sven. So obviously you are familiar with the Grenke tournament. It's going to be a similar format like the Grenke Open, but there will be no Grenke Classic anymore. Instead, we're going to have a separate Open. Are we going to show the trailer, Sebastian?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. So we're going to show the trailer in a minute, and then maybe after that I can say something about it. Perfect.
So we're ready. Let's have a look. I can invite you to stand behind the table, since you will assist me in a second with the draw. And let's have a look at the trailer for Grenke.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
So you see there are some pictures of the past, which will also be the future. So I think we had 2,600 chess players. It's very massive and impressive. And what we are doing is we're trying to keep the audience and the players so that it's still going to be a Grenke Open like normal. But also at the same time we are doing a Grenke Freestyle tournament with higher prize money, so that not the chess players don't have to think, can I play freestyle or not? So they can participate, and we have the possibility up until the 5th round, they can change from the classical tournament to the freestyle part and take their points with them. So kind of see the experience. And the good thing is then with the freestyle part of it, first of all, the winner has a qualification spot for the following Grand Slam in New York in July. And in addition, the top 10 of the Grenke Freestyle tournament will get Grand Slam points for our count in the end. That's also very important. So Magnus has already agreed to participate. Vincent has agreed to participate, and I can only encourage, of course, all of our club members to participate, because not only the prize money is there to get, but also the points. So in April, you will be able to get Grand Slam points in Paris and in Karlsruhe in 1 month. And so that's a big encouragement, I think, for everybody to play this. But now we are continuing what you're doing here today.
Thank you very much, Jan. Very exciting news indeed. But now it is time for the chess. So, Christian, I will ask you, please, to pull out the table and get the balls rolling.
866.
Thank you very much. So, and number 866. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare for the game. So to the players, best of luck. And to our guests, please enjoy the show.
We'll go H4. Too much, yeah, not F6.
No, I think it will be good if you probably.
Okay, so obviously it's the usual B4, C4 stuff.
Yeah, so C4 we respond with knight.
G3 now? Because after C5 we might have.
G3, B5, it's not. Maybe.
I mean, knight G3, B5 or please?
Ah, you want to knight G3. And C5.
Yeah, okay, but I guess. Let's see what
So we will castle short.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can we go B4 or not? Like
B4?
Too much.
No, I think it's too much. I didn't like. Because, okay, E6, knight H6.
Do we have other moves?
Yeah. Probably E4, why not E4, yeah. Okay, bishop also going.
These pieces are too tight. We lose kind of a queen and bishop. Also F4 square.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, Black is going to play C5 anyway, yeah?
I think it's every move. Yeah.
Okay, probably C4, knight G6 and C5 maybe. No, it's bad, yeah?
No, why? I like it. Okay, I guess B6 is easy.
No, it's very quick. No, yeah, C6, yeah, very quick.
Yeah, just D4, E5 is a problem. Otherwise, I would.
So we play H4?
But knight F6.
So B3?
What's your idea?
Take H5? Too much, yeah?
I can even take H4, no, if I want to.
Yeah, this is... Sorry. Okay, so... Okay, does White have any other first moves, though, really?
You can play B3 immediately.
B3. Okay, B3 makes sense, yeah, because now G6 is never going to be an idea. That makes
C5,
sense.
G3 like this. Doesn't feel super dangerous.
No, but C5 is going to go knight G3 maybe, because you're not going to be able to go G6 now, right? Yeah, and just play the position here.
So now knight G4 is not.
You
no,
knight
but
G4.
there's queen F5. Yeah. I don't know. There's knight H2 as well. So
can we go E5? E5. Yeah, because now knight F3, knight G4.
This looks very nice.
Yeah, this yeah, because of this knight G4, this is
Okay, so I think C4 is good.
C4, G6.
C4 knight F6 was also not a bad option, right?
Yeah, probably also reasonable. Yeah, because then this knight is misplaced. I mean, white could also do the same thing, right? Though, like, what if on move 1 I play something? Like, what if I just go g3 here?
But I don't think
It's going to be the same thing, right? Yeah, it just doesn't matter. It's not critical. At least you just play chess.
Okay, I mean, let's look at
c4, g6.
So, or yeah.
Let's say knight f6.
Okay, knight f6.
Because I like the e5 knight g6 setup as well. And then we can also consider b5 at some moment.
Okay, if I go b3 here, just e5, right? Yeah, but now I was worried again about this knight f3, knight g5.
Oh, the knight on h1.
Yeah, the knight on h1 guards. I'm just a little bit worried about this.
Let's have knight g6. Here, e5.
And just rook e7.
Just rook e7 or something?
Giving up castle. Okay, we can always castle one, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Knight g...
Ah, but then knight on h4, queen f5, though.
Okay, first, I don't know, h6 I can't, so... Wait, this is very scary.
Yeah, this is
yeah.
I kind of like f6 though. I mean, g6 and f6. It looks a bit tactically safer.
Yeah, I mean, if white doesn't have something quick, I mean, you're fine for development.
Okay, so what if white plays like b3?
Yeah, okay, b3, f6.
Some knight move in d4 and tries to get the center.
Yeah, like knight here, I guess.
e5.
Probably e5, right?
Yeah.
Because you also bishop a3, so...
Yeah, e5 looks good.
Yeah, e5 looks great.
d4 is just bad, right? Taking c5 or something like that.
d4?
Take c5 and castle.
Yeah, it just takes and castles long, right? Something like...
And c4 is really weak.
Yeah, this
looks good. I like this.
Okay, so c4, g6.
Yeah, if white can't take the center, then black's just completely fine. There's nothing. There's b6, f6, knight f7, e5.
Okay, so let's say like white, because black has slightly weakened the king side. Yeah. So let's say we go for.
Okay, so.
So like this.
No, but knight f7 or e5 first. E5 first, right?
Okay, yeah. Let's go
like just to e5 right away.
We're gonna play e5.
Just play bishop a3 maybe.
So g3 here.
Yeah, g3.
Bishop a3.
Maybe.
I would consider b5. No, it's good.
I mean, is there something terrible about
wait,
this?
this knight on h1 can't be good.
It looks completely fine.
I mean, even the setup with like c5 and b6.
Yeah, with this knight, this feels great. Yeah, there are no worries.
Black is just slightly better here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the only problem is that black king is not going to find like a super nice one.
Okay, let's say.
And we can go like knight d3, d2.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go
but
c5.
How are you achieving that? Like bishop g2, b6. You're going to trade bishops on g2 as well.
Yeah, let's say like this. Castles, knight f7, d3.
Yeah, bishop h6, knight e7. I mean, I'm very harmoniously developing. Castle d5. I'm just like much better.
Yeah, I mean, this knight is just on the wrong square.
It's just too much. Yeah, bishop h6 was nice. But I thought if we have time for this, knight 4 should be.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you have time for that. So, yeah, this
is a good setup. So white can also try to play the same.
Like g3? Yeah, g3 and f3. Yeah, but
okay, here it allows b5, which is maybe
right. That's true.
Not what white wants.
But I mean, but I mean, like, well, what is e3 and? But now c5, right?
Yeah, but also like realistically, people are going to play b6.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to play. I mean, you have to prove something.
Here, maybe not g3.
Okay, so what then?
Although b5 followed by bc4 is just going to be about.
Like, okay, I have to develop the knights or play like, I mean, okay, well,
like weirdly, this feels like a weakness, at least in the before white gets past it.
Yeah, I agree.
So what about f4?
Logical. Okay. So now.
So yeah, c5 and g3 like that or e3.
I thought g3.
Because then b5.
b5 knight f2 takes bc rook b1 should be a little bit
take
better.
bishop c. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this f4 move makes a lot of sense. Like knight f7 maybe.
Knight f7, knight f3.
Knight f3.
Position. It's not clear, but yeah, it's very interesting. You can take big adventure in your opinion.
It's risky, yeah?
Might get boring also, it might get very sharp. Yeah? No.
It's a very complex starting position, I think, yeah, with this net and the weak f7 score.
Yeah, I think c4, yeah, we should consider c4, f6.
Okay, but knight f3 would be very natural, right?
Okay, let's look at this b3, e5, yeah, you want to play?
Okay.
c5? The f6 you want to take? We wish to...
Why not?
Yeah, why not? I know, but...
So the players will restart in 1 minute.
Scary.
You mean h1, yeah, it's kind of... Yeah, okay, we'll have to think.
Yeah, probably e4. Okay, let's think e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Okay, why we are not putting knight g3, knight g4? Rook e2?
Yeah, you can.
No, rook e2, yeah, you can. We didn't have something like h3? Yeah. Knight g3? Okay, so what? Knight g3, knight g6?
Okay.
No, bishop c4, bishop c4. Yeah. Okay, no. Bishop c5. Okay.
So please take
Now
the
d4, yeah.
will start in a few seconds.
Position 866 will be the battlefield for our players today, and we had the world number 1, 2, and 3 huddled around the board discussing ideas. Of course, on the other side, their opponents as well, trying to figure out what will be the recipe for success. I'm curious from the minds of the three of you, if anything jumped out from their conversations alone or in your own evaluation of the position.
Levi, I love how youth versus experience starts even before the moves get on the board. I don't remember the last time we saw Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi huddled up together trying to break down a chess position.
The three final bosses, you know, plotting their successful or potentially unsuccessful finals matchups. They're playing for first, third, and fifth, so it's kind of interesting. And you had the two Uzbeks looking up at Vincent. Vincent suggested something, and then Nodjibek and Javahir looked at him like, you serious? It's a shame Vincent doesn't yet have like a teammate in the 2700 club. So we need a young German player to get up to the 2700s because, you know, there's Javahir and Nodjibek together.
Well, if there was going to be a young German player inspired by any level of play, it would be Vincent's level of play in this tournament.
For sure.
Perhaps we'll see some new German greats rising the ranks in the next couple of years.
Yeah, they have a lot of grandmasters. This generation, they were called the Princes with Vincent Keimer and some others, but there's yet to be another one to join. Watch this space. And in the meantime, yeah, the position itself is interesting because the king starting in the center, the rooks surrounding it. There's a lot of flexibility in this position, a lot of ideas. You can castle either flank a bit later. And what was interesting to me was how Magnus was kind of sitting back. He joined the group, which has been a rarity in recent days. He normally isolates himself, but he was kind of taking a back seat, letting Fabiano and Hikaru kind of mull things over, shoot out those ideas.
And usually we see Magnus doing the solo party, right? At the start of the game, he's by himself working it out. And I think for Magnus, with his own expectation, anything apart from winning a tournament, being a champion, it's a disappointment. So I think now it really is about him just having fun, and that's why we see him along with Hikaru, Fabi trying to break it down. Yeah, I don't know how motivated, inspired, pushing he is because he's already made it through the Paris Slam, but he wants to have an entertaining fight today.
Has Magnus ever played a bronze medal match, like at the World Cup?
Not at the... Ooh.
Like, usually you're knocked out of a chess tournament, but in the World Cup you play for third.
I don't
think so. Unless he was very young, he made it very far in like 2005, 2007 before he really got to the top. But I don't think it was a bronze medal match. He's played some online and he's been extremely unmotivated for those back in the early days of the Champions Chess Tour.
But that was before there was the losers bracket to requalify, right? Like, when you get knocked out of one of those tournaments, you can still win the tournament. Here you can't. So it's, yeah, I'm very curious. Maybe he will want revenge against Javahir, who beat him in the Rapid.
That's motivation for Magnus always.
I just
a grudge match.
Exactly. I don't want to create like some fake hype or storyline. Yeah, it will be tough for him for sure because he's the way the qualification works for the tour overall is that Magnus is qualified. I mean, he's 18-time world champion and he's the world #1 by rating, so he qualifies. But we were informed as the players are getting underway here that the Magnus and Sindarev matchup determines whether Sindarev qualifies for Paris or Arjun Erigaisi. So how about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. If Magnus wins that match and gets third, he doesn't qualify via rating anymore. He qualifies via third place finish, and then it's Erigaisi. Arjun, if you're watching, I don't know what he's doing right now, but you will make it. So you should cheer for Magnus.
Yeah, that order of operations is very important in the way the qualification works. It's first pulling the top three from the previous Grand Slam before we go to rating. And so, of course, yes, if Magnus locks up a top three position, his rating or his position on the rating ladder is no longer relevant to qualification, and his spot will then be given to somebody next below on the ladder. Hikaru Nakamura as well, should be noted that he is already qualified for the next event as well. Granted, the fifth place position wouldn't necessarily affect the next qualification anywhere, but we can pull up the four boards to see if any of our players have elected to make a move just yet. Get that bird's eye view, and there will be a couple moves. It's in fact Vincent Keimer, though, who's still taking a moment to evaluate the position before he commits to anything.
Firouzja already on move 3. He's already made 3 moves, and I think he will stick to this strategy. Yeah, Keimer, that's the highest stakes matchup, and he hasn't moved yet.
He's taking his time. It's a good idea. It's classical, back to the classical format. I will say something about Alireza. I think out of the 8 faces, well, we've got some chairs in front of us right now, but out of the 8 players who are fighting it out in the arena right now, I think Alireza is the one player for whom that inside motivation, internal inspiration is so incredibly important, because that's his brand of chess, right? It's all about creativity. It's about finding these very interesting ideas on the board. So for him to feel that he's fighting for the top spots plays a massive role in the form and the shape he shows up in, David. This is my reading.
Yeah, definitely agree there. He's not the type of player normally who just kind of plays in this devil-may-care type way, especially early in the game, but it feels like that. That kind of early hit in the quarterfinals, that setback has kind of made him behave like this in the opening stages.
It's the most advanced game, albeit only a few moves in. So maybe we hop to Alireza Firouzja versus Gukesh just to start getting some ideas on the board. One of the most discussed ideas between a number of the players was opening up the lines of the bishop and the queen from the corner there. And we can see that that's what Alireza elected to do. Using the knights, though, in defense as well on the opposite diagonals is both players to kind of make sure nothing falls quickly in this position.
Yeah, and Alireza trying to play quickly, confidently in the early stages. Gukesh, so far it's copycat chess. He didn't have his best day yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura, was always on the back foot in their match and eventually falling in the tiebreaks. But he will want to make amends today. And okay, this is the position. Just a quick action replay of the first 3 moves. We started with this pawn stepping forward, and one of the key components of this position, and any freestyle chess position, as pointed out by Levon Aronian yesterday, you have to look for loose pawns, weak pawns. This was an immediate threat. This was reacted to by a knight developing, defending the pawn. Here, Alireza develops his own knight, and now reinstating the threat somewhat. He's intending to even capture this knight, followed by taking the pawn, if given the opportunity. So Gukesh has some concrete problems to solve already. How to guard against this threat? Is it a threat? That's the first question.
Wow, you know, you get your queen out early on, it can sometimes backfire, it can shut its way back. But David, I also would really like to break down the starting position that we had. You know, what were the elements of that, these moves that are being played, why the players chose it. So if we just go back and point out, because it's very different from all the freestyle positions we've had. You know, you've got those 2 knights in the corner. Always you want the knights at the center of the board because that's where they control maximum number of squares. The undefended pawns are the ones on the H file in front of that knight. You've got the queen and the bishop, right, which are long-range pieces at the other corner of the board. And usually we see in freestyle chess, if that happens, you really want to get them out, get those pawns moving in front to open up the diagonals. Also want to point out that the king can, in fact, castle on the left side of the board on the very first move. So I think these are the elements that stand out in this position. What about you, Levy? What do you think about this starting 8-6-6 that we've got in front of us?
It's kind of an annoying position. I was just taking a look at Keimer and Caruana historically, but I know we're on Firouzja Gukesh here, but I think it might be headed in a similar direction. And I mean, these guys have also probably played each other offline, not in their online games, less than 10 times, just in case anybody was wondering. Keimer and Caruana have played each other. Yeah, there you go. I mean, especially in freestyle, right? But it is Firouzja with a nice advantage. Maybe there's something about his style that Gukesh is not the biggest fan of. Alireza really likes to mix it up, and he's going to be playing very fast, just like he has on all the other days. But against Nojibek, I will say he slowed down considerably toward the end, and then he ended up making a mistake. This matchup, if I had to predict, guys, will have more unorthodox inaccuracies and mistakes than any other. Yeah, because it's a matchup for 7th, and there's something in chess called last round syndrome, which is, you know, the tournament is over. This is not exactly the last round. They have to play tomorrow. In fact, they might actually have to play many more games if it's tied. But you're just like, it hasn't been my tournament. I just kind of want it to be over, so let's just play fast. And, you know, if Gukesh has to not get baited into playing Firouzja's game, which is fast, carefree, like Gukesh really takes care of his position.
That's a great point. I think, you know, these two belonging to the same generation, there is a clash of styles in Alireza and Gukesh, David.
Yeah, definitely. I would say Firouzja is more instinctive. Gukesh is more kind of hard logic, calculation-based. And yeah, both players often get in time trouble, I should say, but just thinking in their own very different ways. Firouzja just always wants a mess. Gukesh happy to embrace the mess as long as he knows what's happening. And already we see that inaccuracy, James. Question mark given to this last move. Maybe Gukesh has been baited. He's blocked this bishop's diagonal in the corner here, but he's loosened some light squares, some white squares around the center. I really don't like the look of that move. I'm not sure the exact concrete reason why it might be bad. I don't think white can force a win or anything, but strategically a bit dubious.
Well, to that end, then, let's maybe explore what the other options were, because admittedly, this one wasn't on my radar at all, even as an option per se.
No, mine neither, I must admit. And what the players were mostly discussing, especially on the, I'm going to say the Legends kind of round table, when it was the top 3 in the world earlier discussing the position, they were mostly thinking that the knight would come out. So this knight from the corner coming out, blocking this diagonal. Maybe what scared Gukesh was the idea of white's knight jumping forward with some nasty threats. This pawn would suddenly be undefended. But the downside to his move, I mean, I'm not really sure how else to block this diagonal, the pawn really ugly because the knight in the way. But the downside to Gukesh's move is this one, consequences. And the white queen now has a really juicy square to jump out to, attacking the pawn in the center.
That is, I was just about to say, that is such an obscure move. Queen f5 on move 4. But it's actually very good. It's a super annoying spot. But okay, I mean, the threat is to take the pawn. What if black just defends the threat? What is the follow-up here from Firouzja?
Yeah, let's say black pushes a pawn to defend here. Is it just getting the knight out? The white queen is very hard to boot away, to kick back.
And this pawn formation that Gukesh might be forced into to defend, you know, it's got long-term consequences, because now that dark squared bishop, where do you find the activity for that? It's also created a central hole, an outpost for the knight eventually to land to a weak spot in front of the pawn that's just moved forward. So there are some strategic drawbacks to these first few pawn moves that the world champion's chosen.
Yeah, some big drawbacks. Then again, I guess if Gukesh gets a couple of moves, if he gets his 2, maybe develop his queen later, slide his queen across, challenge the intruder, the white queen, then he might be okay. So Firouzja will want to attack within the next couple of moves. Just to mention, defending with the pawn looks the safest. Defending with the knight, also very natural to hold the central pawn. But again, this would allow the white knight to leap forward. And there's just weaknesses. So already trying to set some traps. Firouzja here, potentially. This would be a very scary move to deal with.
There is an opening. There's a variation of the English opening, some main line where the queen goes to f5 and is like very safe on that square. This is maybe not the stream to discuss it. We do have Peter Lecko and Judith Polgar and Nicholas Huschenbeth going deeper into some of the crossover between openings and using some more coordinate speak on the pro stream, but that's what this reminds me of. And it's such an outlandish move, because if you just protect against the direct threat, the queen will live there for at least like 6 or 7 more moves if black is not careful.
I think Gukesh completely missed this. He completely forgot that the white queen can jump on, and this is what freestyle chess is about, right? These unexpected motifs and patterns that occur that are so easy to forget about. And Gukesh goes into an early think. He pushed that pawn voluntarily. It was absolutely not forced to make that move. And then he walks into what now looks like a very obvious move, but from a human perspective, very easy to have forgotten about when you made that pawn move.
Guys, there's 2 very interesting games going on. So if we go to the 4 view, if we can pull that up, we have Javahir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, who are on the top right. We have Abdusattorov versus Nakamura bottom left. So Abdusattorov pushed his e-pawn, his center pawn, 2 squares. About 40 seconds later, so did Sindarov. Magnus has just spent 10 minutes responding in a symmetrical fashion, and Hikaru is waiting for Magnus to make a move. Hikaru's been pretty open about the fact, and like it's not controversial. I mean, the players said they were all okay with this, but you see Hikaru's looking around like, do I want to copy Magnus or not? And this is, this is one of the parts of this format that is the most fascinating and, to me, potentially still up for debate and discussion.
I mean, he literally looked like a naughty schoolboy for a second, Hikaru. His head tilted. He looked away at the screen. He was like, oh, I've seen my classmates' homework. Should I do the same? I mean, like you said, Levy, he's been very open. I think we should ask him more about that if we get the opportunity. But he's just been copying Fabiano every single day.
I've been saying it from the start, get those screens off for the players. You know, if they have to walk around, check the other games, that's fine. But just this luxury of being on your seat to have a look at what's going on, it definitely puts some ideas into your head.
It's tricky though, because you have to find this balance in this format of like, this is sort of a recreational event for a lot of them. They don't have to prepare. There's no like, you know, historically they've needed to maintain their top 10 ELO ranking in chess and get invited to tournaments. This is like a reprieve for them. They don't need to, you know, spend hours on opening preparation. They can come and have a good time and be taken care of and everything. And we've talked about the whole community, like, you know, people hang out after hours, which is not, I mean, competitors don't generally hang out after hours at major events, especially events like the Candidates. But we also want to limit their screen access, and like they have to think completely on their own. So, you know, you got to strike this balance. Like, is this a really intense, fully competitive event, or can they copy each other's first moves? I don't know.
And I think it's okay for us to sit here and compare the openings for just a bit as the boards all slowly develop. Of course, still that bottom right board for Ruja Gukesh, the one moving the quickest. And a decision was finally made in how to defend that pawn. It was pushing the pawn in front of the king that we discussed earlier. But a much slower development everywhere else. And Hikaru is still unwilling to commit to a response.
I will say, though, there are like 4 responses on the first move that are equal or viable to Magnus's. So if he plays e5, it will surely be inspired by Magnus playing it. But like, he could play a lot of things. It's just like, does he want to trust his own brain for this game or not?
But it's also weird, right, for a player, because you're thinking then, hey, if I do that, then everybody knows exactly what I'm doing because they've seen me looking up at the screen. So do I want to just flip that script and do something maybe less than ideal? Hikaru trying to sort of fight maybe those own battles. He still hasn't moved, by the way. That's the bottom left.
And I will say in the game in the top right, Sindarov's second move, that is also not the only move. So if Hikaru responds in a symmetrical way and Nordirbeck blitzes out his move, meaning he plays it instantly, it means that he is not thinking on his own. He's looking at the Sindarov board because they were also analyzing together, right? So,
but Levy, question to you: does Hikaru get inspired by Magnus right now, or do you think he's going to change the script here?
I feel like he's thinking this long. It's too long to fake that you're thinking something else, right? Like, or not even fake. Like, let's just say consider going a completely different path. You tank for 15 minutes on the first move. He might be looking at different things and going, all of this looks reasonable. Like, let me just do my own thing. It would be kind of a letdown if he spent like 17 minutes or something on move 1 and played the exact same way. But it would also kind of be a letdown if the Nordirbeck played the same way as Javahir. So, I don't know.
Maybe he's just waiting for Magnus to play his second move to decide whether he just kind of chooses to continue. No, Magnus was looking at the screens a second ago as well.
Yeah, but we can... you know.
I'm just really glad that our top left, the finalists, have got something completely different. So they're definitely on their own right now.
Yeah, Keimer looked at the way the Uzbeks played the position and went, disagree.
Although Vincent has copied Farouja's first two moves. It's just the game is not so far developed.
Yeah, but we can for sure guarantee Caruana is not, and Hikaru goes a different way.
He does go a different way.
There we go. There we go. That would have been a huge letdown, I think, if he had played the exact same fashion. I think he looked at the position and went, you know, maybe I can't trust Magnus. I mean, he's in a, you know, he's playing Sindarov, like he's not playing Fabiano in the final. So I'm going to go my own way.
And in 5-1-8, this would be the Sicilian defense, the one that Hikaru has chosen. As they say, Sicil for the kill. So Hikaru is switching it up, trying to make things fun.
Well, and I think what's maybe kind of interesting about the move that he elected for is that he's kind of taking the initiative that the white player had the option to take against that undefended pawn on the opposite side of the board, right? We saw in the evaluation of this position, most of the players were looking at opening up that bishop and the queen early to affect the other side of the board, but expecting white to be the one to do that and black having to respond by virtue of pushing the e-pawn first. Now all of a sudden Hikaru gets to open up the queen and threaten.
Yeah, maybe let's
take a look at that game, right?
Jump into that board for a little bit at least.
Sindarov Carlsen is a Petrov defense, and Abdusarov Nakamura is a Taimanov, is a... What is E6? E6 is just the tabby of different Sicilians, right? It's the... What is it officially called, the E6 Sicilian?
I think it depends on what white does. White does next. White has so many options. But, okay, Nodibek, Abdusarov against Hikaru Nakamura. Generational clash. And a clash of two very fiery players on that day. And, okay, we'll show what happens in a moment because white, I mean, this literally looks like a Sicilian defense.
Snyder Sicilian with B3. This is what this is. All right, only chess talk from this point forward. Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to turn into something very similar to a Sicilian defense quite soon.
Yeah, and just for everyone at home, a quick kind of action replay. White started with the e-pawn. Very logical here, opening up the rook. Just interesting to me that the computer that we have, not the strongest computer, but it does say that black's best move is the one that Hikaru Nakamura played, not Magnus Carlsen's choice. Incredibly saying that black already has a slight advantage, which is, yeah, maybe nothing we should be trusting yet. But as James mentioned, there is an immediate threat. So black the first to create a threat against the undefended white pawn. Therefore, the white knight jumps up.
I'm just going to throw this out there for people at home to know. I played in one of these Freestyle Fridays on chess.com recently, and I had a position very similar to this, where on the first move, I could have moved my c-pawn and opened up my queen to target the diagonal, which is what has happened on two of the boards. And I didn't. I just, like, the game started, and I was just, you know, I looked around. I had 3 minutes as opposed to 90, and I just played e4, like Abdusarov did in this game. And in that game, my opponent played the Sicilian defense, and on move 1, I was already much worse, like, just because of the way the pieces were set up. And I remember Hikaru was saying at somewhere, maybe in some interview, maybe on his live stream, if you can get a Sicilian defense in this format, it's usually good. So there you go. And here he has a Sicilian defense.
And I want to point out the drawback of perhaps that move that Levy's referring to. You know, we saw the outcome in the Gukesh game, that it does leave a square behind, which, again, the black pieces are ready to jump to. That f4 spot that's there, the knight can target it, the queen can come in the Sicilian in 5-1-8 standard chess. One of the ideas that black often aims for is a queenside expansion. You want to get those pawns moving. That also feels like it's freely available for Hikaru right now. You know, he could push that pawn right in front of the queen, 2 steps forward, gain more space, open up the bishop, hit a central pawn. It feels like a very happy Sicil for black here, even though it's 8-6-6 and not 5-1-8.
Yeah, and another downside for white here for Nodibek is the queen placement. We have learned a lot over the last week. Often you want the queen to at least have some sight into the game. You don't want her trapped. And white's queen looking very awkward, at least relative to its counterpart.
Oh my gosh, Hikaru has blundered.
What?
Hikaru has blundered because of the absurd geometry of this format.
Wow.
So there is a sequence here, which is bishop to e5. Check this out. This is wicked. Bishop e5 basically traps black's queen. Black cannot block with the bishop because of a tactical sequence that would lead to white winning a piece. You just take, and you have a fork, and you win the game at this level. So black's move is forced. Actually, this whole sequence is completely forced. Black has to block with the pawn. Then you take the knight. And the point is that now black opened up the diagonal to your light-scored bishop to play bishop b5, attacking your rook. So now the rook moves up.
Only square?
Yes, and now black can't castle that direction. And now white plays queen b2 and attacks the weakened pawn. And this sequence leads to a very harmonious development of white's pieces. A damaged pawn structure for black. White will castle in a move to the right, and then white will jump in with their remaining knight to the right side of the board. So this sequence is completely possible right now, and Hikaru absolutely missed it.
Wow, and this is huge. I mean, this is not only a disadvantage, this is kind of survival already that Hikaru is fighting for. The knight coming to the edge of the board, attacking this bishop. This is a pin, and as Levy said, the white king is going to be super safe. The black king pretty much never so.
Do we feel like that's a natural sequence to find?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the player sitting there now, it's findable, but it's very easy to miss because it's absurd. Like, the bishop from the corner comes to the center attacking your queen, and you have no better way to defend it. Maybe Hikaru briefly looked at it and just said, whatever, I think it's probably fine. But it's not the way these games are supposed to develop. Like, these games have sort of, they gradually get into like some form of a fight, but here white just has like a little slice of the knife and gets a really nice position.
Nalibek, I think 100% finds this. And it's very important to throw in that move attacking the queen first to provoke black to push that pawn in front of the king before you trade the bishop for the knight. It just will not have the same impact if you immediately give up that bishop on the very first move right now, because you need that diagonal to be open to come with tempos. Every single move in the sequence that Levy just showed comes in with a threat on the board. It's absolutely forced, and I think Nodibek senses it. And did you notice how Hikaru, he played it? He pretty much immediately left the board. And I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but sometimes when you're playing, you see what you've just done wrong, right? You realize it instantly after making a move. And then to kind of just make this sort of false sense of confidence or to show that everything's under control, you immediately get up and leave the board.
It's a feeling I'm very familiar with. Maybe an average of 7 to 8 times a game. I'll make a move and then immediately go, oh, forgot about that.
That's the tough thing about playing online. Yeah. You know, only thing you can do online is message them like, you suck. what a terrible move. But you're like losing your queen.
Yeah.
But in over the board, you know, sometimes you just get up, start walking around and sort of give this signal to your opponent that, hey, I've calculated this all the way through, but can you call my bluff?
Yeah, but by far we can get into this, by far the most annoying over-the-board behavior is when your opponent goes to your side of the board and looks over your shoulder.
Really?
Yeah, that's just weird. Get away from me. You could see the same pieces. Stop trying to take... Do you do that? I can see that. There's going to be footage of Tanya at the Olympiad going to the other side.
I've done it so many times because I just feel like the reason why chess players do that so often is because it gives you a different perspective, right?
I know.
You're able to sort of take the position in from how your opponent is really looking at it.
Good we haven't played classical, you know? But like you can't
wait, Levy.
I mean, the thing is, when you play young players, they also like walk up to you and they do it. Like they just walk, you know, you could walk around and be like, okay, it looks kind of interesting, yeah, but you're not going to like walk and look over their shoulder. But okay, I've been a chess coach in New York City. I've watched adults try to intimidate children and like...
I'll tell you what's more annoying for me is when players make a move and bang the clock. That's something that I don't like at all.
Now I know how to get into Tanya's head.
Yeah. You just gotta like E4.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nodibek missed it. Either he missed it or he didn't want to commit to something so vicious. So he's occupying space. Now Hikaru will have to move his knight. This is also the move probably Hikaru expected. Very interesting to ask them about it. Like, did they see it? Did they evaluate it as okay and too committal? So
in the end, we don't get that intriguing line, but we do have some more interesting developments, I think, over on the Alireza Gukesh board. Once again, the computer not the biggest fan of the way that Gukesh has been navigating this position, but perhaps just speaks to already, you know, the difficulty that he'll find in dislodging that queen placement.
Wow, and a second questionable move here from Gukesh. At least according to the computers, already giving a sizable advantage for Alireza here. Let's just backtrack and talk about this one moment where the white queen came forward. As predicted, Gukesh reacted by defending his central pawn, and fantastic move. G for go here, as the white G pawn steps forward 2 squares. aiming to kick away this Black Knight. Firstly, it's just nice to kind of gain time against the opponent's pieces, but there is also a very weak, vulnerable pawn on the edge of the board. So Gukesh playing what I would say is the most natural response. He steps his pawn up one square to try and delay the advance of White's pawn, but given a question mark. And my question would be whether White continues advancing, or does White kind of use his own corner pawn to reinstate the threat? Lots of choice here, but either way, it just feels like White is ahead in the attack. White's got more active pieces. White's got the momentum behind his side, and maybe now is the moment for Firouzja to keep going.
I really like this concept, and I think we've seen this theme in freestyle positions where you want your knight developed behind the pawn. So kind of vacating that square, controlling the light squares in front. I do think that H-pawn advance, reinforcing the threat of the G-pawn moving forward so that you can recapture with your own pawn and hit that knight away, to me looks like the scariest option for Gukesh to deal with right now. Maybe there are stronger moves in the position, but you know, you say G, you say H on the next move when it comes to chess or freestyle chess. I love H4.
You can even probably play G5. Like, might as well just get your knight there. But this looks like it could turn into a very, very big disaster for Gukesh. Like, this is the kind of position Alireza really loves. Yesterday, he had a really interesting position, but it was closed for a long time, and he wasn't able to generate as much initiative. But like on an open board, he's a monster. And if Gukesh is not up to his best and sort of done mentally with the tournament, I mean, he has 13 moves to reach 18 moves. That was how long the game against Fabiano was. But he has to be so careful already.
He's reaching out for one of the pawns. Alireza is. Yeah, it does. One does get the feeling that Gukesh kind of checked out of the tournament. He kind of wants this to end.
Yeah, I mean, there were whisperings that he was just tired after Tata Steel, understandably. I mean, it's been a busy, emotional few months for Gukesh. It was bound to catch up with him some point. I think it would any mortal. But yeah, it just feels like he hasn't got going. He hasn't really believed that he could beat the best players in this format, it feels like. And this position, yeah, just not a great start to this this playoff game, or this kind of fight for 7th and 8th place.
He hasn't had any rest since November. I mean, first, he hasn't had any rest
since winning the candidates, I'd say.
Yeah, like he had a training camp and then he won the World Championship. He had a crazy media tour. He met like the entire government, I think, like and he did like a sponsorship ad, and he had to play, you know, he had to celebrate New Year, he had to train for Tata Steel, and now he's here. When is he done after this for a little while?
I'd hope so. I think Gukesh does need that break and does need the rest. It's been absolutely insane from him starting from that April candidate wins last year, because it was also the Chess Olympiad after that, getting ready for all the tournaments he played, the very, very exhausting what the World Championship takes from a player. I think we can only imagine that. And then to all the commitments, it's time for Gukesh to take a little break, is the feeling that you get. And also his run at Tata Steel was so incredibly phenomenal, right? He only lost out in the tie breaks to Pragnananda at the end, but one can only imagine the exhaustion that he would be feeling. And this format, you don't have those opening ideas to rely on. You really need to be in the absolute best beast mode, you know, your best shape that you can bring on to fight, especially with the opposition here. So I think, to your point, Gukesh might need some time off.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you don't read into that miss so much, as it does feel like a logical move to support what White wants to do next.
Yeah, maybe not the ultimate strongest move there from Alireza, but probably the most logical. At least he's supporting the G-pawn coming forward. So yeah, Gukesh here already in survival mode. If White gets that pawn push and there are no consequences, then he's simply going to steamroller him.
For those at home, we're spending most of our time on this matchup because it's the one that's starting to chug along, whereas most of the upper bracket matchups, first place finals, and the third place match are moving quite considerably slower. Of course, as I say that, Javakir Sindarov has elected to make another move.
Yeah, looking at that top right board, I mean, that's a bizarre move. In what world do you ever push a corner pawn when your rook's not behind it, when your queen's not behind it? Javakir playing probably the most surprising move on the board, I would say.
It's setting up for a pseudo-fried liver attack.
Ooh.
Look at that. Queen slides up, knight jumps in. We're attacking the pawn right there out in front of the bishop.
And yes, for Javakir Sindarov, he's playing against Magnus Carlsen for the second time in this tournament, getting that first win in the round robin. Magnus, he can't be as motivated. It's always about the championship for him, but this would be a grudge match for the world #1, looking to strike back, to bounce back, recover from that loss. And then the third place fight continues. A very obscure choice on the board right now as we're discussing. What it also does is vacate a nice little juicy square for the queen to land on and start eyeing the other side of the board. For example, if black was to make a very natural move, you know, get that knight out, then your idea, combine the queen and the knight to put pressure on that weakened pawn, this could be extremely dangerous.
Yeah, the queen, the knight, the bishop lined up. As you said, fried liver potential here. Hannibal Lecter sitting next to me. This, it could shape up nicely if Magnus gives him a helping hand. But currently, this pawn is protected. I'm not sure it's the most useful move necessarily. It just depends how Magnus now wants to make the most of this one tempo he's been given.
And speaking of Magnus, he's been one of the players most gracious with his time in joining the confessional booth. He did step in just a few minutes ago, so let's hear what he had to say about this last round.
So I was looking at the position a little bit with Hikaru and Fabiano. We were mainly considering 1c4 before the game, which honestly looked a bit unpleasant. But then when e4 appeared on the board, my first thought was that, oh, this is even more unpleasant. Because I think the normal response generally would go for, in one order or another, to go for e5 and then c5. Then I was really worried he was going to go like a4, b3. I didn't see any prospects for me really. Like I can never really develop the knight to g6 because of bishop c4 gains a tempo, and it just didn't look very good at all. So I felt forced to go for knight f6, which looks incredibly dangerous if he goes d4 now. But I guess I'll have to see what happens then. I guess I'll take e5, knight d5, and it doesn't seem losing, but that's about as positive as I can be. It's really maybe okay for black, but it feels quite dangerous.
So an evaluation of the position from Magnus, perhaps a4, not as big as a surprise to him as it was to us, as he cited a possible a4, b3 follow-up from his opponent, and we'll see how he responds. But as it was a surprise to us, I'm wondering, as we welcome Danny Wrench back into the studio today to join us for one of our final rounds, whether or not you were surprised just with the matchups that we landed on when it comes to that top spot, Vincent Keimer and Fabiano, and Magnus falling down into the third place matchup.
Well, I think everybody is surprised when Magnus is not competing for first place at a tournament. So, you know, elephant in the room, acknowledged. But, you know, you watch Vincent, not just the game he won, but then how he handled himself yesterday when Magnus was doing Magnus things, and all of us are sitting there watching this slightly dubious opening become better, and then objectively probably winning for Magnus at one point, even if it was a little trickier than we thought. And then Keimer, his poise, he held on there. I mean, quickly finding the best defensive setup for the knight, activating the king fearlessly. So it was impressive, and I was just like, I wasn't really surprised as it played out. And I think that if you're really talking about the big picture of this tour, if I'm being quite honest, I think the best thing possible is that someone not named Magnus Carlsen wins this event. I think that for a lot of the people watching this event, this sort of unspoken storyline and skepticism here is like, what is this freestyle thing? Is this just like a thing that Magnus wants to do? He turned his back on the world championship. You've got this crazy German guy out of nowhere coming and do this stuff, and everyone's like, what is going on with the bathrobe? And like, what is happening here? And you know what's happening? The younger generation buying in. The younger generation maybe already getting better than Magnus and Fabi and these other, who knows, right? And so I think not only do we get this fascinating final between Keimer and Caruana. By the way, shout out to Fabiano winning that marathon match. That was crazy. But I think that that's the stuff that people want to know, is like, what's really going to happen with this? And I think Vincent showing what maybe the future looks like with the next generation winning freestyle might be the best thing possible.
That's a It's great stuff here. Wow, we're just getting going with a bang. How do we get them to do more confessionals? How do we get,
oh my gosh, I want that so bad. Magnus, shout out to Magnus, by the way, for leading the way on that. Like, I really do think setting the example there. Hikaru is normally the best confessional content we can get in the world. I mean, shout out to Norway Chess that we had last year, and obviously he'll be there again. I don't know. I mean, I'm not against the idea that maybe eventually it gets into the contracts in some way. You can also motivate via like some sort of side bonus. But I think until the players buy in consistently, like, it's going to always be once again a bit of a side dog and pony kind of show over here, right? I mean, we need it, we want it. I think it's one of the things that chess, you and I have talked about this so many times, has always lacked, is how entertaining can we possibly make the camera angles when we're really just looking at someone silently stare off into the distance, right? We want to know what's going on in their heads. I am a huge fan of it. Talking about players needing better representation for themselves, everyone knows with discussions that are happening here, and as they get all the negotiations they want, I think organizers might just want to directly negotiate that you have to do this. You have to start doing this. It's what the fans need, and it's going to help the game grow. So that's my answer.
I think one of the big endeavors, right, about freestyle chess is spotlighting players and creating new stars, and so this is a way in which to do that. But it's a learning process for sure. It's something we experienced in the esports world, without a doubt. You get a lot of people who are used to being maybe a little bit more insular in their approach to their competitive game, whatever it may be, and take some time to get used to, putting your thoughts out there, becoming a practiced, public speaker and formulating those thoughts and feeling confident in the way that you can, get that information out there. And that's why I return to your point, leading by example. And it's great to see Magnus Carlsen taking the charge, but Fabiano just behind him, making use of that confessional booth a few times. And now Vincent Keimer, he's stepped in there a few times as well over the last couple of days. And so maybe when it comes to the young guns, he can be one to kind of start motivating the others and be that use case, or that, that case study for, building fandom and a brand off of his willingness to share his ideas.
I just want to follow up on the awesome insights, Danny, you just gave the moment you sat on. I loved everything you said, because for the last so many years, right, chess feels like that simple game. Two players play, Magnus Carlsen wins at the end, whether it's freestyle chess, whether it's 5-1-8. We've seen that narrative. Is it a race for second place? And all of that is being challenged in every single format now, with every single time control now in the chess world.
Yeah.
What do you think is changing?
Oh, man, right? We could talk about this for a while. I mean, you hear Hikaru, saying things where your heart goes out to him, talking about his brain not working, getting older. There's the discussion about the fact that it is inevitable. Like, at some point, everybody, we will live in a world where Magnus Carlsen is not the best chess player in the world. Like, let that sink in. Like, it's going to happen. When, how, and who is remains to be seen, right? But I think that in some ways it might just be a natural thing. I also would argue that I don't know that it's a bad thing for Magnus to have this happen. He doesn't want that to be. Magnus is not looking to pass the torch anytime, right? And so, not to say he's upset, he knows how to take a loss at this point in his career, but I think not winning this event will sting. I think that's what people want to see headed into Paris. Shout out to the news today announcing that. That's going to be a big deal. And of course, the Grenke Open tournament before that. This is what we came for. Like, I'm in for. This is what we want, right? Let's see. Is this tour going to matter or not? Like, where are we going with freestyle chess? There's all the discussions about the World Championship stuff. And just put all that aside for a second. I think the product itself has to be interesting and entertaining. We have to have rivalries that matter. You have to be on the edge of your seat and not just wonder whether it's Magnus winning one way or the other. And I think that I'm in for it. Let's go.
It does feel like over the last few years, especially with the pandemic and everything, chess exploded on a personal, consumer basis. It exploded for a lot of people who played it as kids and got back into it, or getting into it for the first time, and they go to YouTube, they go to whatever social media platform they use, they suddenly start learning about the players from their country or other top players. They play more chess, they use chess.com, they might watch Gotham or Anna or Botez or Hikaru or Agadmato or Eric Rosen, or if I'm going to forget somebody, I'm going to get butchered in the chat, but every chess content creator is great.
We love you, Danya.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, you go on and on, Chess Bra, etc. Like, whoever you watch, and there's new content creators coming up all the time, but it never really reflected in the top level. Like, it feels like top level chess has always been in some strange bubble. You have some good, strong players coming up. They all play in the same tournaments. They try to get the same invites to the same tours, Rapid, Blitz, Classical. So for the folks watching at home, they might not really care. Like they might be sort of confused. Like, why does any of this matter? What is this freestyle thing? Like, what is this controversy at the World Rapid and Blitz? Why does any of this matter? Why is it important? Why are you trying to like make all these things bigger? Why are you trying to get on television? Like, so it doesn't, you know, it just feels like the top players should be respected for like the sacrifice and the work they put in, just like any athletes. Like you can't have athletes in some sports making 60 million a year, and here you don't even make that if you multiply your career 10x. Like sometimes, I mean, it's pretty crazy. But so I'm hoping that like this can be a good start. Everybody has to buy in. The young players have to do the media, and you know, it also inspires the next generation. Like. That's the truth. And
Hikaru said something really interesting about that recently, right? That chess is one of those sports where, in fact, we see the content creators make more money than the absolute top players in the world. And that is a strange dynamic when you start thinking about it, because I don't think it happens across any other sport. How do we change that? Because it feels that's a bit skewed, even though it might support Levy right now.
It's not my fault. I'm trying.
It's interesting. I think there are content creators, announcers, not that we know what Joe Buck or Mike Breen or others make. I think that, you know, at a certain point, the highest levels of talent are rewarded, right? Mm-hmm. And I would say that my view is we're just getting started. I want everybody. I mean, it doesn't matter, content creator, player, tournament organizer. I mean, I don't look at it that way yet, because I think there is so much room to grow and so many things we all want to see continue to improve and evolve about our game, our sport, our community. And so I don't look at it as a bad thing yet. It's a unique time. And, you know, I've said many times that my hope is that, you know, people are looking back in 20 years at this entire generation and the efforts of all of us collectively putting in the work to do the thing, to do the hard thing, right? And that's all you can do. And I hope that we look at the game. Now, what does that mean for the future of chess? I don't know. I've had my thoughts. I do believe that the product itself, in order to be packaged for a broader audience, probably needs some evolution. I don't think that needs to be as controversial as it is. I think in our world, people like to draw lines in the sand and debate things, politics, religion. Why not chess, right? I don't really know that that's necessary. I think there's a place for classical and traditional chess, 100%. I think there is a place for the evolution of products. When we started doing the Speeches Championship, people literally said, what in the are you doing? This is stupid. Let's not pretend that $25,000 for a prize fund matters to Hikaru and Magnus. Online chess doesn't matter. Get back in your lane.
And they were right.
We now have millions of dollars in prizes, millions of dollars in an ecosystem led by creators or players. It doesn't matter. And we have the future of the game standing on the precipice of esports signings, the Esports World Cup, more revenue coming in with the Freestyle product than ever. And let's not kid yourself, this is great for FIDE. All the conversation, all of the eyeballs, like, I just think that there doesn't need to be this sort of dogmatic view on it. And that's me punting on the things I do not want to talk about in regards to what actually, you know, might be going on between the World Championship discussion, because it doesn't matter.
And the game really grows. And I want to add to that, to just what you said, right? If you really think about it, I would say that it is the content creators and the streamers over the last few years especially who've managed to garner such a huge interest into the game and sort of break that glass wall that exists between the masses and people and communities and chess, which was viewed as a niche sport, far more than perhaps what the top guys have been able to do, get that interest into the game.
You and I talked about that with the dinner. You mentioned the glass ceiling. So we had a dinner discussion. Anish was there, Vida Gujarat, and we were speaking a little bit more rated R slightly than this, but it was about all of these topics. Same discussion, and we were talking about it takes all of us, or maybe use the rock analogy. Once you get it over the hill, I do believe that the best is yet to come, and we're all doing it together in different ways. Yeah.
End of the day, rising tides, right?
Yeah,
Raise
exactly.
all boats, and that's what we're looking for. I think you know there is just a bit of a chicken and the egg thing. Like to your point, or to our point about yes, we want to see the top players rewarded, but in terms of what has expanded the reach of chess, first it was the content creators and the level of access that the digital era has given us. You know, that might be different than the path that a traditional sport had taken, where it was, you know, an association putting in NFL broadcasts on the airwaves that then encouraged more people to get involved. Either way, at the end of the day, if we're all working in service of the same goal, which is to broaden the scope of chess and make it more widely appealable and approachable to people, then ideally everybody will be rewarded, you know, as time goes on.
In general, there are people watching this discussion right now saying is idiotic. There are games going on. Focus on the games. And also there are people watching this right now saying the only reason I'm trying to have this conversation is so I don't care about growing the game. I just want to make more money. But I've always said the point that like a chess content creator, maybe one or two can be more well known than like top 10, top 20 players, but in all other sports, the stars are the athletes. Like it's a privilege and an honor for a YouTuber to be on a field to interview a player. That's a really big deal. It can't be like the reverse. You know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, chess can stay the way it is. Like I'm still going to make recaps. I'm still going to make instructional content, shorts, like I'm guess the ELO, whatever. But I would love if other top players got amazing opportunities in their careers, inspired the next generation. Like everybody benefits, because then you can do more charity initiatives and so on. Like the tournaments can get bigger, and I mean it's only a positive. And I'm trying to play my role in the whole thing, which is just like if I'm on the couch in New York and there's crazy interviews going on, like all right, that's where I'll be. If I'll be here with you guys, if I'm making recaps.
I just want to say some of the best interviews that I've seen happen in New York, Levy.
Thank you.
Those were awesome to watch.
It was my subjects, they made it exciting. I tried to ask the questions, but yeah, it was chaos. It was exciting. And by the way,
you weren't behind Gene's Gate? You didn't create that?
Yeah, so we're going to just go past that point. I actually orchestrated the entire thing. Listen, every sport is going through a change. Yeah. Like every sport. I mean, American sports are going through changes. They're trying to speed things up and make them faster. And some of those changes are outlandish. A second base runner in baseball in extra innings. Sorry if nobody knows what that, like, that's crazy. Like that's unheard of. Basketball going down to 10-minute quarters. Like every sport is trying to do some sort of overhaul. And I mean, don't get me started on like Premier League and football, soccer. Like that is a really robust ecosystem of sponsors and everything like that. Like when you talk big money and these athletes have these amazing careers that they can grow into, yeah, like that's the best thing for the sport. We can't just have 5 of these and then we don't know what's going to happen next in the future.
End of the day, I agree with you. With more eyeballs on, this sport than ever before, as stewards of the game, it's, our responsibility to redirect a lot of that attention to the players, right? The players who ultimately are the ones who have to show up on the day and give us those competitive games worth cheering for, worth, creating content about and celebrating with these, massive events.
And you're from League. They can sell out Madison Square Garden. Chess should be able to sell out Madison Square Garden.
I don't know if we can do it. I bet you it can.
I don't know if we can do it if they're spending 15 minutes on the 4th move, but there is something in the middle there. It doesn't matter if it's freestyle or 518. Like we can definitely all come together and build something awesome. It doesn't have to be Magnus winning the whole thing. It could be Vincent. It can be Nodrbek. It can be Javahir. It can be Gukesh. It can be players that are not here. Like that's the exciting part about it. Right now, tennis is having that moment. How much longer will Sinner, Alcaraz, Zverev, like these players overtake the Djokovic is like he's the last man standing. Nadal retired, Federer retired, Murray retired. Like they're having their moment too. So anyway, no moves have been made. Yeah, we got Caruana thinking, and
people who are critical of not diving into the chess, we got plenty of time to do that. I actually do love seeing the B4C4 plan because I was talking about it with Sagar Shah on Chess Base India a minute ago. I felt like looking at the original setup that this was the thing to do with the queen and bishop. You see so many people start with the center pawns anyway, though. So we don't even have to get back to the chess. I also am fascinated by the Firouzja Gukesh game. I think that's the one that has the most spice going on with this way Firouzja is playing it. But we can keep talking. David, hi, we love you.
Hey, yeah,
David, what are your hot takes about
Where's
the
your
chess
accent?
world?
Talk for us.
You grew up in the chess world?
Yeah, I just try to stay away from any drama, to be honest. And, I mean, of course, I want chess to grow. I want to help everyone be happy, make a good living. I want to, make the whole world, not just the chess community, see our game. But yeah, I've just been admiring these first 3 moves on all the boards.
Well, I think that's actually another element of what's exciting about freestyle chess and going to all these different locations as well. Obviously, chess is the primary focus. There's also a very distinct goal of highlighting the cultures of the places that we go to and celebrating the kind of universality of chess. Therefore, across the world with each and every one of these endeavors.
Yeah, getting one of the events in all these iconic cities throughout the year, but also what's built at WEISSENHAUS, right? As Danny, you were saying, you've been stream hopping. You were at Chess Base India. Now you're here. We've got the Botas sisters. We've got Anna Kramling here. We've got our pro stream going on. There's so much happening, so sort of something for everyone to look forward to. And I wanted to ask you, what's the excitement back there? What is the Chess Base India community excited about when it comes to freestyle chess and all the chess action we're seeing right now?
I mean, Sugar Shaw makes everything exciting, so I don't even know. I mean, I think they're just excited whenever he's excited. But, I mean, they're excited about everything, right? I mean, India has so much to be celebrating right now. Damaraji Gukesh, you know, all things start and end at this point with the fact that the World Championship has been brought back to the origination of the game, from my view. And so the Vichy legacy is strong. Gukesh not having his best tournament here, obviously, everyone knows that. But I think, you know, this career is just getting started for that young man. And I think people are excited to watch his games no matter what. And so, you know, that's the main thing. We bounced around and talked about a lot of different stuff. And I guess I want to make one final point because, well, I agree with you, Dash, that, of course, the chess matters. I would actually argue, I mean, let me put it this way. What happened when the Mariners played the A's in June last year? You don't remember.
Couldn't tell you.
You don't even know who won that series. What happened when Kansas City played the Chargers in the middle of this season? You don't know. You know who does know? The people who live and die Chiefs blood, who love Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Maybe there's some Swiftie fans out there who know the result of that game, but I doubt it. The point is, what actually does matter is not the chess or the football or the baseball or whatever. You know why? Because we have seen hundreds and hundreds of thousands of games. We are here to celebrate great moments and to learn from big blunders. And we all want that. But the reality is, like, we are here because we love the people, because their personalities are interesting to us, and because the stakes are intriguing. That is why people tune in to any sport. They do not remember the middle of the season. They do not remember any of the X's and O's, let alone the result of the game. And the reality is, like, that is what we're trying to do, is to show that the chess world maybe has always deserved a much larger audience because of the people and because it is the most global game in the world, because the cultures and the cities themselves have stories to tell. The opera game in Paris and then the modern version of the Speed Chess Championship. Like, the history of our game is maybe richer than any other. And we have not done a good enough job to tell those stories. Period. We have not done a good enough job for the players to be presented as the fascinating characters they are. The players are also responsible for that. And we are only at the beginning of this. So I would actually argue that chess, as exciting as it is, and the viewers here, we are all going to learn something. And at some point in this game, we're all going to be at the edge of our seat because of the chess. But nobody cares about the chess in 6 months. They care about what happened in the broader sense of the community.
Yeah.
So that's my view on that.
The like 1 to 2% of chess fans who live and die every move are going to be destroying.
Here they come. Every time chat gets angry at me, Levy, Tanya, or anyone, an angel gets their wings, because it means we're representing to the broader audience what the conversations are. That's my view on that. Yeah. Besides David, no one should ever be mad at you.
People who participate in you know, who message in the chat every second are not, you know, the broader picture. I'm sure there are. Well, I think our peak viewership in all the channels recently was something like 100K. Shout out to all of you, the silent watchers, the people who are just tuning in, whether it's this show, whether it's the pro stream, whether it's the any commentary David and Tanya do, or you know, you do in League. You know, I've seen so many people like, what, Dash? I had no idea he was a part of this.
Yeah,
so a lot of people are super positive. The most active chatters are out, you know, they're trolling, they're out to get us, you know, they're out to get everybody. But I'm really excited for what's coming in the chess world. I'm excited for this tour. I'm excited for these games, and I'm really excited every time Firouzja plays, because dude loves a fight. Like, he just...
I agree.
He's also got to get in the confessional. He's up 30 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
Get in the confessional. Tell us what you think about the position. You know, like, tell us about your life. Firouzja's one of the most fascinating people in the chess world, and he never talks about it.
I think it needs to be in their contract. It needs to be an obligation. You know, you got to get out there, share your thoughts at least once during the game. And a lot has happened in this position as well since we last saw it. You know, we were thinking that things were looking extremely dangerous for Gukesh. Ali Reza pushing those pawns, getting to that knight, which is now at the edge of the board. But just optically, first feeling when I look at what's going on live board right now, has Gukesh managed to find his own counterplay, lining up the queen and the bishop?
Yeah, potentially. I'm going to say Gukesh has ridden out the first wave of this storm. Maybe let's just quickly do an action replay, a backtrack of what has occurred since we were last deep diving here, because it was this very aggressive move from Firouzja, pushing his g-pawn forward, going for glory here, trying to kick the knight away. This was prevented. Apparently not the best move, but I would say the most natural one, covering the square. And we left it after White's pawn move. Again, the most natural idea to try and reinstate this threat of kicking away the black knight. Now, very active, energetic move from Gukesh, trying to open up his bishop. There's actually a big threat of trapping the white queen. But here, Firouzja fended this off by pushing his pawn forward anyway. creating an escape square for the queen retreating here, and after the black knight ran away, threatening to jump in. This is how we got to the current position. As you say, Tanya, my first instincts were, okay, big counterplay for black, very active, but then again, there's two problem pieces, and they're both it's just both of these knights on the edge of the board here. One of them potentially attacked indirectly, and the other one, if it does jump forward, will mean that black is never able to protect the other piece sitting here. It does feel like the kickback will start soon. White will start kicking back this active bishop, and I've got to say, the clock, the board, it feels like Firouzja slightly on top.
Yeah, the clock is kind of revealing a little bit in terms of the comfort of the position. I agree with your amazing breakdown there. You know, it's funny. I think the trickiest move in chess 518 is en passant at times. I feel like the trickiest move, the MB move in chess 960 freestyle is castles. And look at this position, and there's like, I don't know what's going to happen with either of these kings. There's nowhere safe to go, right? That's the one fun thing about this position. The entire board is going to be broken open at some point, or at least maybe that's the anticipation. And I think wherever the kings land will be where the action is focused. So.
Firouzja plays chess in a way that reminds me of a movie scene. Y'all seen Deathly Hallows?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, some of the chat's like not even alive when that movie came out.
Is this a Daniel Radcliffe reference? Because you look a little like Harry Potter.
You know, you do actually.
You do look a little like
now
Harry
that
Potter.
you say it.
I don't know. Can we zoom in on my face camera? Yes. Where's the camera? I want to show you guys something. You know what I discovered? I also have a scar here.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you do.
Yeah.
He's the boy who lived.
I might be the boy
He's the boy who lived.
It would be so sick if production could like zoom in. I don't even know which camera we're looking at. This would be, which like we get in on forehead cam. That's really like this is really.
It's
what the
there.
fans
I can confirm.
That's what the fans want.
They're working on it.
They're working on it. All right, no problem. No, but I love the way Firouzja plays because it reminds me of that scene where he grabs Tom Riddle and says, "Tom, let's finish the way we started this together." And he just like jumps them, and like he plays chess like this. He's like, Gukesh, come here. Come here. You got no choice. Like, we're going to get into this insane game. You can't castle one way because it's illegal. You can't castle the other way because you'll get checkmated. Yesterday, he also did the same with Nodirbek, but Nodirbek got the best of him in the end. I think Ali Reza, you know what he really likes? It's not the venue. It's not the food. It's not the location. I think he really likes that these games are unrated because he plays chess like a drunk dude in a bar sometimes, and it's great. It's amazing.
And I just also want to point out in this position, Alireza does have a threat right now. We see the bishop and the pawn that are lined up against that black pawn. So two attackers, only one queen defending it. So for Gukesh, he needs to answer those questions because, as Levi said, the battle is on. The gloves are off, as they usually are when you're playing against Alireza. And speaking of Alireza, I want to come back to a point that you made, Danny, is about chess personalities, right? And how important that is for the sport to grow and for the game to grow. Well, you've got the likes of Magnus and Hikaru, who over the years have been so awesome in their interviews and how open they are and how honest they are about talking about big issues and stuff. And that's why I think today they're also sort of the most sellable chess personalities that we've got, apart from the fact that they're also the best players in the world. They never shy away from actually sharing their true opinion. In the younger generation, I think there's still a bit of hesitancy in that. You know, they're still more cautious in their approach. Who do you see out of this younger lot, as we see this tide changing, as we see this new generation come in, as perhaps the big personalities of the future?
Big question. Well, obviously, when it comes to big personalities, I think all roads start and stop with Hans Niemann right now. I mean, he's not here at this event. He will be in Paris. That is the news, right? And so I think the fans are excited about that. I mean, obviously, Hans does not hold back his opinion, whether it's speaking and spouting off crazy conspiracy theories or openly criticizing Magnus Carlsen in a way that no one else really does. And also Hans he's a badass, right? He's become a chess player that, you know, you have to take seriously. And so shout out, obviously, I think Hans Niemann is right there. I think Nodirbek and Sindarov both have a lot more. I mean, there are times where it's difficult, you know, if you're being interviewed, you know, English and it's not your first language. Like, I think there should be compassion for that. But Nodirbek has got swagger, right? That's what it is about him, right? And Sindarov, if you spend 5 minutes with him, he's hilarious. like Sindarov, but I also am naming just a few, and I do love this scene. I love seeing all the players.
Nodebek has better English than me. I don't subscribe to this theory that like, you know, we got Uzbeks, we got Europeans. They're always like, they give you a flawless passage, and then they're like, sorry for my English, and I'm like, you got better English than Americans. I mean, I don't know what we're.
By the way, Keimer, you already mentioned Keimer joined the confessional booth, right? So I mean, and there are so many others out there that, like,
speaking of,
you know, I'm not mentioning right now, but I think the last point to your point, Tanya, is it's just, you know, chess is a cerebral game. Like, let's not try to make it something it's not, right? Let's not wrap a ribbon around the elephant and say it's a tiger. It's not. I mean, that's one of the things we love about it. And the dopamine you get from winning chess, that is some healthy stuff. This isn't block blast here. You know what I mean? Like, this is good stuff. And I think we want it to be that way. But I think as the players are being raised in this game to be fighters and tigers on the board and to focus and do the task at hand, that doesn't mean that they have to stay focused in themselves and focused in their own thoughts when they're off the board. I think that just takes some time, and we're all living in this bit of an awkward transition right now. You know, I think social media leads the way, and, you know, whether it's healthy or not at this point, I think kids who are born into that will continue to grow and see and find their niche. It doesn't have to look the same. Not everyone has to be Hikaru. Not everyone wants to turn on the camera and go take. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do that. But I think everybody has something to say. They're all interesting in their own way and have their own fan base. And I think it's just giving them the proper forum, the proper platform, making them feel comfortable and confident in who they are. And that is a big thing that I try to do, that we try to do. And so I don't think it has to look the same for everybody.
Authenticity is what matters.
Yeah.
So giving players the space and the freedom and the safety to be authentic. That's really how you create heroes, you know.
Vincent and Fabiano have played 3 moves each in an hour and 10 minutes.
It just goes on to show how much is at stake, what's on the line. In this
I can't wait to hear from the players afterwards, because I think, like your point, Levy, is interesting, that we also saw Hikaru take a really long think, remember, before he played C5 in this one. So I can't wait to hear from the players after the game here, to just ask them, like, what was it about this position that seemed to be universally tricky for all of you? Because I think they're all kind of doing the same thing right now a little bit.
Yeah, let's follow Harry Potter here. Kind of flick our wands and move over to this game. Let's bring the players up, because it is very mysterious. Yeah, I mean, especially Fabiano. He's spent 35 minutes to get to this point, 3 moves. You cannot average over 10 minutes per move for too much longer. And Vincent now thinking maybe Fabiano's just in recovery mode. Maybe he's just trying to feel his way back into the classical portion of this match. But yeah, pawn to c5, it's basically just fighting for space, I would say. Remember, there's this weird tension on these diagonals, so at any moment, even now, white could grab this knight, grab this pawn. So there are tactics kind of beneath the surface here. Vincent deciding whether to kind of gamble. If he wants to play it safe, I would say he does have the option of trading pawns, maybe trading queens and going to a very dry position. But yeah, with white, especially Fabi having played a long day of chess yesterday, you would think that this might be Vincent's chance to push.
Checks, captures, threats, right? And all those lines you're pointing out, there's capture, and a lot of pawns hanging there. Should we jump into that and really just see what it leads to and who that would favor right now? Because Vincent's got a direct path of winning one of the key pawns in the position. What's the risk-reward of going into those trades?
Yeah, let's check it out. So let's start with the most ambitious move, I would say. It might not be the best one, but bishop takes knight, aiming to win a pawn. Black has a kind of twofold decision here, which way to recapture. Normally you want to capture to open up your pieces, or you capture towards the center, so both sides have kind of both moves have a lot of logic. Queen takes pawn now would attack the black knight, force it out, force it to move. So white here has won a pawn, Vincent, but he's pretty much trapped his own queen here. She's off on vacation somewhere, and there's still some action in the center. I'm not 100% sure. It feels wrong, but I can't tell you why. And okay, Vincent's played a very similar move, actually. He's first gone for this one. Levy, this is something you mentioned earlier. First trying to block in the black queen before going for this variation we just showed.
Yeah, but this works slightly less now. Or maybe it's actually quite nice, because it doesn't work the same way as we discussed earlier. I think at this point people are just thinking of a big picture of chess. They're not even remembering that variation. To Danny's point, you know, if you can't remember 6 months ago, probably can't remember an hour ago. But the point is that pawn to d6 now will block the diagonals of the black queen and bishop. So the rook is open, but the bishop is not supporting the capture, right? And so maybe now white does the sequence takes. I forgot the knight was hanging, by the way. Like in my head, I was like, oh, now black takes on b4, which doesn't make any sense because the knight is hanging, right? Knight moves. Yeah, I don't know what you play here. My gut says push the pawn, but like that seems like it gives black time. But if I take, then I'm just helping black open the position. So I don't know. Maybe there's another move there where you can just ignore things. Like this feels wrong, really wrong. This feels really, really wrong. The other one just feels like a necessity. Otherwise, you're going to lose the pawn. What is the best move? Is it pushing or is it something else?
It is pushing according to our computers here. But yeah, very much in the balance still. Mutual chances.
This feels like something you play on the second day of the final after you lost the first game. I'm not sure this is worth the risk in the first. What is the evaluation, like 0.4? Okay, I can't see it.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're up a pawn, but black has more than half a pawn of compensation. So, you know, it would be +1, but it's only +0.4.
And now it's starting to make sense why we've seen so few moves in so much time.
A lot to think about, a lot to calculate, and actually even stronger engines here say it's pretty much equal.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Danny, before we let you go, we are staring down a beautiful final in which Fabiano can do what he wasn't able to do last year and get that top spot, albeit against a new opponent, or Vincent Keimer can kind of continue his historic run and take the top spot from the 8th seed out of the round robin. Do you have any sense? Is there any feeling in the air?
Well, shout out to Fabiano because we spent so much time talking about Keimer upsetting Magnus earlier, but he did win a marathon match yesterday. And I feel like if we zoom out from 30,000 feet for the last 18 months, I mean, is Fabiano the best chess player in the world? I mean, I don't know. He almost won the candidates. Obviously, Gukesh is the world champion. But, I mean, Magnus doesn't play enough classical anymore to really say that he is the best at this time control. I mean, at this point, we don't know, right? And his rating is protected where it is, but he doesn't play a lot of classical. I think Fabiano's playing fantastic chess, and even if he didn't play his best chess yesterday to get in some trouble, he did find a way to get it done. That's what the best ones do. So, again, shout out to him. If I had to pick, I don't know. I mean, I kind of went out on a limb earlier and said I think the best thing possible is for one of the younger players to win, even though Fabi's my friend, and he is looking fresh, and he'll be mad that I said that. But
Magnus not your friend? Yeah, you think he'll support...
Magnus is my friend. What do you mean?
No, you said he might not be the best in the world at the format. You think he will...
I don't know. I mean, I think Magnus was sure he was the best in the world at this format last year. I don't know how he feels right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't talked to him since he lost. We're going to catch up tonight some, but I don't know. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, I think that you want doubt. I think doubt motivates Magnus, and I think he wants to know whether he's the best in the world at this format, and that's why he's playing Grenke, and that's why he's getting ready for Paris. And so buckle up, right? This is just the beginning, and the year's just getting underway, so we'll see.
All right, we'll buckle up for these games. You can unbuckle from that couch, and we'll let you go. My friend, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Danny.
See you, Danny.
Bye, everybody. Love you. Love you, David.
As Danny steps away, maybe we go back to the 4-box, take that 30,000-foot view, take stock of all of the boards to see how they have developed. If I'm going to use the computer as any indication, it's the Javakir Sindarov versus Carlsen game that it favors the white player the most, but again, just to the ever slightest degree.
Yeah, so it's still the Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh clash that's the furthest advanced so far. That one getting very, very sharp. Gukesh, though, facing some big threats. And meanwhile, Nodibek Abdusattorov against Hikaru Nakamura. That one has had a few moves featuring an en passant, so maybe we'll check in on that very shortly. But yeah, it looks like Magnus not getting out of the opening in great shape right now. And Vincent Keimer against Caruana, we just checked in on that one. Surely about to erupt, but we'll come back to it once Fabiano makes a decision. Okay, maybe we go to another game?
Yeah. I mean, we can dive in. Or do you have an idea, Tanya? You want to go?
Well, should we check in on Magnus? You know, we've spoken so much about him, world #1. He's fighting in the fight for 3rd place against a player who's been such a star, a superstar in this tournament. Such an impressive performance by Sindarov, eventually going down in that 7-game battle to Fabiano Caruana in the semi-finals. And here he is for the 2nd time playing in this tournament against Magnus Carlsen. And the first one, he did get the victory in. Here with the white pieces, activating the queen. I also want to point out the bishop and the knight. They are targeting that central pawn, but Magnus also has his own queen and rook defending it. So right now, it really can't be picked up. It's Magnus to play. What do we feel about this position?
Early days, to use a British line. I mean, anything can happen. This feels like one of his classical games against a lower rated player, or like one of his online games. He just kind of sits back, he plays his pawns like one square forward, and then he kind of lets them attack him. But in this format, that can be a bit dangerous, and Sindarov is just taking space. He's improving. It's instructive for people at home. Like, bringing out your queen actually in this format is better than bringing out your knight or your bishops. Don't try this at home. But everything's still to play for, and I think Magnus, although I am looking at the computer and it's saying it's actually a critical position, David.
Yeah. This might be Magnus's one moment to strike, we should mention. Just to do a quick backtrack, there's one thing that I think Magnus might not kind of fully be grasping right now that he might need to here. And we left it after pawn to a4. He played the move pawn to c6 here, which isn't necessarily best. Maybe instead it was better to gain time against this white central pawn while given the opportunity. Pawn to c6 actually blocks in his bishop in the corner. And I think the position is all about this piece that we're about to see in a moment. This bishop needs some life. Magnus wants to support a central pawn push, but a great idea now from Sindarov to open up his own bishop. Now black cannot strike in the center because after a capture, suddenly a third piece would suddenly attack the black central pawn. This pawn would fall on the next move. So Magnus, after that pawn push, moved his queen. Sindarov waited, and it's all about just getting pieces into the game, because this bishop not likely to play a part at all if Magnus doesn't strike now. And also, it's hard to get the other pieces out. This black bishop doesn't have any good squares. You don't really want to step out and block your rook. The black knight in the corner is tied down defending a slightly tender pawn. Yeah, you cannot push in the center. You're just not ready. So you need to strike somehow, need to activate your pieces. The only way to do that, at least according to the computer, and I think makes logical sense only after seeing it, is to move this pawn again. And the tricky thing here for Magnus is he just pushed this pawn 2 moves ago. So to lose a full move and kind of push it, it takes some it takes some hubris to kind of pluck up the courage to do that. But it does make sense. It's activating this dark squared bishop, potentially activating the light squared bishop, and there's some threats of kicking back the white queen, gaining time. So maybe he'll come to that conclusion.
Maybe not even hubris. Like you almost have to have an ego death. You have to be like, oh yeah, I messed up. This was not the best place to put the pawn. Magnus is also very delicate with his pawn moves. Yeah. I mean, he generally doesn't like to push them, but here he can bring himself to that move because that move empowers the dark squared bishop and will open up the light squared bishop in the future. But guys, it's not easy to play c6. A few moves later, play c5, unless you're playing the Caro-Kann. And that just shows you it's a mistake to put that pawn there in the first place.
Especially when you've got so many pieces still undeveloped. And I think one of the strategic points about this position, which makes it so important for Magnus to strike in the center, is, the difference that we see the symmetry, the center of the board, but because of the queen placement, it's only white that's targeting that tender spot on f7, which means that it's the black knight that can't move forward, but the white knight can very quickly jump towards that black king, towards the center of the board, finding itself on a really nice juicy post, targeting another pawn there. So if Magnus does nothing, the knights are going to come forward, the bishop comes out, the other white knight going the Friedliber way, targeting that f7 pawn. There are too many problems to deal with. And Magnus's clock, it just shows how difficult this position is, because again, you're fighting that human element, right? I've just moved this pawn a moment ago, one step. Do I have to take this decision? Is there something better that I've got? But if he doesn't, I think time isn't his friend on the clock and the board as well, because Javakir's pieces are coming out very easily. No pawns attacked. The knight's on the game, not allowing that other central break. This could get very dangerous for Magnus if he doesn't go the right way on this very move.
I think reasonably so, spending a fair amount of time on his clock to kind of reevaluate, maybe experience that ego death that Levy is talking about and realize that it is that c-pawn that has to make another push in order to keep the position in some sort of balance. And while we talk about this game and maybe give Magnus that time to think, I think we go back over to our finals bout, because a couple moves have been made, and we did end up in one of those situations that we explored a little bit earlier, David, where the queen has now found herself maybe a little bit offsides.
Yeah, big decisions from Vincent Keimer, taking massive risks, we should say. He obviously wants to win with the white pieces. Vincent's success against Magnus came by striking with white and holding with black. So, okay, he went to grab a pawn, but he's giving the pawn back.
Wow, he's playing in the style of this gambit. David, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about? That ready gambit with knight of 3.
The Blumenfeld?
Reverse, yeah.
Yes, reverse, where you give up a side pawn and you get those pawns in the center moving.
Forgive us, but we are titled players, including James, and we need our daily dose of knight of 3, d5, c4, d4, you know, b4, c5, e3, this reverse gambit.
Opening name calling.
What is my title?
Gukesh played it, Regaisi played. Your title is awesome.
Do I get an honorary useful idiot title?
No. What useful idiot? You're fantastic. All right, don't let anybody. I'm seeing this.
You're too kind.
Why
You're too
is
kind.
James that? No, we love working together. And
well, how about this? As you throw these opening terms out, that obviously paint a very nice picture in each of your brains as to exactly what you mean. Maybe help me understand the concept that you
effectively here. Vincent is taking inspiration from an opening he's actually one of the world's leading experts on, which is the ready. He really likes to play his knight and pawn exactly the way they are now from the traditional starting position on the first 2 moves. And then oftentimes white can expand on what's traditionally known as the queen side, in this case, the left side of the board like this. And like we were discussing in our analysis, pushing the pawn made sense because you don't lose it, and also you don't open up the lines for your opponent. Instead, Vincent is saying, actually, the time Fabiano is going to spend taking the pawn, which probably is the best move objectively, he isolates his own pawn in the center, his d-pawn. It's still blocking the diagonals of his queen and his bishop. And now Vincent gets the whole center. So he will just simply advance his pawn up 2 squares. Not right now, but that's one of the ideas. He will develop his bishop. He will castle his king to the right, obviously. And actually, his position is great. And Black's pawn structure is suspect. And that's like a general description.
And I want to add to all the points that Levy just made. White is going to quickly dash that knight up the board to a very nice post on f5, and it might not be so easy for Black to defend the other weakness right now. So you might not even, Fabi might not even have the time to allow this, have the time to actually capture that pawn, which is right now hanging for free. And I also want to zoom out right now and talk about, you know, the bigger game strategy coming into this. This is game 1 of the finals. Vincent, more than anyone, knows that perhaps today, and I think, David, you alluded to this in our pre-show as well, you know, if there is a question of fatigue, if there is a question of endurance here with that 7-game marathon, can Vincent take advantage of that energy coming into this game? Can he be the one who pushes, forces Fabi into these complicated positions where you really need to go on like max power mode with your own brain? Because Fabi's just had the most exhausting matchup, probably one of the most exhausting matchups of his life just the day before, you know, even emotionally apart from physically. And here he is, and I see that he does take that pawn. It starts looking incredibly scary right now if the knight jumps forward or the expansion in the center, as Levy pointed out. I think Vincent, having Peter Lecco right here, this is something it's very possible that they did discuss. Today, let's go all out.
Yeah, on paper, this is his best chance, simply to strike. Maybe going to tie breaks, you know, it becomes a bit of a lottery, but Vincent wants it here and now. And, okay. Looks like just the perfect position for both sides to play for a win.
This is very complicated. Like, White's next few moves are developing his other knight, developing his bishop, maybe taking the center. I don't know. I'm really bad in positions like this with Black because I never know, do I move one of my pawns? Like, I always want to make something happen with my pawn somehow, and I much prefer positions like this with White. It feels like you just stroll out, put your horse on a nice square, it eats some grass, you move your other horse somewhere, it eats some grass, and then you decide, like, do I move my bishop, do I move my pawn, do I castle my king? It just feels like White kind of controls the game from this point.
Yeah, speaking of king safety and castling the king, yeah, there seems like an obvious choice for White eventually. For Black, though, on the other side, it doesn't feel as easy to make a decision of where that king is going to end up later.
Yeah, you just have to kind of freestyle it with Black. Just take your opportunities with the king. Maybe you get an opportunity if the white queen ever retreats to go this way. But yeah, you just have to kind of wing it and see how the position opens up. I do think maybe Fabiano's whole idea rests upon pushing this pawn just to open up lines for his rook, the black queen, the black bishop. But it does feel like White is very well equipped to deal with that. There won't be any rush at all. So yeah, it's just the most imbalanced position I think we've seen so far of the round.
I'll point out one fun idea I just spotted for Fabi here. You know that king still in the center. You have to be a little careful because black does have this light squared bishop, and it's one move away from delivering a really deadly check on the side of the board. And again, these are themes and concepts that can become so easy to miss out on. So perhaps development and getting that king to safety on the right side should be high on priority, because Fabi, if he gets that bishop move as the arrows are highlighting here, you know, you're going to end up losing big material to stop the checkmate.
Yeah, let's show that actually, because if you do get careless, if you do take your eye off the ball for 1 second, it could backfire. Knight coming forward, the most natural move. Black here threatening a check. If you continue jumping with your knight, then whoops, you get checked. Not just that, but you get checkmated. And there is a pin on the e-file. So
That's
beautiful.
That's vile.
Unlikely to happen, probably, but you never know.
So is the best move against bishop c6 the bishop d3? Is it to block like that, or what is the best move?
Bishop d3 very playable, and this would attack the knight. Get ready to block. A block very helpful here.
Well, what is?
It's funny. The top suggestion of the engine there immediately was king c2. Obviously, that was at very low depth, but it wants you to just start running the king, because off of the check, you drop back to b1 or
Vincent
something like
should
that.
pee in a cup if he does king c2. Like, I mean, because it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, they should pause the game and do a drug test. Like,
That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's genius. I mean, the fact that the king is safe on that flank is a miracle, but yeah, that shows why computers will always be better than humans.
Especially after you just pointed out that black's main idea for Fabi is a central break coming in, opening up all those lines. It's sort of like you run into line of fire by yourself. So that's going to be a very tough one to find. I'm sure Vincent right now does understand that this is a resource Fabi has, and he's exactly thinking about that. How does he want to counter that check? Because he's just sort of one move short of that castle, right? If black doesn't immediately get the bishop out, give white one more move, and you're just in time to run to safety on the right side.
Mm-hmm. And with all that said, right, our original discussions were the time now that Vincent has, since Fabiano elected to pick up that pawn, to maybe just continue aggression, pressure, and development on the right-hand side of the board. So how do you start to evaluate which resources are the ones that you want to, involve the quickest and first? Like, what's that order of operations there? We've talked about the knight coming forward. We've talked about development of the bishop. We've talked about bringing that d pawn forward to challenge for the center. How do I even begin to evaluate priority 1, 2, 3 between those three pieces?
Yeah, it's difficult, James. I mean, I always have a to-do list every day of chores of admin, and I always struggle to prioritize. But in chess, we do have to do that. And I mean, in order of priority for white, so we'll talk about what the opponent does and how the opponent cuts across those plans in a second. But for white here, it is king safety, essentially. The white king is in the center. If it gets over to the right side of the board, he's super safe. He has a free hand to attack. He has a free hand to forward his own plans. But yeah, that starts with maybe the knight, we think. Then again, the knight doesn't necessarily get in the way of castling. So I do wonder whether he might just move his bishop out of the way and immediately get castled before black's able to deliver a check. I think the one thing that isn't too high on the to-do list, on the priorities, is to push the pawn, because that's not running away, that option.
Okay.
That pawn push can be played 5 moves down the line, 10 moves down the line, most likely. Normally pieces, I think in freestyle chess, more than pawns. The central structure will clarify itself no matter what. The structure is weird as it is. So actually, the more I look at it, the more I think about it, moving the bishop out of the way, getting the white king castled might be the number one. And in terms of black cutting across it, Tanya pointed out this checking idea, the black bishop zooming out, kind of sliding across with a check. Other than that, the only threats black can create are in the center, maybe pushing some pawns. So I think Vincent considering maybe moving the bishop, just figuring out how to react if Fabiano tries to throw a spanner in the works.
I just realized that bishop arrow that you drew to highlight Fabi's threat, it does look like the Harry Potter scar.
It's all coming back to that.
Levy.
It's all coming back to that.
But yes, it is your royal duty to find king safety, and I think in freestyle chess, one of the big priorities. So, it was really nice to break that down and to understand that perhaps why in this position, moving one of the minors is more important than moving the other. And in this case, it might be the bishop in front of the rook to just get that king to dash through to the other side. I gotta stop saying dash.
That's all right.
Or maybe not.
It'll guarantee that I never have a moment where I'll always be brought right back when I hear my name.
And just in the meantime, I want to point out a couple of curious things. So this game, big think now probably from Vincent Keimer. It's a critical moment. He needs to get his king to safety. But firstly, Magnus Carlsen has just sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah.
He didn't play the move we were talking about. Secondly, Gukash has sacrificed a piece. It hasn't been gone for yet by Alireza Firouzja, but he can win a piece if he desires. So after a bit of a lull in proceedings, as the players think, and get back in the zone, it looks like the action is happening. The action starting to unfold now.
Very much happening. But as you say, Magnus had made a move. Sindarov responds. Computer doesn't like it at all. Perhaps we dive in there, check in on our third place match, just to highlight the importance of that match again for everybody at home. Sindarov, of course, if he manages to snag the third place finisher here, he does book his ticket to Paris as well. And that would be massive for Magnus Carlsen. He's going either way. It's just a matter of which ticket he takes. And the byproduct, of course, of that would be that Arjun Erigaisi goes if Magnus is able to take third place at this match or at this event as well.
Yeah. Fantastic week for Javokir Sindarov, but today and tomorrow are arguably the biggest days of his life. Not only a $40,000 difference between third and fourth place, but that ticket to Paris could be all important too. On the line, and for Magnus, it's about bouncing back from yesterday. But let's just quickly recap the last couple of moves, because after White's queen sliding forward, we were talking about how it ties down the black knight in the corner to this pawn. Magnus said, I don't care about pawns. We were expecting him to push his c-pawn forward. Obviously, that takes the ego death, the fact that he just moved this pawn 2 moves ago. But Magnus throwing his knight forward now, saying, please, come grab my pawn. And I've got to admit, I'm a bit confused. I don't see it immediately why this pawn was not snacked upon. Queen takes pawn. Yes, this pawn is hanging, so the black bishop can also jump out. But this would let another pawn loose. And suddenly the black king feels a bit sweaty here, feels the heat. We should mention black can castle at some point, so maybe this was Magnus's plan, just to castle his king, swap the king and rook around. Maybe arguing that the white queen needs to jump back. This is going to cost time, but a pawn is a pawn. And Javokir instead choosing to just slide his rook across, which to my eyes is very mysterious, very slow as well. Now white cannot castle on this flank. Yes, he's defending a pawn, but I think understandable why this might be a bit of a mistake.
I guess he's threatening to take now, kind of, because the pawn is protected.
Well,
denied.
He's threatening, and then the denial comes through from Magnus there.
Yeah, I don't really know. Javokir plays very mysterious moves for me, like, to understand, but this doesn't mean they're worse than the moves that I would play. I think he just sort of believed Magnus, right? He also yesterday played the clock a bit against Fabiano. Could just be that. He's up 17 minutes, 18 minutes. He kind of wants to put some clock pressure, but yeah, I mean, d5 is a very nice move, and Magnus will... Frankly, he can castle both directions.
Yeah.
I mean, he can develop his dark squared bishop and then go to the right side also.
And the reason why this move for Magnus is possible now is because that black knight has found itself towards the center of the board, defending a very key pawn. So once again, you'll have 3 defenders if the open line was to happen against 3 attackers, which was not possible to do the move before with the knight still stuck in the corner. And to me, it really looks like an opportunity missed by Javokir. You know, had he just sat down, taken those extra minutes, because that's not a flank pawn. That's not a nobody pawn. That's a massive pawn. It's at the center of the board, you know. You're also looking at ideas of the knight jumping forward, winning that pawn. You can capture it immediately with the queen, targeting some of the other pawns. Not really sure what Javokir did not like about that, David. And I'm surprised with this decision, allowing Magnus so much free play now in the center.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that he didn't capture the pawn, by the way. It's the fact that he played this rook move. Yes, he's kind of indirectly defending his own pawn, but obviously Magnus wasn't going to leave that pawn hanging forever. And essentially, if we look at the last 2 moves before the center blows open now, White has moved a rook across, which really doesn't change too much, whereas Black has gained a very useful move, getting his knight out of the corner. So I think that little trade-off, that little yeah, that transition has really helped Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and some more tempered play out of Sindarov creates a lot of tension in the middle of the board now, all of a sudden, right? With both of those black pawns and both black knights kind of targeting towards the center. And oddly, yeah, it feels like now all of a sudden black is the more developed player out of the two.
Yeah, black, just as Levy mentioned, 2 moves away from castling. If he gets his bishop out and if he gets his king to safety, Magnus Carlsen, he will be thrilled. Especially with his nice pawn center. I'm expecting here maybe not a capture in the middle of the board. I don't think white's pieces are ready for that. Maybe the white knight needs to jump out just to hold in the middle of the board. But yeah, looking for a very balanced now after that little transition, that little missed opportunity.
From here, I want to jump to Alireza versus Gukesh.
Yeah, some crazy stuff happening there. I was just about to shout that out. For a move, Gukesh was winning.
Wow.
Whoa.
And as I was about to tell us to go there, he's no longer winning. He missed. I don't even know what happened here. Let's back this up because we have a live board there. But instead of taking on that exact square with the rook, because there was a white piece there, taking with the pawn was apparently winning for Gukesh to the likes of -2, according to the engine.
Wow, so this is the current position. We'll break it down in a moment. But just to backtrack, some real drama. We left it here just 4 moves ago, but the position has since become crazy. We saw a simple exchange of pawns on this square on the left flank here. The black knight jumped forward. I mentioned that this was very risky earlier because the knight on the edge of the board now is completely trapped. For example, the white queen can go and try and catch it. This didn't happen. I think his plan here, Gukesh, after a long think, he was calculating maybe sacrificing this knight, bringing it in, and replacing it with another knight. Now there's huge pressure on white's light squares. White's piece is actually tangled up here, a bit messy. And maybe this was better than what Firouzja did because he captured a pawn, given a question mark here. And the whole idea is to open up a threat against the black knight on the edge. So this is just a temporary sacrifice, a trade. And as Levy mentioned, taking with a pawn here was much stronger.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because, yeah, this is very hard to find. So obviously this whole sequence is relying on black taking the knight in the corner. With bishop takes h1, but it is well protected. So you start with the bishop move, and white hangs on to the knight with the move queen h2, and here black can castle left side. So it is now legal, and black has a near fatal attack on the white king.
So the difference is that the D line is opened up. You know,
Yes.
you've got this direct access to the
Yes.
white king compared to the trade that Gukesh has just made with his own pawn blocking the path of that eventual rook after castle to getting to Alireza's king.
Yeah, I think, but you have to find this move, the deflection move.
Right. The
Without
threat on the
it-
queen and the knight, forcing her off that diagonal.
Yes, exactly. And let's just look at one more detail there. If the pawn had captured instead of the rook, if Alireza tried to keep his queen on that diagonal after bishop g2, and the queen staying on the diagonal, first of all, the knight is hanging, but actually the move pawn to g6 is really nasty, like in a lot of different positions. And it's either a fork or the bishop is trapped. So for a move, Alireza was in huge trouble. None of his pieces were coordinating, but this is sometimes what happens when your opponent plays really fast and you're 40 minutes up. You don't take your time at the critical moment, and now it's game on.
It's game on because Gukesh is showing what his idea was to capture in the center with his own rook, because it does target the pawn while you trade it once. And now Alireza has picked it back up with his own pawn. But black's rook does attack it instantly, right? You've got a rook beautifully placed. I'm just wondering, is there something very wrong? Because to me, it looks like a free pawn that you're picking up. Yes, dangers are there. The rook and the king, whenever they're lined up diagonally, your spidey senses have to start hitting. You start looking for those pins across the board. But I do see a way to block that on the next move.
Yeah, we should mention the count here. White does have an extra knight. So the pawn count level, but the extra knight in the corner. So essentially Gukesh.
How's it an extra?
Oh wait, it's not an extra knight. It's just level. What am I talking about? The other variation, he was sacrificing a piece. I can't count, guys. What's happened? Final
Actually,
day.
I also thought for a second that there was just an extra piece on the board.
When did he? Oh, okay,
Nobody gets this format. Nobody.
Oh.
Everybody's confused at some point.
Let's call it a draw and go home.
That's what I was saying. The knight in the corner was not guarded enough, and then I was like, wait a minute, the rook and the queen are both protecting. Yeah, actually, one of the best moves here for Firouzja is to play king e2. Let me tell you something.
What?
One guy in this tournament who will play that move is him. because he wants to trade the bishop. That move is actually not completely insane. Of course, it's much more natural to move the knight out.
Lavi, I could bet you on this. If this position happens, Alireza is not going king to e2. I don't know what the bet would be. I'd play it a little safe, but I'd be shocked.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends how fast he wants to play. If he wants to play fast, he will move his knight. If he thinks for like 10 minutes...
It's also a hard decision, right, David? Moving that knight across, then you're kind of just making way for the black bishop to jump in with a check. Gukesh decided to actually take that pawn, and it's Alireza to play. He was reaching out, but he hasn't made his decision just yet. I want to point out that white can step up with the queen to, again, cause that pin. You know, rook and king diagonally lined up, but I think Gukesh has a very healthy way to stop problems by moving his own pawn. Bishop's even nicer. I didn't spot that one, but the bishop actually lines up against the queen. I was thinking about the f-pawn moving forward, but this solves all problems in a very aggressive way.
Yeah, very aggressive play from both sides,
yeah,
I've got to say.
So he played fast, so he brought his
Should have put that bet on. Missed my chance.
I wasn't going to accept. I was going to say, my bet was going to be conditional. If he spends less than 5 minutes, he will move his knight. If he spends more than 5 minutes, he will play king e2.
Fair.
But yeah, Firouz is just like, he's playing rapid. They should just give him 15 minutes on the clock. Like, he doesn't need any more.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing well, to be fair.
Yeah,
he's just missed that kind of d takes e5 move, which was, I'm going to say, difficult for Gukesh. Both sides playing well. Really entertaining chess here.
But nearly 40-minute time differential could come into play a bit later on. Let's check back in with a couple of our top-of-the-ticket matchups. Back over to that finals bout between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer, because a couple of decisions have been made. We did see that bishop developed onto the e2 square in front of the rook, which is one of the things we had talked about as an option.
Okay, he was getting his priorities sorted, Vincent Keimer. He wants to get the white king to safety. I'm not sure whether now is the best opportunity, the best moment, but it does look like Fabiano's last move is intended towards going over and grabbing a pawn on this left flank. I must admit, that just wasn't on my radar. It looked like that was not the most relevant part of the board. We definitely will not see the white king traveling there now, though. We talked about the white king sliding up and across. It's going to the right. It's just about when and where.
If there was ever a live money line, you hammer the fact that this is going to be a decisive game. If this ends in a draw, I don't understand chess whatsoever. Like, he's literally going to play rook a5 and try to take the pawn. There is no other idea.
And then try to queen those pawns as well. Middle of the game, you know, push that A and B pawn going already. This is a crazy, crazy way to play. And then it becomes a race, right? When he goes for a pawn on this side, is Vincent going to advance his own pawns on the other side? Is there a way through to Fabi's king as well? Because that king has been denied a castle on the left side of the board. And the right side, that's hard to imagine with the white queen already beautifully placed there. So Fabi's king staying in the center. I'm with Levy. We get a result in this one.
Yeah, it's just way too imbalanced. It's way too crazy to imagine a draw. Unless it's some perpetual check later and some convoluted
both
sacrificial.
Sides, you know, mated. And it's a yeah, I don't even, okay, movie made is very natural.
Yes, but if the idea is obvious, so obvious that the rook wants to slide over to a5 and attack that a2 pawn, does Vincent care? Is this something I ignore with the knowledge, very clear knowledge of what my opponent's strategy is?
No, this is chess. This is chess. At this level, mostly, not in this format, actually. In this format, they miss ideas much more frequently. But in the standard chess format, you are looking at 90% the same stuff. And it's just a matter of evaluation. Like, you look at a position, you go, oh, my opponent can do this, this, this. I'm fine. In fact, I think my position is better. Then your opponent plays it, and you go, okay, who's the idiot? Like, that could be a board game in and of itself. Like, who's the idiot? Sometimes neither. Sometimes you both are like, I have no idea what's going on. And the position's unclear. This is one of those moments.
Mm-hmm.
This is battle on, right? Because there's a pawn on the left side, which Fabi is getting to. But again, I want to point out the queen and the knight on the other side are going to combine to pick up another pawn in black's camp as well. Pretty much on the next move. That knight is jumping forward. I don't really see a healthy way for black to get defenses in time. You know, your queen is offside on the left side right now, not really active. This is going to be an absolute race. You know, which pawns are faster? White's king castle, the rook's connected. And to me, again, king safety becomes such a huge point in freestyle chess. Fabi's playing with fire in this one. He does get the queen.
Oh, this might have been another idea of his. he wants to use, like, he brought his rook up to bring in his queen. It's not actually to rotate his rook. He wants to attack that c-file and the integrity of the whole structure by moving one of his other pawns, or maybe even his bishop. Like, if white castles here to the right side, imagine, yeah, like it's obviously not the best move with the bishop. You probably want to use one of the pawns, but that's what he wants to do. And yeah, I mean, I would be very afraid of white striking back somehow, but wow.
Well, as we believe we're staring down the barrel of a decisive result one way or another in this game. Vincent Keimer stepped in the confession booth just a minute ago. I want to hear from him what his chances are as he evaluates his position.
My feeling is that the starting position again was really, really dangerous for black. White had many options, both e4 and c4, which were played, looked kind of very natural. The biggest problem was actually not the pawn on h7, but the pawn on f7, which is kind of only defendable by the knight on h8, which means that knight g6 can be played only really, really late. In general, there are so many threats against the quite weak king side that I do believe that in general black is running quite a lot of risk. The position I got in my game is also complete madness. My feeling was that it should be better for white. I was kind of relying on this bishop e5 resource to provoke d6 in order to kind of cut this queen on b8 and the bishop on f8 out of the game, at least short term. So yeah, I mean, my structure is much more healthy. Of course, the queen on h7 is kind of tricky, but I actually feel like it's a quite good piece because it ties down the bishop from f8, creates some threats. Also, castling long is not that easy for black now that the queen side has kind of opened up. So I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do. I guess the most important thing for him is to get some immediate counterplay, because I do believe that long term with the bishop on f8 and the kind of bad structure, I should be doing quite well, especially since I can castle short and my king will be kind of safe, while his king, at least I assume, will have to stay in the center for quite a while. But yeah, we will see. I mean, it's a position where it's very possible that I missed something and therefore also misevaluated the position. But in general, I do feel like it's black is running way more risk, and I'm quite happy with my position for now.
From where I'm sitting, feels like Vincent's right on the money in his evaluation of how this game has gone so far and the way he expected it to play out. Of course, you even see there, though, that caveat tossed in at the end. There's always, of course, the option I missed something, I miscalculated, and maybe it's not as good as I think it is, but the computer agrees with him.
Vincent Keimer might be the best freestyle chess player in the world. Like, this is crazy. Yeah. Dude has just an ability, you know what I'm saying? Like, Magnus has God-given abilities too, like his memory, his pattern recognition. I mean, all athletes at the top, there is just something a little bit different. It could be mental, it could be physical, but clearly for the format of the pieces being shuffled, I mean, he's just on top of it. He knows where the pieces are supposed to go.
And I'm going to follow up on that. For me, the most impressive thing about what Vincent just said was what he mentioned about the start of the position. David, if you just bring that up, how this game started, you know, the reshuffling that we had. And now to everyone, it looked like the more important pawn will be that pawn in front of the knight. But Vincent mentioned that the key pawn in this position is, in fact, the other one. Because this means, and we saw this played out in every single board, not just his own, how crucial and critical this point became, because the knight is tied down to defend it. And the boards that were able to solve that problem right now are doing great, but the ones that weren't, you know, have either lost that pawn or it's absolute chaos on the board. And I think that understanding that, in fact, this is the key point in those first 10 minutes just shows what an incredible feel Vincent Keimer has for freestyle chess.
Yeah, just fantastic understanding, great feel, great intuition from Vincent. And I mean, that interview, you mentioned it there, James, like the way he kind of ended it, he's like, but you never know.
Right.
I mean, when I play chess in general, when I analyze with top players, if they're telling, or analyze with anyone, if they're telling me this is the truth, that is the way, then I'm like, I don't take you too seriously. But the top players in the world, they understand what they know, but they also understand what they don't know, and that is the key. And Vincent, he's got a grip on the position. but it does have that ability to fly out of control. He understands that, which kind of has helped him throughout this whole week in terms of just managing that kind of delicate balance of risk and reward.
And we've seen it all tournament long, right? We've seen winning positions go quite the other way in just a moment before. And so while the computer likes the position he finds himself in, he still has a lot of work to do to find himself a decisive victory here. We do have that rook sliding over, of course, targeting the A-pawn like we expected. Almost induced to do so as well, though, with that D-pawn push in the center of the board. So grabbing more space is Vincent. And now it's up to him to decide whether or not he wants to protect this pawn.
Yeah, just want to mention the reason Vincent kind of encouraged the rook to slide, kicked it away, was because of that pin along the c-file, the black queen and black rook. The battery on that line was a bit uncomfortable. So he was like, okay, I know I've got one weakness on the edge of the board, but that's there anyway. I might as well protect myself on the c-file. And yeah, still some options, still some choice for Vincent right now.
Still kind of feels easy, though. Rook slides up to c2, protects the pawn, and then you only have one final move to make to complete your development, at least in the classical sense, right, which is to castle.
Yeah, one more move, and strategically, he has a massive advantage, Vincent Keimer, just because of the better pawn structure and the fact he's completed that development. Looks very natural. The one thing you have to watch out for often is kind of breaks, such as the black pawn pushing forward, opening up a line on the back rank for black to deliver a check. But then you realize that, okay, you have a couple of ways to deal with this. You can just slide back your own rook, or you just walk the king forward, and black doesn't have a follow-up. This is the genius of him earlier inducing the black d-pawn forward, because now he's closed the black bishop's diagonal. This would be deadly if black had one more move, but just no time. He's not in time, Fabiano Caruana here.
A check is not checkmate, right? So it would not be dangerous. And I was just thinking about the move that you just suggested, James, of using that to defend the pawn. And then the Harry Potter scar comes up again, right? Because black can activate the bishop, hinting at the pin right there with those arrows as David is drawing. And once again, Vincent's field. He realized the importance of taking his bishop out before the knight so that you've got the option just in time when that threat happens to get your king to safety on the other side of the board. And once you're able to do that, there are still ideas on the right side, right? That knight can jump forward, target that g7 pawn. I also want to highlight one more idea in such positions. You could completely cut off black's rook. You could push your own d pawn ahead, create a nice spot in the center for your knight to go to, and once again get closer to that black king and the black weaknesses on that right side.
Yeah, just cut the board in half, and white would then have free reign to play on that right side of the board. But essentially king safety. I think in freestyle chess, any form of chess, if you have a safer king, the tactics tend to work in your favor a bit later on. So yeah, it feels like a small window of opportunity for Fabi to do something. I'm not sure exactly what, but if not now, then it might be now.
Guys, this is the first time we've got it snowing outside. It almost looks stormy.
So picturesque.
It almost feels like the mood, you know, the weather gods are talking about the chess that's going on there, a sort of a setting of the stage. Yeah, it looks beautiful, but very, very chilly.
It's the winds of change, right? As Magnus fell out of contention for the top spot, the universe is reacting.
I mean, Weiss means white in German. WEISSENHAUS here, white with a great position in front of us, the snow outside. Maybe this is just all falling into place for Vincent Keimer.
Boys and girls, it's just snowing. We can, you know.
No, not true. It's the winds of change, and it does mean that white is better here.
Meaning. It's just snowing, you know. It's cold.
Embrace the inner poet, Levy.
Ain't no poetry, you know. It's just snow. It snowed like a bunch after I left New York too, so I'm not looking forward to going back. Actually, my flight home is between 2 days of cold and rain and another 2 days. So hopefully my plane is able to land.
Now looking forward to returning home to the classic New York winter slush on the street corners.
As a matter of fact, I am not, and I live in a neighborhood with a lot of dogs, so
yeah,
the smart folks at home can deduce what that means, what happens to the snow. So it's pretty gross, actually. And here it is quite picturesque. We have no dogs peeing on the snow here, so it is very, very nice.
Yeah, very nice position for Victor.
Very nice position.
That was very smooth.
Why is this a moment to think, though, for Vincent?
He's deciding if he wants to defend the pawn or not.
Yeah. Because he can go all in, right? He can sacrifice material but gain time on the other hand. By time, I don't mean time on the clock, but time over the board to actually set up his own ideas. But then it's sort of going all in because you have to prove that compensation. He also has the ability to simply play it safe with the lines that we were discussing, but then you lose momentum a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the way to sacrifice that pawn would be, for example, to just castle the white king and say, please, just here's a Christmas gift for you. Welcome, my friend. Take that pawn. And then he has options such as moving his bishop up to attack this knight. I'm not sure what else. Maybe Tanya's idea of cutting the board in half, blunting this black bishop, putting a knight and a nice outpost in the center of the board. But yeah, I don't know if it's his style, Vincent Keimer. He does sacrifice if he feels it's the principled move, but when you have a safe option like this one, I just don't think he's the gambling type.
What about his coach? What would Peter do?
Cemento. You got to get that rook going, right? And just defend everything and make sure you're not out of control. Because once that pawn falls and you're not able to deliver checkmate, those black pawns on the left side of the board start pushing up. It starts looking incredibly scary.
I can already see if Vincent doesn't defend the pawn, Peter on the broadcast is going to be, wow, look at this. This is unbelievable.
That's a very good impression.
I've watched a lot of Peter Leko commentary. He's one of my favorites. But hang on, that's the
It's not good for my heart, Vincent.
But he's clearly a good coach, and Vincent is a good pupil because he just defends the pawn. There's no point losing it. It needs to participate, you know. And then he could do everything he wants. He's not losing anything so valuable time-wise by playing this defensive move.
Speaking about losing things valuable time-wise, Gukesh is creeping below 20 minutes on the clock here already to 106 in his opponent, Alireza Firouzja. That's quite a differential.
It has much more to do with how fast Alireza is playing, in my opinion. Like, he's just playing so fast. He would never play this fast in a regular classical game.
But this looks absolutely crazy, right? The position that we have on our bottom right board, and the bar says it's pretty level. In fact, it's only on that fight for the final where I see the bar has creeped up in White's favor there. But this one, absolute chaos. It feels like all the ideas we were discussing, a sort of a combination of that has occurred.
Yeah, he's playing very fast and very loose, I should mention. Not only is the White King vulnerable a bit later to some checks, watch out for that pattern we keep talking about in the other board. The King now, if it gets checked, it might just get checkmated. But he's also just walking into some potential kind of discovered attacks with the White Queen. I don't think there's anything dramatic. The Black Rook has nowhere too productive to go. But it does feel a bit weird for Firouzja. I'm not really sure what his next move is either. The White Rook. Oh, maybe.
Like in the other boards, right?
I'll stop it. I'll threaten the big check that you're talking about, right? Because I love that idea. The king's boxed up with his own pieces and pawns. No more levies, king c2. And I'm threatening, well, a small big check there.
Yeah.
You still want to go king c2?
I'll show you king c2.
Yeah. No, king d3.
This cannot be real.
No, it's obviously terrible. But
it must be a mate.
Is it? Yeah, I knew you wanted to do that.
That wins. That just wins the queen.
Yeah, let's do it. No, you've got c3, but then, yeah, you just win the queen anyway.
Just win the queen.
Mm-hmm. And the king moves. There we go. At the very minimum.
Yes.
Wow.
And the White Queen drops. But yeah, I mean, there is danger here for Alireza, I should mention. I think he will meet this bishop retreat by moving his rook out the way, just to create a bit of breathing space. Okay, that might not be the best move, but this idea just to get his king to safety. But either way, it's terrifying. I would be very scared. I think Firouzja, you can just tell body language as well as the clock times. He's a bit checked out. He's just trying to go into hustle mode. And Gukesh might not feel comfortable.
What happens when two checked out chess players meet on the board?
That sounds like a setup for a joke.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to find the punchline. Help me.
Where's Daniel when we need him? We need some puns. Checked out. They go to Prague.
Yeah, I think you get a game with a lot of these inaccuracies and question marks popping up, right? This is what we were talking about, that this is going to be the one where we see the bar dance happen.
Guys, we haven't looked at Nojibek and Hikaru since like move 3.
That is true.
Let's do that now then.
Although
no better time.
It's kind of one of the more peaceful games, I have to say, just looking at the position. This one looks a little bit more normal, and they both have even time. It's a very balanced game.
I see why we haven't checked this one out in a while. James has had his eye on all the boards.
I'm constantly flicking between the games, trying to keep us honest to the action and make sure that we don't miss any of the major moments.
Yeah, the Sindarov and Carlsen board is a very weird position, which soon will erupt because they will be trading some stuff in the center.
So maybe just before we hop to that one for the eruption, we can just quickly go walk through this game for a brief moment, show people how we got here.
Yeah, and okay, here we see the 4-board split. We'll come back to that, but right now, this is the current position. We'll go back to the moment we left it. As early as move 4, we saw Abdusattorov actually with a missed opportunity. He should have brought his bishop to the central square, we surmised, but instead pushing his pawn forward to kick away the Black Knight, which planted itself on the edge of the board, trying to come in. Very understandable decision from Hikaru, but looks a bit unorthodox. Here, a hit now on this corner pawn, the white queen attacking. Hikaru blocked this diagonal by pushing forward, obviously forcing en passant here. White did capture that pawn. He didn't let it bypass his own central pawn. A recapture from the Black Knight. Interesting that this was a sacrifice. White could have grabbed on f6 and then grabbed on h7, just like Vincent Keimer did in his game. But Nodebek choosing peace here instead. He just brought his knight forward. This allowed Hikaru to get developed, actually exchange off a set of minor pieces, ruining the white pawn structure. And this game stabilized somewhat after the black queen jumped out. White grabbed a pawn. We saw a capture with a check. Hikaru now choosing to bring his bishop out, and a queen trade heading into this, I'm going to say endgame, almost, that we see on the live position. And yeah, it's looking very balanced. White has the bishop pair, but White also has more isolated pawns. White has a pawn here and a pawn on the edge of the board that both could prove to be weak. So yeah, I think not too dramatic and very, very balanced.
Then let's go find ourselves something a bit more dramatic, shall we?
You don't have to look too hard, because I think both are big matches. Fight for third place, fight for championship, heating up.
Yeah. And which one to go for? Fabiano hasn't moved, so maybe we go for the yawning Sindarov against the stoic Carlsen.
Just about to say, that was a thunderous yawn.
I mean, he himself, we talk about the marathon that Fabiano endured yesterday. So did Javokir Sindarov.
And it's always more pleasant to be on the good side of that battle, of that marathon. You know, if you're the one who gets over the finish line first after the long run, you sleep peacefully. If not, it means a sleepless night.
Very, very true. Speaking my language right there.
Okay, this position, it is weird. I think that's a good word for it, Levi. Black has committed his king, so Magnus here, he did castle. So his king position is fixed. He has his rooks in the center. I mean, aesthetically, this just looks beautiful for Black. Somehow you have the center, you can jump with your knights. But the black bishop in the corner still not really participating. And Sindarov's only one move away from getting his king to safety himself. Maybe he's just fine. Maybe he's totally fine. And maybe the clock situation is the only real imbalance here.
Wait, how does the rook... Oh, the rook hasn't moved. It's been there. So the left side rook moved. Get your king to safety on the short side. Yes, that is one move away.
But that doesn't mean pieces in the future.
So positions like this scare the heck out of me, where when every piece is still on the board. Are there players that very specifically, prefer this, style of kind of like every piece on the board, things getting super complex in terms of, trades, versus let's try and reduce, the board and the material as quickly as possible down to a situation where perhaps I feel I have the advantage over my opponent?
I think that's one of the differentiator between players, top class players, and the very best in the world. I think the stronger you get, the more open you are to keeping the tension on the board, keeping as many pawns and pieces, and you're able to handle that, because again, most players just want to trade it off. It's one of the hardest things to do in chess, is to keep the tension as is, to keep a face-off as what we see right now, not immediately try to neutralize it. But I see this, with top grandmasters, with top chess players, and David, you can perhaps give more insight as a top player yourself, as a strong grandmaster yourself, how comfortable you feel about keeping the tension. Because I know when I've got a trade on offer, my first instinct is get the piece off the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a confidence issue often. It is a preference. Like, there's certain players, I think, like Alareza, maybe Jan-Krzysztof Duda, players who are more chaotically inclined. They like to have more pieces, gives them more firepower, simply gives the opponent more options to go wrong. But yeah, I mean, these days I don't play so much, but when I do, I kind of get a bit nervous. I just feel a bit rusty. And my inclination, my instinct, therefore, is to trade pieces, seek simplicity. I know I'm quite strong in the endgame, but often that means I end up exchanging on my opponent's terms. I might kind of break the tension prematurely. So it's just finding that tricky balance. A very confident player is pretty happy in positions like this.
Yeah. It might be a logical fallacy, but obviously it feels like in a lot of ways more pieces off the board, less calculations to make. So, you know, in effect, I'm trying to make the game, as you say, as simple as possible for myself, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, speaking of, we have pawn takes, and Jawa here will, in all likelihood, take back with the knight. Trading in chess is inevitable. Like it has to happen because the board has to open up, and your queens, your rooks, your bishops all have to coordinate. You've got to launch an attack or not. You have to maneuver. I think for me it depends on the format. Like in Rapid and Blitz and Bullet, I prefer dynamics. So I like when there are a lot of pieces on the board. I like trying to play creatively. Like right now, I love where Magnus's knight is positioned, for example. In Classical, however, I have definitely like stopped calculating that well when there's a lot of pieces on the board. It's like too many possibilities, and in general, your opponents are just a bit sharper. So it probably depends on the format. Like right now, I think White can probably play 5 different moves, and all of them lead to a more or less balanced game. And Sendarov is going to have to comb through all of that and ultimately make a fast decision.
I mean, I'm struggling to see how this would be a balanced game, just given, you know, the options that are there, Levy, right now. There is a direct threat on the board. That pawn on the right side of the board looks like a big, juicy one that's hanging. Yes, you can defend it, of course, in one move, but that would allow different trades, which also ruin White's pawn formation. The bar might say that this is equal, but I think it's some sort of a dynamic equality because, again, there's no symmetry in the position. You know, Black's got the bishop pair, but what is that bishop on Magnus's problem child, problem piece in this position is that one that's stuck still in the corner. I don't see how, from again a human evaluation, this position is equal.
I think you have to play bishop f1.
Whoa.
That would be my instinct, just because I'm so attached to bishops over knights. But it would solve both problems in one go. You save your bishop from being captured, wrecking your pawn structure, and you defend a pawn. The downside, of course, though, is that you're much further away now from castling your king. Your king is in the center, and if things do explode, then that's never really a good sign. Yeah, it takes a lot of guts, a lot of ego death again to play a move like bishop back to f1.
Yeah, and could have been the benefit of Magnus sneaking that castle in of his own, right, to put that threat on the d file. But as the clocks are diminishing and we are fast approaching the more intense moments of the game, we do want to step away for a short break. On the other side, though, we'll make sure we dive in and, of course, take you back through anything that happened while we were away. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only 1 competitor will become the 2025 WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to WEISSENHAUS for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025, where, as we kind of predicted right before that break, things were about to heat up. But first, let's give you the 4-box so you can take stock of all 4 boards before we decide where we go. Most likely going to be that marquee matchup, Fabiano Caruana versus Vincent Keimer, where you'll notice the evaluation bar has moved a bit in favor of Vincent Keimer, indicating that Fabiano has found himself in a precarious position.
Big developments on that board. Vincent Keimer, the man of the moment, having defeated Magnus Carlsen, just playing some fantastic freestyle chess, understanding things so well, and facing Fabiano, who is on the back foot, who had a marathon day yesterday. World number 2, though, of course, fantastic player. And, okay, big moment in this game. Fabiano has made another mistake, apparently an objective mistake. Whether it's an obvious one, we need to dig deeper to find out. But it does feel like he's lacking a plan here. This whole rook maneuver takes so much time. He's basically spent 3 moves with his rook Fabiano. I'm not really sure what he's got planned next. Meanwhile, he's pretty much allowed a free hand to Vincent on the other side of the board.
What is that rook even doing?
I was going to ask.
It's just ridiculous, right? You use all this time, you kind of get this rook lift in, you voluntarily put it at the side of the board, and what are you attacking? Everything's defended. It's almost like you're playing without a rook where the action's about to ensue. It's a mystery.
My headphone pack decided to rebel and just decided to fall off my my belt loop. It was so frustrated with the move rook a3. It was like, I'm done.
Well,
I'm not going to function anymore.
All right, as the resident expert in the room, let me try and justify this move.
Break it down.
We're moving towards rook c3 eventually.
That is literally the only plan I can think of.
Right? Yeah. But I don't really know what that in effect does. I just sidestep the rook then with my own rook, right? I'm not offering you that. I'm not going to give you that trade that you want to try and create a beautiful passed pawn or something like that. I guess maybe in essence, I honestly, that's it. That's all I had. Sorry. It was a half-baked idea.
To be fair, the position is +2 because Vincent can go lash out with his h-pawn, which is the pawn in front of his king, and he can just go and start attacking the integrity of the black position. When you see the move recommended, you begin to justify it and it makes sense. It's not the easiest move to play if you don't know that the position is +2.
The other interesting thing, though, as I'm just looking at the second suggested line of the engine, which is pretty much equally as favored here for white, is to preempt that rook c3 move by sliding your rook over to d2 and preparing a pawn push towards that that light squared bishop, you know, kind of shutting it once again out of the game.
Yeah.
I think there's one more explanation for that idea that you're pointing out. You not only jump away from, well, what seemingly looks like one of the ideas that, maybe the only one that Fabi has with this rook move, but one of the plans we've been discussing for Vincent has been to get that knight closer to that black tender pawn on g7, right? Notice how the white-black bishop can land then on the e4 square, which would have attacked the rook. So you can't immediately do that because jumping with your knight, the bishop comes in with a tempo, and it's also aligning itself to that white queen at the corner, and suddenly there are tactics everywhere. So sidestepping this idea, plus what's in store that Fabi has planned, I really like your approach here. But I have to say the most direct way, the one that Levy pointed out, you know, you've won a pawn on that side of the board, just start pushing. Once Fabi does offer that exchange, then James, your concept of just simply sliding the rook and the h-pawn, it's unstoppable. Where is the black knight running? You've got only one ugly square on the board, and that square is going to block up all your pieces. It's going to hide the bishop. It's going to hide the rook. That's not a happy square to retreat to.
If Vincent plays h4, I would argue that he is already the best player in the tournament. Like, you can make the argument just point blank, he's already in the finals. But there is still this battle against Fabiano. He's in a better position. He hasn't yet capitalized. If he's able to put it all together, understand the imbalances of the opening, understand the imbalances of the transition to the middle game, and now find the best plan after the middle game arrives, I don't really know what else you can say. He might just straight up be the best player in this format on the planet.
And he's spending the time right now. And Levon, he's going to play h4.
On the board. Levy.
The best move.
It's happened.
Yeah, this is monstrous. I mean,
Levon yesterday said one of the most difficult things for top players, right, is to recognize crucial moments and spend the right amount of time in that crucial moment, finding the critical move itself. And it feels like, at least in this tournament here in WEISSENHAUS, Vincent has yet to miss, really, in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, ever since he kind of survived in the round-robin stage, right, he's just been leveling up every single day. Just understanding these tiny little details. It's always about these subtle pawn pushes. It's about kind of when to change the pace, when to kind of go super dynamic like he has in this game, Vincent Keimer, or whether to play more positionally, as he has in other games like against Alireza Firouzja in the quarterfinals when he won. I just want to point out this move for Vincent is strong in multiple regards. He keeps staring down Fabi, by the way, on the camera. But firstly, he's kicking away the black knight to a really bad square. Secondly, it's that other idea we mentioned. The white central pawn wants to step forward. That was not possible on this last move due to a pin. And maybe if we jump in, we can just show that as we see Vincent focus focus mode here. But on the last move, pawn to d5 was not a good idea. There would have been a pin. This bishop could have grabbed the pawn due to the fact the white rook is undefended along this line. But by playing h4, let's say black does nothing. Let's say black just pushes a pawn on the flank. Now you kick away the knight. Now you can push your pawn forward because the white queen suddenly opened up on the diagonal, protecting the rook. So there's no more pin. The black bishop would simply have to move. Let's say it retreats somewhere. The white knight gets into the game. And, I mean, look how painful this is going to be. There's so many potential jumping points. I mean, this is just pure domination. The black cluster of pieces is just dead in the center of the board.
This is one of the ugliest positions I've seen for black. I mean, your rook, what on earth is it even doing there? All your pieces coming in the way. The light squared bishop also blocked by Vincent's pawns there. And everything, every single piece that Vincent has a role to play, including the two incredible pawns on the H and the D line there. Pure domination, as you say it. And one of the other things, you know, as you were talking about what's made Vincent so exceptional in this tournament, his ability to adapt in between games, depending on who he's playing against, but also during games. You know, very often what happens is that you're in this tactical mode, you've got the advantage, something goes wrong. It's very hard for a player then to have that mind shift that I need to go on the defense to adapt to the position. So it's not only in between, but I would say during games as well, where Vincent's really been able to understand the right path forward. And one of the examples of that was what happened against Magnus yesterday, right? It starts off his level, and then Magnus starts creating his chances. Vincent realizes it's time for me to pull the brakes right now. It's time for me to go on the defense. He decided to go for a counter attack, gives up a pawn to defend his position eventually. You know, finding that knight maneuver backwards to keep things under control. So it's been exceptional to actually watch him just handle these different dynamics, different players, the absolute best in the world. And he continues finding the top moves. Also keeps a control on the clock.
Now, in almost some sort of harmony with this board, our other top-of-the-ticket matchup, third place between Magnus Carlsen and Javakir Sindarov, has found itself turning a little bit in favor of Magnus this time around. The engine much more favoring his position with his most recent pawn move, top engine line.
Well, what happened here? This was normal. Oh, okay. So Sindarov didn't play bishop back to f1. That's basically the point. A few moves ago, I said, retreat the bishop, kick out the knight, you know, nice positional game. Sindarov said no chance. And what did he play? He probably took on f6.
Yep. Just to mention, his bishop did come to this square just 2 moves earlier, so it would have taken some ego death for him as well to retreat, which might have been the safest move. But as you say, Levi, he took on f6, traded a set of knights, gave a check to the black king, very natural stuff, tried to boot the black knight back. And now he castled. I'm not sure what he should have done instead. This pawn is attacked, so he just sacrificed this pawn, getting his king out of dodge. But Magnus just said, yes, please. Pawn up for the world number 1. And, okay, after a central break, Magnus strikes. Finally, this move we were kind of itching for about 10 moves ago, about 1.5 hours ago. He's about to open up his bishop with great effect.
Why didn't we pick up that h-pawn with the bishop off of the fork on the king?
Good point.
I guess we don't have time, I guess, is basically the point. You're right. It's hanging.
It's hanging, and apparently the third best move in that position, or second, third best move. Apparently it's just totally fine for white to grab that pawn. I guess he didn't want to allow black the time to play this move and kind of clamp down in the center, so white cannot blow open the middle of the board. But yeah, I think what he did is about to backfire anyway. So yeah, maybe greed was good there, just restoring the material balance. And now after Magnus breaks out, I think he's just in a bind. If he captures this way, then, I mean, there's no attack anymore. The black knight will just retreat. Sooner or later, this bishop will get out on the diagonal. Magnus is just a pawn up, we should mention.
Well, he's a pawn up, and a bit ago, he himself got up to dive back into the confessional booth. I wonder if it was after he realized he found an opening and some winning chances. Let's see what he had to say.
I think my position has been quite suspicious most of the game, but I think I think it's been probably downright bad, but I feel like he's drifted a lot in the last few moves, and the ugly duckling of a bishop that I've had hidden in the corner is about to become a beautiful swan. And if he captures the pawn on e5, for instance, I think I played the move b6, and as far as I can see, he's in a lot of trouble. My queen can go to c6, attacking his knight on f3, which is not easy to defend, and I got ideas like c4 as well, and all of a sudden my pieces have tremendous coordination, like almost perfect harmony. So yeah, it's looking I think quite good at the moment.
Yeah, so Magnus feeling like the harmony of his pieces, if not responded to in perfect fashion, is going to give him an advantage in this one, and kind of pointing out in a number of ways. I think something that I'm happy to recognize from perhaps a standard game of chess, where the queen and the bishop line up along a diagonal, threatening that vacated g2 square in front of the king, eventually with the trio of pawns that have opened that up for him.
I loved what he said. You know, it's the story of from zero to hero. That bishop that's on the corner of the board, once it opens up, it's going to be a deadly sniper. And you're absolutely right. Line it up against the queen, and you can see those tactical motifs from 5-1-8 start to appear. So very interestingly, David, Magnus said that if Sindarov was to capture at the center of the board, he doesn't even think about recapturing that pawn. He doesn't even care about that pawn. He just wants to open up that bishop and set up that battery along the longest diagonal on the board.
Yeah, beautiful move, and nice spot there, James. Very typical checkmating pattern in most forms of chess. Big trouble ahead for Javorkir Sindarov. He played a bit too quickly earlier, maybe at the critical moments. Now the clocks are level, and he is facing the world number one back in top form. It looks like a big advantage for Magnus Carlsen after this great move there, clearing the diagonal for that swan in the corner.
Yeah, and we don't need to go there, but just letting everybody know that still no move has been made on the Fabiano versus Vincent Keimer board, as Vincent had been most recently the one to push that H-pawn, and Fabiano trying to reason his way out of a precarious position. Just updating on the other boards as well.
And maybe just while these top two games are going through this bit of a lull, the long thinks, maybe we can show a queen sacrifice from the world champion Gukesh.
Let's take a look. We can never ignore a queen sacrifice.
And it was a very cool one that was not possible to accept. And Firouzja against Gukesh. The evaluation still roughly balanced, but there have been some fireworks, some brilliant moves. So let's jump in and do a quick action replay. Also, just very interesting that it was Gukesh to turn down the opportunity of a draw a bit earlier. We left it just 5 moves ago with the black bishop dropping back, threatening a check. And after the white bishop stepped forward, ready to block any checks, ready to escape with the white king, we saw Gukesh come back, check. And he could have repeated the position by bringing his bishop back. There would have been a dance between the bishops, instead going with his queen to try and check the white king. The white rook budged out of the way. The black rook slid across. And here, after a check, you can probably guess it by now, queen sacrifice, brilliant move. Queen into c2 from Gukesh. A bit of artistry. This queen is poisoned. You cannot take her because we would see a back rank checkmate here. The white bishop could throw itself in the way, but the king would be caged nonetheless. And instead, he had to run away. I'm pretty sure Alireza had seen this coming, but he had a safe square for his rook to run to. And we have a bishop trade. This is the current position.
Yeah, but overall in the endgame, I mean, I think white is better, because black's pawn structure doesn't complement a dark squared bishop very well. And you see a future where white will have a much more dynamic and involved minor piece. The knight on g3, it's going to maneuver and maybe make it to d5, exactly. And if it gets there, you know, it should be crowned the champion for 7th place. Like, this is this is a knight that will literally never get removed. So Gukesh not taking the draw is like admirable, but at a certain point, if he just keeps getting himself into bad positions when he does it, it's not good.
I wonder if we've seen that story before. Just Gukesh declining the draw repetition, you know, because he wants to keep it going, David.
Yeah. It just happened in Tata Steel. Okay, it happened in the World Championship.
Multiple times.
Yes, and it worked out. Like, he didn't take many draws.
I will say, though, I mean, the position and that queen sacrifice that David was highlighting, it does look like, you know, Gukesh has got all the reasons to play on in this position. You know, the end game is still far away, as you pointed out. There are all the majors on the board right now. And David, this that you have right in front, you know, deflection tactics, it's absolutely stunning, right? If you see this idea on the board, you just want to play it even if you know it's not working. And the point is, you see the defender, the key defender, and you just try to get it out of the way here. So spotting that rook, using your queen as bait, of course it had to be denied, but the deeper meaning of that was that Gukesh wanted to reroute his own queen. From the left side of the board, he found the fastest path with tactics to come and line up against the rook, and in that way also pin that white knight from moving closer to that outpost that Levy was earlier pointing to.
Yeah, it feels like he's doing it for content, though, rather than playing objectively the best moves, Gukesh. And I just want to mention, for the World Championship, it worked because it was very specifically directed against Ding and the perceived weaknesses in Ding's stamina, his kind of psyche. I mean, playing on, kind of pushing him to the limit, keeping the tension on and on. It eventually helped Gukesh in the final game of the match to break through and defeat Ding. But Gukesh has been doing this in Tata Steel against other young guys, other young, kind of energetic, kind of ambitious opponents. And he's literally worsening his position. He's taking steps backwards regularly. He's just to keep fighting. It's just, at some point, you need to find a balance. He's testing his limits, yes, but he's making very weird decisions, Gukesh. And it keeps biting him in this tournament in Tata Steel in the last day.
I will say, though, one thing to that. I think Gukesh is not having that approach based on the opponent he plays, because we've seen him do it in multiple tournaments. Why it worked there, yes.
But it should be tailored to the opponent. That's the thing. Like, choose your moment. Don't just play on for the sake of playing
I think
on.
Gukesh just loves playing on. I think it's just this desire to keep the game going. If he feels he's not in danger of losing, and I think the bigger question here becomes, David, I think something Magnus mentioned in his recap videos as well many times is how well he's evaluating the consequences of playing on, and is that something that he needs to work on? Because I'm thinking about, you know, the time when Magnus domination started. I would say when he broke into as the world #1, the 2010-2011 period, he started doing this thing which nobody had seen happen before. Just playing positions on and on until the very end, you know, squeezing water out of stone. He would go into these end games and keep trying till it worked in his favor. And then eventually that storyline led to him being called the GOAT, led to us calling it the Magnus touch, the end game magic that he has. And yes, Gukesh doesn't have that kind of experience just yet. And, you know, maybe there's the evaluation aspect to work to it, but I see that spark in him. I see that desire to keep the game going. Yes, I can bail out. Yes, I can pull the brakes. But if I think there's even 1% chance to keep this alive, to fight on, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, but he's here left with under 7 minutes in a worse position, and I don't know. I mean, it depends, of course. Like you said, is it kind of journey-oriented? Like, is it going to help him long-term develop, learn? Or is it results in the near future? So, yeah, it's a difficult balance to strike. Of course, it helped him in the World Championship. He was fantastic there, but it hasn't quite worked for him today or this tournament so far.
Also something that if he wins this game, he'll look really smart. Yeah. If he loses in the next 10 moves, you know, it also feels interesting. He's so young, so somehow it feels easier to sit around and kind of, you know, question and criticize. Like when Magnus was 17, 18, I imagined the same thing. Like, who is this guy? Like, he plays these games on and on and on. And, you know, we ultimately called him the GOAT, not necessarily because he plays games on and on, but because he plays games on and wins almost all those games. Like, I've watched Magnus play 80, 90 move end games. I'm sitting here like, and there's no game more famous than Game 6 against Nepo, 160 moves, like one of the most absurd games in a World Championship ever. We're not going to get to 160 moves here. Maybe he is playing the opponent. Maybe he does feel Firouzja is going to be a bit impulsive and later in the game will ultimately make a bad mistake, but I don't see how. Like, Black's Bishop is not getting involved in the game anytime soon. He is playing with fire for sure. Speaking of which, I don't think we have a move on the Fabiano board.
Nope, I'm still locked in it.
But as the engine thought more and more about that position, it's gotten up to +3. So, like, Vincent Keimer is potentially completely winning. The computer has gone far enough in the future that Black's best move is still leading to a +3 advantage. I would love to analyze that position because there's a very crucial moment here that Fabiano has to decide. Does he sit and suffer, or does he fight back? And he can play active defense here with his F-pawn. which I guess we will just kind of keep on the big screen here. Yeah, that's the only move. And the point is that pawn can't be captured because the bishop would slide in and deliver a fork, a potential discovered attack. Like, that is just lights out. But then it gets really complicated because, for example, if white continues h5, I think black is playing, is it f4? And then you take the knight, and then I take the knight, and then you can take the pawn with check, or I thought the king was on e8. You can take the pawn with an attack on the rook, which black should acknowledge. And I guess I skipped a move. Like, black can take with check, but actually the better move is probably taking with the queen, right? Because you allow white to take the pawn, splitting their own structure. This is not the point. Like, this is not what white wants. Actually, what white wants is a very specific series of moves after the pawn goes to f5. So white now jumps in with one knight, right? I think it's knight g5 is the move.
Yep.
And then black comes over with the queen to play defense, I think.
Yeah, wants queen e7.
Yes, or you can defend yourself. Queen e7 or queen d7. Let's say you just play defense, because that's the human approach. Now Vincent has to bring in the bishop to add more pressure. So, like, at some point, black's position is almost completely collapsing, but he might have to just give up a pawn and sort of run for cover, but all options look bad. This is the way you try to play actively. Tanya, you showed the position earlier where Fabiano's pieces are all barricaded behind white's pawns, and nothing looks good. I think Fabiano's going to come to the realization here.
He doesn't do it.
We have moves on. Okay, he attacks the rook.
He could potentially do it on the next move, but is it the same? Because now your bishop is moved away from a key idea, right? So now that's gone.
Yeah, and this is like, this either has to work or it's completely lost, because he's stacking his rooks on the A file, David.
Yeah, and a really quick response here out of Vincent Keimer. So after all that time spent on the clock here for Fabiano just to come up with that bishop move, time's ticking away again.
Could Vincent have been more accurate? Was the rook better somewhere else?
Wait.
I think it prefers it on d2 still, but
what's the logic behind kind of giving away the A pawn?
That's the big question.
I mean, yeah, I mean, looks like, okay, it's one of three, right? You have to choose a square. Choose your adventure here, but I mean, keeping it here just looks so safe.
A differential of 0.2 between any of the three rook moves.
Okay, but yeah, I didn't get why he wouldn't have gone to d2, but...
David, could that be that he wants to provoke black to take the pawn so that now the bishop can step one step forward and start attacking that knight, which is on the other side of the board, because your rook is laterally not defending the square?
Maybe, but it does feel odd to kind of give counterplay some hope to Fabiano for the first time in this game, when you could pretty much play for an attack without having to watch out for pawns like this one marching forward.
Very strange.
Very mysterious. It must be based on a specific concept where maybe he just wants to blow open the position later. If the black king starts to run, maybe he'll play a move like c5 and just blow open a line for his pieces. But yeah, very, very surprising choice of square. And the question is, okay, let's go. Shall we go deeper?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, why not?
This is the live position, we should mention. This is the position the players are staring at on the board. 12 minutes for Fabiano. What if he just grabs the pawn on offer, not quite attacking the bishop, which is defended, but at least suffering for something?
It's so strange, right? Like you say, he could have just kept that pawn defended, kept all the trumps in the position, all the ideas. If there's no direct sequence of moves here, why would you do this? Why would you allow the counterplay? And David, you want to go for the most, well, direct line here. Hit that knight. There's only one square I see.
Yeah, and knight has to retreat. And now we came up with several ideas earlier. I mean, one of them was this pawn push to d5. Now it doesn't gain time against the black bishop, but maybe he just wants to home in on this beautiful outpost in the center of the board.
Can we follow that up? Let's go with the counterplay that you're talking about, right? If the knight does land on the center of the board, and what happens if black keeps pushing his own pawn?
Yeah, if black keeps pushing, I guess now white just blockades and argues that actually black's pieces are doing nothing. But still, you didn't need to allow this. Maybe black is just frozen. Maybe black has no plan.
And he took such little time to play that move.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to argue with Vincent's choice because he understands chess 960, Fisher random freestyle chess better than me, clearly. But
yeah, maybe in the same way he identified that locking this, dark squared bishop up at the beginning of the game, he can do the same to a number of the other pieces here.
Fabiano is just stacking things on the A file. He
What?
This is so wild. He just doesn't believe in the attack on the other side of the board.
This is a difficult game to make sense of, and David's understood something about this position.
I think I have an inkling as to why these last few moves, these mysterious moves, have been played. Again, if we just show that last variation, so he pushed a pawn, Fabiano, we'll break that down in a second, but if he had taken here, could it be stepping the pawn forward, kicking the knight out, and now bringing back the white queen, switching angles, hitting this rook, hitting this pawn, and if the pawn steps forward, maybe now he simply drops his bishop back, grabs this pawn. I say that with a question mark because the computer's just told me that pawn to b2 is quite strong, which, yeah, slightly embarrasses the white pieces. But maybe it was something to do with the fact that the white queen could come back, the fact that this pawn was undefended just for a moment. That's the only explanation I can come up with as for why Fabiano would take a time out to defend this pawn when it looks like the action is really heating up. To play a slow move like that is very difficult to explain otherwise.
Really, really strange stuff going on. And now he wants to take the pawn on the next move. I think what you're saying makes makes a lot of sense. But is Vincent going to give him enough time? So the knight is forced back to that terrible square we were pointing out, and white can advance that central pawn, taking away another square from the knight to move forward, vacating another square for his own knight to move ahead. What happens then if it becomes a race, right? You move your pawn, you lose a pawn. Is the attack strong enough for Vincent?
Yeah, that's the big question. And if Vincent doesn't win this game, he might look back on the decision to allow Fabiano to grab a pawn, but he still does look aesthetically very, very nice. My big question is, what happens if black just starts running?
Yeah, actually, a really big question right now for Vincent is, does he play like this, which is engine chess, right? Just space advantage, restriction, long-term pressure, win in 70 moves, but or the equally powerful move c5.
Whoa.
Which is being evaluated the same exact way and somehow makes more sense with the move that you just played. Rip it all open.
Feels weird because we're like offering to fix the pawn structure a little bit.
Yes, but in chess, there is something I like to call superseding concepts. Ain't nobody thinking about pawn structure right now.
Fair enough.
That black king is about to be put out on a barbecue. All right, so like, yeah, he's not thinking pawn structure. He's thinking, if I open the D and C lines, can my queen get back and then take a one-way ticket to the opposite corner of the board? Exactly, David. You know, can I bring my knight? Can I bring my other knight? Can I bring my other rook? Not right now, because you lose it to the bishop on the left side. Let's not forget. But also, there's just a little bishop c4, bishop takes pawn on f7. Just just trapping the rook over there, and also defending our own pawn. So visually, this looks much more promising than pawn to d5. Although pawn to d5 is maybe what the engine would play long term, because it's like it just knows black has nothing.
Yeah, human logic. I think you're right, Levy. Like, the only explanation we can really come up with for keeping the white rook on the c file is to blow open the position. Otherwise, you would have just kept it on the second rank. And okay, there we go. As I say it, of course, commentator goes the other way.
Also, such a stylistic move by Vincent, right? I think c5 is a move that you see a player like Ali Reza make, maybe a player like Norderbeck go for. But for Vincent, we've spoken about Peter Lecco keeping things in control. He had a beautifully controlled performance against Magnus. He wants that knight at the center of the board, and there it is.
Yeah, this is really crazy. Like, this is deep stuff. It's all in. Feels like poker, all in. Fabiano's all in on the queen side, and Vincent's just giving it to him. Fabiano has two connected, protected pass pawns. Like, if all the pawns cleared out, black's A and B pawns just go down the board. So Vincent has a limited amount of time to make use of the fact that Fabiano has some of the worst pieces we have seen in this tournament. The knight, the bishop, and the rook, which I cannot begin to understate how much they absolutely suck. Like, they are horrendous. Even the queen, right? Like, none of black's pieces can move. The only question is, can Vincent break through? And if he's found a way that he can, with the heart rate at 110, because he feels it, he feels like he has a good position, guys, yeah, we could be seeing Fabiano go down in the next 10 to 15 moves.
Yeah, I think one of his ideas, Vincent, is to push his H-pawn forward, potentially, if he can grab this F7 pawn that he kind of singled out before the game. Then the white knight has even more jumping points. Then the white queen can start targeting some of those kind of suffocated pieces. I mean, this is literally like watching AlphaZero. It's like the type of thing AI comes up with. It's like pure domination. It doesn't even want to checkmate. It doesn't want to win material. It just wants to dominate.
sort of give material and make sure that your opponent's pieces have got no spaces to jump to, a concept that we saw so many times from Alpha Zero, right? Those brilliant games that we had. And I think the younger generations really bought up on those concepts. Like, they are not something that's alien to them and easier to adapt. Beautiful games so far by Winston, but can he put the finishing touches? Because it's really not that easy, right? You have to be so precise as white in these positions. Give black a couple of moves, get that bishop out of the way, the A and the B pawn having a free hand. I look at the clock. It's clear that Fabi also finds this position harder to play than Vincent does right now. He's up about 17 minutes, and big questions, practical problems lie ahead for both players. Can we all agree on one thing, that no draw happening today? One of the two players will be in a must-win tomorrow in the final game.
Yeah, and probably fairly likely in our third place match as well.
Oh, wow.
As Magnus has really tightened the screws on his opponent. We did finally have that queen lining up with the bishop that he explained conceptually in that confessional booth, and now it's Javokir Sindarov who's kind of matching Fabiano's clock on the way down. Both of them struggling to find answers.
By the way, it's plus 1.5 for Alireza. We don't have to go analyze that game.
We will.
But David was banging the drum about the fact that it did not make that much sense for Gukesh to play on, and well, we will see. I mean, obviously the game is not over, but I just saw a spike there. Yeah, guys, this this looks really scary for Weiss.
Yeah, this looks absolutely terrifying. Magnus, everything he said in the confessional has
come to fruition.
Exactly, has come to life, and it's just this one diagonal. If you could somehow just pick up the white bishop, give it 2 moves, if you could drop it back in front of the white king, fianchetto position, pure defense, you're totally fine. But unfortunately, chess doesn't work like that. And I mean, I think here, well, apparently it's not over yet. I think Javokir was relying on some tricks. I was going to say pawn takes pawn, for example, would now set a nasty trap. If Magnus gets greedy and grabs this black queen, then suddenly, whoops, the black king is the target. This is a check. You cannot step forward, blocking the queen and bishop's connection. You would lose the black queen. And if you take this bishop, then white will take this rook. And actually, it's just winning. You force the black king out into the open, and somehow, I mean, you can start collecting material, or you probably just start checkmating this piece. So, okay, there's one trap that I can see. He has played this move, so Magnus cannot take the knight yet. But that food is not running away. So as long as Magnus avoids any nasty check on this diagonal, he should be winning material.
But also, you could think about defending that knight on the next move, right? Firstly, as Magnus has to take care of this big threat that you just highlighted. Beautiful tactics there, by the way. Stunning trap set up by Sindarov. Magnus has to be a little careful, but I think Magnus will work that out and not fall for it. Once he does, what is the best way to fight that threat first?
Yeah.
How do you do it? Because it's not so obvious to me.
First move that came to my mind was bringing the bishop out, but that doesn't feel entirely safe. You might see some sacrifices on that square, and then the white bishop then will kind of line up on the diagonal. So,
how bad is... I was going to say moving the A pawn, but it kind of destabilizes the B pawn, so maybe white has some pawn to C3 thing. Although, no, that doesn't work at all.
But you fall back with your bishop now. You just defend that knight, and then your idea of the pawn to c3, now that you weaken the left side of the board. What I'm trying to point out is there a defensive resource for Sindarov to come with the bishop to g4 and just keep the knight safe there?
Yeah, I just want to point out, I mean, this is me cheating and checking the best move, but black only has one winning move to keep the advantage in the current position. Pawn to a6, for example, would be a full 360, or pawn to a5. White could actually just grab a pawn on f7, and due to these tactics of the bishop check, of some back rank checkmates, white is winning. Magnus does not have time to get greedy on this diagonal and kind of cash in, break through. There's only one way to keep the defenses intact, and I'm going to say it's very difficult.
It is very weird.
Okay, wait. Let's try and guess this then. If it's difficult, then it's some obscure move.
No, I've seen it, but I think for Magnus it's not hard.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
what's interesting is it kind of follows in my head, and maybe I'm misappropriating logic, but it kind of follows the logic of the A pawn push, which is to create a square for the king to go to.
Yeah.
but it's just doing it in a different way.
And protecting the 7th rank.
I'm the only one here trying to work it out. Okay, so
we all saw it, so it's not fair.
So you said you can't move the a-pawn. There are tactics there. You need a square for the king. Okay, so it has to be bishop to b7, right? You need to get... Okay, that was not a move. If I didn't have all the hints given here in the studio, no way I was coming up with that.
But it just feels so
But it's beautiful once you put it on. It makes so much sense. The king will be so safe on that square, which has just been vacated by the bishop.
And essentially... Oh, I thought Magnus was reaching. He reached for that corner, but he was touching his pen, not the in the corner. But essentially, now, for example, White's queen cannot take this pawn because after a check, after queen takes knight, there's no check. You can just hide in the corner, and your rooks protect the back rank. Your bishop protects you on the diagonals, as opposed to, for example, in this position, if you touch your pawn, now queen takes is not the same because after a capture of the knight, now you cannot hide in the corner. Now one of your rooks is forced off the back rank. The only way to really stop the checks, and you do get checkmated. So actually the safest hiding place for the king is not the square it sits on, it is in the corner. I think you get them process of elimination. You look at all the variations, you realize prioritization of the king safety.
Does he find it?
Key.
Does he find it?
21 minutes, I think he does. I think if this were a blitz game, bishop to b7, very difficult, almost superhuman, but you can deduce it. If you realize, I mean, you start by looking at queen takes knight, right? Everyone's does, but then you realize there are traps with those checks that we showed. And if you can't take the knight, then you look for safety first. You look to set up the grabbing of that knight next move.
I will say your first suggestion of the other bishop moving to block the diagonal was really something that comes more naturally, at least to me, you know? You get a bishop to a better square. You kind of block all the trades. Is it essential that Magnus finds it, or does that other move also keep a big portion of the advantage?
The other move lessens the advantage quite significantly, but yeah, the reasons to me are mysterious. I think it might be because later down the line there might be some tricky sacrifices against that bishop, opening up the diagonals again. But yeah, I mean, Magnus plays this move. I don't think we can blame him at all. It's also kind of dealing with the opponent's threats. Very, very logical one.
Love that camera work that just happened. It really built up, you know, the whole tension about the situation. Just a full rotation happened there.
He played awesome. Bishop b7.
Of course he did. He's Magnus Carlsen.
He did play it, my goodness.
Amazing.
Magnus is going to hide his king in the corner. He's going to try and grab this knight.
Yeah, but for him it's child's play, right? I mean, you're like, oh, my king needs a space. Bishop b7. It's important to point out, White can still play bishop g4. White can still play the move that anchors the knight, and actually the knight is pretty safe. But now Black launches the next wave of a counterattack with the c-pawn. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Queen has to probably stay somewhere smart and defensive, but slowly you will pry apart the defenses. Although I have to say, I don't exactly see how. I mean, for him it will be easy, but
apparently Black just freezes the position, and it's the fact that this white bishop and the white knight cannot move pretty much for the rest of the game due to checkmating ideas on the diagonal. Again, it's domination. It's just pure domination, just like the Vincent game.
Yeah, well,
we gotta go there.
It's
insane. I mean, what is Vincent Keimer doing? It's incredible things happening on the board. You know, he's Levy. When you said it, is Vincent the best player on the planet right now with the chess that he's showing? Every move he's proving your statement to be right. He finds the idea that you were earlier talking about. If we can just jump to our fight for championship.
Yeah, while the action's on Javikir Sindarov here, we're going to hop over to that finals bout between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer. Keimer has Fabiano on the ropes here, and we did have actually the top engine move played just 1 second to go. The H-pawn pushed one more square forward, opting for the trade there is Fabiano, but now opening up that other pawn that you've highlighted before, David, as well, for the queen to go snag.
Yeah, I think that pawn is just dropping. Take it now. You can maybe take it on the next move. The white bishop can go and take it. And the black queen, we should mention, overworked, defending her bishop in the corner here. She's going to have a tough time holding everything together, juggling all those plates. But yeah, this one just looks terminal. Fantastic play. And Vincent, again, we have to remind everyone, he highlighted f7 as the key on move one, the start position. And that pawn falling might just signal the end.
Visionary right there, right? And that pawn falling would be the end because it also gives such a big post for that white knight to land to. It's a key defender of a very big square around the black king. Imagine the knight coming in with a check. The boxed up pieces, you end up losing a lot of material on the spot. Maybe there are stronger moves, but I think the most natural one to me looks like the absolute scariest. You know, an idea that David earlier highlighted, line up the bishop and the queen, the rook's trapped there. You might end up winning material. Queen takes pawn, bishop h5, or just pick up that pawn, come in with the knight. This has been such a power-packed performance by Kaymer on day one of the finals. I can't believe it. I mean, to outplay Fabi in the way he has. What move number are we on, David?
6.
Huh?
We're on move 20. Well, it's about to be White's 20th move.
Yeah.
In this format,
20 moves.
Yeah, it could be move 6, it could be 25.
But Fabi hasn't made any big blunders. That's the point. It just feels like Fabi went for this idea, you know, a questionable idea, getting your rook to that side of the board, but sort of no big blunder like we saw Magnus make and then lose under 10 moves, you know?
Yeah.
It almost feels to me like, in fact, actually, there's 2 pawns that are about to die here for black. After we swoop up that f6 pawn, we have no way to protect the the f7 pawn. We have no way to protect the f6 pawn right below it.
Yeah. Everything looks good. Now the only problem for Vincent is
the problem of plenty.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the problem of choice, like queen takes pawn, knight in with the check, queen takes pawn, queen takes another pawn, bishop in and bishop takes, just simply trapping the rook. Well, we might get a signature Kaymer time trouble.
Spoiled for choice.
He just thinks for 20 minutes and gives us all a heart attack, but this is pretty cool. And I will say yesterday in the recap I made of Vincent knocking out Magnus, I had a lot more Germans in the comment section sort of being like, oh, we've been fans for like so long, it's so good to see. So I think there's a lot of people that watch, but until their countryman or countrywoman like has a breakthrough, they're not going to be spamming the comment section with, you know, memes from the country or something like that. But when they have a big success, it's like pretty cool to see the whole comment section turns German, everybody dropping in German memes and so on. So yeah, this is like, who has ever put up a better run than this?
Well, I'm not so certain, but this goes to Danny's point about what people remember are the stories, right, when it comes to the chess. And right now, Vincent is writing a beautiful story of his own here at Freestyle Chess 2025.
And talking of Vincent, shall we Van Gogh over to another game, or shall we stay here?
Well, with a transition that smooth, we have no choice.
Vincent just played bishop h5.
Oh, brilliant move. Yeah, we stay here, I think, for a while. Alireza does have an advantage against Gukesh. Magnus did find the best moves that we actually showed a bit earlier. Of course he did, the world #1. But this is the story of the round.
So he doesn't even rush. He's just enjoying the position. And earlier to what we were discussing, right, this is a real chess problem. When you've got to make a choice between so many pleasant options, sometimes that's exactly what backfires and doesn't go in your favor. You start burning the clock, you start checking, rechecking. But here it looks like Vincent just chose one move, saw that it keeps a big advantage, and instead of going too deep into other lines, goes like, I believe in this. I'm keeping all the pressure on. That bishop can capture the pawn next. The knight will anyway land on that square, and you've got nothing you can do to defend against any of these ideas.
The best line for black, the best second line for black, the best third line for black, all involve losing material. Like, the computer is ready to throw pieces just straight out the window. It's like rook takes knight. I mean, how do you even explain that move? Like, you just help white open up the e file, you know. And then there's a line where black plays knight takes pawn. The computer's malfunctioning. I think Fabiano Caruana will resign in less than 10 moves.
And just remind everyone, that rook took about 10 moves to get there. And now the best move is to give it up.
Should we try and trace the steps of this rook?
Let's do it.
I mean, it started on the c8 square. It came up, it came across, it came down, it came down, it came round. And it's just hitting thin air. I mean, he's literally moved it, was that 5 times? And he plays it. He sacrifices his rook for knight. Stopping the white knight from jumping in, that's the logic. The white knight was about to land on some juicy squares. We were talking about the e6 square. But yeah, you're only kind of shutting one door, opening another for the opponent.
1/3 of the game, approximately, was played with that rook. And now it's gone.
Now it's gone.
Recognizing the power of that knight, though, opts to trade the heavier piece for the smaller one.
It is still gone for a piece with lesser value, and it opens up a very key line in the center of the board as well. And there are still problems on those pawns doubled up on the F line. Fabi trying to create threats of his own, trying to get to those central pawns, also vacate the path for his A pawn to move forward.
Queen back to D3.
Simple and strong.
You defend the pawn, you attack the bishop, and then you play bishop takes pawn on the next move. You're just going to have 2 rooks for 2 pieces. And then you can obviously give up one of the rooks, and yeah, black has absolutely nothing. This game is over.
This is a nice way of freezing black as well on the left side of the board. Black is totally frozen, cannot touch anything. He's going to play it.
Fabi might resign. This is actually okay.
What is this farm that Vincent is in?
There's the pawn push.
Yeah, this is
this is beast mode. I mean,
Alpha Kaimer. I mean, it's just phenomenal. It's like perfect chess.
It really is, right? From start to finish, this is reminding me of Vincent's first game against Magnus, where you had these inaccuracies at the start, and Vincent never really gave him a practical chance to come back in that game. You know, he controlled the board, he controlled the attack, and putting those final finishing touches, putting pressure on Magnus's clock in that one as well, until the world #1 crack. That's a feat few have achieved in the chess world.
Yeah, Vincent at the moment is piloting 95% accuracy through 22 moves on a freestyle chess board.
Where did the other 5% go?
Yeah,
Feels like 100.
That's a good question.
Be coming home with a math test, in the 3rd grade. Anyway, we're not going to open up that can of worms. But
Wow.
Okay. I guess. This also works.
He's just showboating now. He knows he's so close to victory. He wants to sacrifice 1 rook in order to open up the other. And once that kind of black cluster of pawns, bishops on the left side disappears, I think it's one-way traffic. I'm really shocked, though, he didn't grab and trap that black rook. Maybe he just thinks that meal is going to be on tap for later on.
What if you go super hideous in this position? You want to defend that F7 pawn. You also want to fight against that check that you're pointing out can come on if white was to sacrifice the bishop. Fall back with your knight next to that king. At least for the time being, David, I'm not allowing that pawn to fall, right? And just saying that I'm fighting for my life, but I'm hanging on for another move.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the best move in this position, multi-purpose, and Fabiano can barely play anything else. He literally can't move his rook. I mean, the bishop next to it, no point moving that one. He does drop back his knight. I was going to say he literally can't move any other piece there, so he had to retreat.
But sorry, why didn't he take on F7, trapping another rook? It's just a free pawn.
Yeah, it is a little odd. What about just one other idea? I mean, obviously, all ideas are not great for Fabiano here. Instead of dropping the knight back, can we offer the pawn up, but just offer it up in a different way by bringing the knight forward to block the bishop?
So strange.
Yeah, and
we now offer the trade. The queen has to then come forward to take that pawn, but now we've opened up the pawn that the bishop was originally attacking on the left-hand side, or is there a trick here?
Yeah, I think he would have loved to play this. You're 100% right, but this also gives us an opportunity to show why Vincent rejected the chance to take that pawn, why he swung his rook over instead, because now after rook takes bishop, you open up this line, and after a recapture, this check is actually really awkward for black right now.
I think Vincent missed the move knight c8.
Yeah, I think so
Actually,
too.
that's very possible.
I think he only saw this, and that's why he did that.
And now he's head in hand.
And just to finish off this variation, either the king steps forward this way and you get skewered, or you step forward the other way and you simply get checkmated, or you have to give up your queen. So this was the explanation. But yeah, he must have looked at knight this way, but he didn't look at knight the other way.
Oh my goodness.
I think you're completely right about that.
This is that's a big miss. I mean, it was a
plays it.
free pawn and a trapped rook. You don't even have to take the rook. You can just move you could have just moved the bishop somewhere just to keep that is so crazy. I mean, and let me tell you, this is the moment in the game you feel so stupid, because you're like, I could have taken a pawn and the rook was trapped. What am I doing? This is unbelievable. He knows he's still better, but now he has to play moves like retreating the bishop back to the f3 square and then repositioning it, and he will probably find a second win and win this game, just because, quite frankly, black's position is so horrible. But
yeah,
recovering from moments like this is not easy.
You suddenly get the feeling that you have to win the game all over again.
Yeah.
And then you start thinking, had I just played the most obvious move, I'm winning more material, why didn't I go that? And again, only explanation, knight retreats are easily missed. in the chess game. And I think this was one of those moments where Vincent completely forgot about this resource. He just thought rook to b1, can't fight this threat, I'm winning on the spot. And this gives Fabi just that little chance to survive for a little bit longer. And sometimes in chess, that's all you need.
Fabi has survived like 30 times in this tournament.
I was going to say, I think resilience is the story of Fabiano in this tournament, right? Just surviving in seemingly unsurvivable moments a few times.
Some would call it luck, but I feel like in chess, you earn your luck.
Mm-hmm. You know, make your own luck on the board.
You make your own luck, yeah, like... Not getting bishop f7 played against you. Like, I would have played that move just because, like, I'm too stupid to think of anything else. I'm just like, it's just free pawn. Like, but yeah, sometimes it happens. And I've also had moments like this. You just have a good move. You have another move. You're like, I'm winning. You play the move. You go, wait, what have I just done? So I actually think we're going to get a time trouble in this game. Like, I think Vincent's going to end up tanking a little bit.
Yeah, that was a case of that kind of idiom we were saying the other day, you know, see a good move, look for a better one. But he should not have looked for a better one.
Settle for good. Just settle for good.
Settle for winning. But now he's, yeah, we should mention the count right now, the material count. It's so imbalanced, this position. He's not even material up, Vincent Keimer. Currently, he has a rook. The opponent has a piece and 2 pawns, so it's level material, but he finds one of the best moves. He, changes focus. He's going after this bishop.
And coming to that point of adaptability, right? It's not that as if he went into a 10-minute think and just thinking about, hey, I should have grabbed the pawn. He just recomposes himself, perhaps realized that he missed one of the resources, but that's fine. Everything's still under control. And David, you're saying this is one of the best moves, and it looks incredibly strong, right? Because that bishop has got nowhere to run. That knight rerouting itself can also further go to the center of the board, targeting some other pawns. You could win the bishop. And again, for Fabi, the disconnection in the pieces. What are those back rank pieces even doing? Where are the targets? Yes, he got that one small hope of not losing on the spot, but it's still pretty lost.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere to go with your bishop, simply. That's the worst bishop I've ever seen. But, I mean, the rook now at least can breathe, but it's got nowhere to go on this line. And likewise, the black queen a bit trapped, so still very smelly.
Yeah, that poor bishop has been on that square the entire game and may still be there when all the dust settles. But I do think we should check back in with Magnus Carlsen versus Javikir Sindarov, as Fabiano has a breath of new life while still not out of the woods just yet. Magnus continues, I think, to extend his advantage here. Javikir with only 3:40 on the clock. Of course, it is Magnus's move to make.
Yeah, and these top players, we mentioned Vincent in the confessional. Magnus in the confessional also mentioned, literally, what was it, 8 moves ago, that he was going to line up on this diagonal. He was going to push his pawn to c4, and that there would be a second wave of attack. He also mentioned bringing his bishop out to this nice diagonal. And I think that might be the move he plays. It just feels like the white king is caught in the crosshairs. Material is actually in favor of Sindarov. He's 1 pawn to the good, but that's totally irrelevant. It's more just the fact that he is pinned and totally immobilized right now.
And I think he can follow up that idea of the bishop move by sliding the rook as well further into the game to the second rank. Notice how the white knight appears to be defending a key square for the rook to come into, but you can't move that knight. It's essentially just stuck on that square because of the checkmating ideas on the board. So bishop rook lined up against that f2 pawn would be incredibly dangerous for Javikir. And you're absolutely right. That extra pawn, who cares about that right now?
Oof. Yeah, talking of bad pieces, White's rook is so bad right now. White's bishop in the corner, not really doing too much either. Magnus could even kill it. Magnus could just push a pawn forward and lock this bishop in for life, entomb it.
I think maybe the one concern for black here is giving white enough time to collapse your entire right side of the board. Queen targeting that loose pawn again over there, and then in essence targeting that second pawn. And then from there, you're pretty close to promoting on your own. But of course, I don't think Magnus is going to allow his opponent the time to make that full trip.
Looking good for Magnus, but I will say that we might be seeing the last few moves in our game 1 of the finals championship, championship game. So huge pressure on Fabi, completely busted. Can a miracle save him? Should we jump back to Vincent's board?
Let's Van Gogh back. This time I can say it, and we will move. And yeah, here we see Fabiano. He's just given up a pawn with his last move to try and get the black queen into the game. But this looks like desperation. The black queen now, she has a couple of squares to use. The black bishop is actually threatening to jump with a double attack. So some logic behind Fabiano opening up this C-file. But you mentioned the last few moves, Tanya. How is Vincent going to shut the door on Fabi's counterplay here? Is it just a rook sacrifice for the bishop? Is it just stepping across onto the c-file? Is he just bringing his knight into the game? Still many tempting moves.
I like what you said at the end. You know, we're talking about Vincent, so maybe we'll see a starry knight on the board. You know, you can get that knight, and then further get it across to target those weak pawns, get your worst placed piece into the game. Do we continue with positioning that knight, attacking the bishop, or the square that you're highlighting right now?
Yeah, the only fear I have with bringing the knight across is that bishop to this square is a threat with a double attack. So maybe first this move. I also kind of wanted to protect this pawn, but maybe that one is less relevant right now.
Yeah, I kind of want to put my rook on c6.
Yeah.
But it doesn't accomplish anything. It's just a nice move, supported by 2 pawns. I was also looking at bishop back to d1, which originally I thought just wins the game like on the spot. But then I guess black has bishop c4, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, hitting the queen, and next move.
Apparently not. There might have been something stronger, but...
Yeah, both of the pawns are attacked, so I don't know where the white queen goes. Like, maybe I want to stop rook to e1, but you can't save both of these at the same time.
The rook slide looks like the most natural move in the position. You know, you control all the squares, all these threats that you're highlighting for black, also eyeing that juicy spot on c6. Next, your knight can come forward into the game. I would expect Vincent to play that move next.
Yeah, he's just working out the follow-up. Vincent Keimer.
5 minutes for Fabi.
Yeah, Vincent's got him on the ropes. This is the second time he has to win this position, but luckily it's all good. And we should say, when we left, I think the position was something like +2.5, and now it's +5. So Fabiano, even in the low time, was not able to exactly navigate the defenses because they were very mysterious. I mean, it was always winning for Vincent, but not taking a free pawn that traps a rook will really mess with you a little bit. But this is... He just needs to do a few more things correctly, and the cake will be finished. Just don't knock it off the counter and onto the floor. But he's putting the icing on right now.
Yeah, he's just figuring out how to kill the counterplay. He brings his knight forward, one of the most natural moves.
Okay.
Covering all the squares. Fabi's just still so stuck. Down material, can barely move anything. It just looks horrible for black.
Stockfish wants to take the knight. I mean...
Another exchange sacrifice.
But, like, you can't... I mean, no human being plays like this. Like, Fabi's going to play knight b6.
I mean, you do, and then you resign 2 moves later.
Yeah, but you can't get rid of your pieces so easily.
Go down fighting. Go down swinging. Throwing all the pieces off the board.
Maybe he'll move his pawn to f5.
Just to finally try and give the dark square bishop some life on the diagonal. That would make some sense as well. But 4 minutes, I mean, one thing is having a hopeless position. The other thing is having 4 minutes to try and bluff your way out of it somehow.
We'll just say Sindarov has 1 minute and 40 seconds, but we don't... Well, let's stay here. This is our game for first place.
Oof.
But Sindarov is likely on his last few moves as well. Nojabek and Hikaru have had by far the calmest game. They've just vibed all day. Kukesh could have had a draw an hour ago. Could have walked around in the snow. Like, if you're born and raised in India, do you see snow? Is there snow in regions?
Up north, yes.
Up north?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember I spoke to Sagar in New York, and he was like, I didn't come with a coat because I didn't know it was like 25 degrees less on Celsius, which is...
But where Gukesh comes from, their winter in Chennai is like a really nice summer. It's almost like spring. It's like 23 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's the coldest it gets. Fabi, meanwhile, does decide to make a move. Yeah, the winds of change keep blowing here, but Vincent not yet. not yet wrapping it up. I also want to just say that, you know, just his entire journey in this tournament, getting to this finals and now staring at a first round victory against the world number 2, it's sort of like a test by fire he's gone through, right? Where in the round robin, you finish at the bottom of the leaderboard, you get picked on by Alireza, who is at the top as your opponent, and then you prove him wrong, you take him down. You know, he could have won that match 2-0. That is how dominating he was. He wins the first game, draws the second one, then goes on to knock out the world number 1. And did I see a little bit of a... What happened there? I thought Fabi just threw in the towel, but the game's still on.
The game's still on. It's actually the other board that's about to end first. It looks like Magnus is about to wrap up his victory any second now. He's about to win material and the game. And here we see the white rook dropping on the edge of the board.
Yeah, it feels a formality at this point. With material advantage, positional advantage, and a much safer king.
Yeah, he's just going to go grab this rook. And will we see resignation from Sindarov? No, he keeps fighting. He keeps playing King March. Not sure where that king's going. I'm expecting the black rook now to come in with a double attack against the 2 pieces.
I thought Magnus was up a rook, but he's not. He's up a rook for a knight. He's up a rook and a pawn for a knight. But
a knight and a bishop, yes. So.
Yeah, it's a weird position, you know, like. But he can take a couple of pawns, and then Java here can take some pawns. And White's king is kind of safe. Bishop c8, maybe not. But maybe it's not safe at all, actually.
And just to show as well, there were 2 brilliant moves in a row from Magnus Carlsen just a few moves back to get this material advantage, this decisive edge. We actually just left it one move before that sequence happened, White bringing a bishop forward, and Magnus now just jumped in. Knight takes pawn. Double exclamation point. This is a pure piece sacrifice, because if the white queen retreats and takes the knight back, the black rook could have lunged in and finally overpowering this blockading knight, the guardian of the diagonal. And next move, no matter what, there would have been a sacrifice on this square, and black would have broken through with checkmate. So the knight wasn't captured, but the second brilliant move was another sacrifice, knight into e3, a fork. And when the knight was captured, another fork, another double attack, this time the king and rook. So this is how we got here. And yeah, many strong moves. You can move the rook in, you can kind of push your pawn forward, play your bishop back. Everything winning for Magnus Carlsen now. Ooh, which game's going to end first? That's actually the question.
A really good question.
Do we have a 2-box?
Ooh.
Cameraman should just go full screen and rotate back and forth. That should be the broadcast. Just cut into the playing hall, camera on one board, boop, 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 back and forth until we get a winner.
Yeah.
Or they don't have to listen to me. That's also, you know.
Excellent idea, Levy. But in the meantime, should we go back to our...
Yeah, we can do the flipping for now.
Let's do it.
Let's go back to the other board. As Javok here, yeah, on his last legs in that game. But Fabiano, oh, that's never a good sign. Fabiano was looking at his score sheet, and that's normally a telltale that yeah, a player's thinking of resigning. They're just wondering where it went wrong.
Bishop moved for the first time in the game.
So he did sacrifice that pawn. He had to get some open diagonals. Now he's got his first threat in the position. That central pawn is hanging as well. It looks completely winning for Vincent, but you know, to win a winning position is one of the hardest things in chess. Vincent simply slides back, and this is what we were talking about, right? He knows when to go on the defense, when to keep the attack going, how to change the pace of the game. He knows when to pull the brakes on his own ideas, consider his opponent's ideas. He's been doing that so incredibly well throughout the tournament, and this is a one move with many grooves. You defend a pawn, you also attack a pawn.
He's lulling me to sleep. I'm like, I've been ready for him to win for like an hour, but he's just like, I'm going to put all the pieces on all the right squares.
Knight's coming in. It won't last long, Levy, though.
Knight's coming in, rook's coming in.
Yeah, and in my head, I felt like, oh, maybe an opening, because we've now reduced the number of defenders on the further pushed D pawn, but that resource of being able to slide in with the check and snagging another pawn means there is no option to take.
I should mention it is still legal for black to castle. Black has not moved his king or his rook, but you would only be sliding out of the fire and into the frying pan. The black king sliding across would invite the white knight leaping forward, and that looks fatal as well.
It's that cliche, right? When the cure is worse than the disease, you want to get out of the center, but you only get into a worse position with your king on the other side because all your pieces are on the left side of the board. The queen and knight will be a deadly combo. Center, or sorry, the right side of the board, it looks completely busted for Black's king here.
Yeah, busted for Black's king. Fabiano still thinking, trying to find a move. In the meantime, it looks like Javokir is about to resign as well. So the dilemma, who is going to finish first in this playing hall?
If you had to predict.
Ooh. Right, there we go.
It looks like there it is. We have a result. It is Magnus Carlsen who comes out on top in game number 1 of our 3rd place match against the youngster in Javokir Sindarov. Beautifully navigated from him. From the first confessional that we had of Magnus, where he talked through the position, even predicting quite a few number of moves in the early sequences and how it would set him up for success. He then delivers on that confessional brilliantly.
Yeah, exactly what he predicted came to pass, Magnus Carlsen. The final position, Javokir, was the exchange down, rook for knight, but about to lose another piece as well. So resigning. And that leaves us with one major focal point in this final, well, penultimate day here in WEISSENHAUS.
I think the terrifying thing for me, David, is that you mentioned while castling is still legal and how precarious that decision would be to make, it is one of the top engine lines being considered here.
Every move just feels absolutely losing for Black. I mean, there are such few that you have. Where do you even hide? Because that idea of lining up the queen and the knight against the king if it castled, if that's one of the best lines, it just shows how bad the position is. And Fabi's clock now under 1 minute.
Yeah, he might resign. He might play a few moves.
Right here, right now, I think.
Yeah, I think you still have to play a move or two.
Which move do you would you even play here, Levy?
You just make 1 or 2 moves. You know, maybe something happens. Maybe he blunders his queen, or you resign. You know, you think down, you go, this is crazy. I just have absolutely nothing.
I mean, the white rook is coming in. This pawn is hanging. The white knight is coming in. It's just too much. I think he might stop the clock. You know, Fabiano. At least he won't be the first game to finish today. That's some consolation for all chess players.
20 seconds.
No. I had a feeling he would make at least 1 more move.
That poor bishop.
Every move feels like a waiting move, but just a move waiting for death.
Yeah. That poor bishop, it made its first move. It finally stepped into the limelight, and then it goes back home.
Perhaps a recognition of, one of the piece or, spots on the board that played a major role in his demise here.
Mm-hmm. Now the rook is coming in, guaranteed. The move Levy predicted a few moments ago. Beautiful outpost for the white rook. There are some sacrifices in the air. Black can barely move again. Oh, this is painful.
And once again, I just got to bring it back to what a beautiful game here out of Vincent, start to finish.
Absolutely stunning. Fabi just never got going in this one. And maybe to that point that Vincent also spoke in the confessional, right? Just how difficult it is. By the way, a stunning line here. He gives up that rook to open up Black's king. It gets the double exclaim, which means it's a brilliancy on the board. Giving up a rook to win the king.
Rich get richer. You know, he was already doing very well. He does not need a double exclam to confirm that. Obviously, Fabi's going to take. I mean, I don't think that he can not capture, although.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of the rich get richer, Artie had guaranteed himself $140,000 just by landing in this finals bout. And if he manages to conclude this one, putting himself up in a 1-point advantage, he's that much closer to an extra 60 grand and a $200,000 top prize.
He's going to get 1 foot in. But David, can we see what would have happened had Fabi taken that rook?
Yeah, let's just backtrack. Fabiano blocks the check with his knight. If he had captured the rook, accepted the sacrifice, we would have seen a queen check, hitting the king, hitting the knight. The most logical way to block this check is with the knight, and then a change of angle here from Vincent Keimer. He would have stepped back, grabbed a pawn, hit this bishop, which is actually trapped, and also picking up this pawn in the process. So this would have led to a huge material advantage. Fabiano decides instead to try and keep fighting, but now this rook can save itself. I mean, the danger is not over, and I mean, that black king is just guaranteed to be checkmated in the near future. It's just doomed.
You know, the 2 pieces that Fabi managed to get out in the game towards Vincent, both, one of them lost to a knight, the other trapped on this side of the board. And that's it. Vincent does it, gets the first win against the world number 2.
Amazing.
Amazing. A result that Vincent should be proud of, but only half the job done.
Half the job done, but what a job done. In a matter of 3 days, he's taken down the world #1, fighting for championship, gets the lead, puts Fabiano Caruana in a must-win in their final game tomorrow for championship. What a star Vincent Keimer is in freestyle chess, as he's showing to be.
And doing it all on home turf. Beautiful display of understanding of this format, this game mode. That's been one of our questions from the beginning of the week. You know, how would this freestyle chess format reshape the world of chess and our understanding of, you know, who are the greats? And right now, Vincent Keimer is making a very good argument for himself in freestyle chess 2025.
And is it just me, or the storm outside just got stormier right now as soon as Vincent got that win in?
Yeah, I know Levy's against the theory of the winds of change, my friend, but the winds are only picking up here following the results in this top bout.
Let's not distract ourselves. You know, the weather has nothing to do with what's happening. I see Fabiano there taking a walk back to his residence. But yeah, just incredible stuff from Vincent, and he gets a big win. I'm sure he's going to be doing some media, some interviews. Maybe he'll be joining us. But yeah, just awesome.
Yeah, winter was coming for Fabi's King, unfortunately, and yeah, that was a tough game, but. Yeah, Fabiano has a chance to bounce back tomorrow. He is the king of comebacks. We learned that yesterday. We're not writing that off, but Vincent is today's player so far. He's got to be. What a game that was.
Yeah, and in the end, unfortunately, Fabi could not hold strong. Vincent making his way through the player hall. Let's not forget that we still have 2 other boards in play. It's Hikaru Nakamura up against Nodirbek Abdusatorov, of course, fighting for 5th place, and Alireza Firouzja versus Gukesh in that 7th place matchup. We'll kind of zoom back out. You can see those results at the top of your screen between the marquee matchups. And now we await the results of these extra battles.
4 empty chairs there, right? And I was just thinking that this tournament for the players, how it's really been as we jump into it. David, you can take your pick. But Vincent, he's here with such a strong support system as well, right? We see some of the players who've come in with their seconds and trainers. I know Vincent's dad is here. His girlfriend has been here as well, who just, I think, left yesterday. But it's clear, right, for a chess player how important it is to be in a good mind space, to be in a good headspace, to show this kind of performance. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, sometimes things can fall apart. And I think he's just got that support system going for him in WEISSENHAUS.
Yeah, he's got this support system. It's well worth noting that Vincent isn't superstitious. He was winning all of his games, beat Magnus Carlsen while his partner was here. I think she stepped out for the day. He just won anyway, his routine. I mean, he's just on fire. And in the 2 games we have left, there are imbalances. There's 2 sides who are the clear favorites at the point we jump in on. The clock situation is pretty dramatic for Gukesh. Out of the 4 remaining players, he's the lowest on the clock, and his position looking pretty dire. So his gambles earlier to keep the game going not paying off. Firouzja, a big favorite with a huge time advantage too. And in the meantime, Nakamura maybe with a small missed opportunity, but with a long-term advantage on his board, extra pawn for the American.
Yeah, and we can find our way to those boards in just a moment. But I think as Jan Henrik has joined us once again in the studio, my friend, the fairy tale seems to be playing out in front of our eyes. Vincent Keimer with another decisive victory and the advantage going into the final day of play against Fabiano.
It is insane. I mean, I was just in the hall because I had to talk to Magnus about a thing. I will tell you like in a minute. So I was waiting for Magnus' game to end, so I was standing there, and obviously it was ending like just quickly before Vincent's game. And when he came to me, I said I have to talk to you for a second. He said, Vince is going to win the whole thing. That's Magnus' reaction, right? Wow. So really deserved, because also he was very appreciative of Vincent's play, and Alireza was the same. You know that these guys are very dear to my heart. So it's like bleeding, seeing Alireza fall and feeling Magnus not succeeding. But also I said to Magnus, it's like for our tournament, it is very good to not have the same final like last year. Like if we had have Fabiano, Magnus, so because a lot of the criticism that we hear is like, this is just a tournament where Magnus invites his old friends and people he can beat, and so that he can have a nice retirement game. But I think what we are seeing is quite the opposite. We are seeing that the young guys are really taking on the challenge, that we are having great talent, like Javokir is like insane, has moved up. I mean, nobody would expect him to beat Magnus anyway right now. And so that's the fairy tale is continuing. But so as you have to kind of break the news also that maybe some of you have figured it out already also, is that we have made this announcement about the Grenke tournament, that we are taking over the classical part for a Freestyle Open, for that counts as a Grand Slam. And that has another effect that I just had to inform Magnus about, and I said he doesn't like it so much, but of course we said in the beginning that this is also a clear sign. It's not a tournament where Magnus picks his opponents. It's something where we have clear rules, clear qualification. Nobody is set except for the world champion. Thank you, FIDE. so it's in terms of rights. So it was also an acknowledgement of FIDE again, that Gukic is always set like for the Grand Slams, as long as he's world champion. And so now, do you know who won the Grenke Open last year? Because this person is qualified for Paris.
Oh wow, we're gonna look it up quickly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So
Hans is into the Paris Slam.
Yes,
Levy, you get your wish?
Yes.
Official.
So I just had, because it was in the media, and the Norwegian television also was asking me, there's a big media news everywhere, and so before he is kind of stormed, I had to inform him also that he knows what's coming out, so I had to tell him that, and he of course, he doesn't like it, as also Henrik, I talked to his father before, it's like he will not like it, but he is accepting it, of course. We talked before that, we are, as long as everybody, adhering to the rules, and we are, basically we have this Freestyle Players Club, and once Hans Niemann reached the 27-25 officially, we accepted him in the role, and it would only be a matter of time that he would play, and it's earlier than expected, so it's going to be the next Grand Slam, it's going to be, Hans Niemann is going to qualified for this.
So the invitation has been extended and accepted?
Yes.
That's big news. That's big news to be receiving here.
Good for you guys, because he has talked a lot about over the past year. He's getting invited and then uninvited from tournaments.
Exactly.
With Hans, I never know what's 100% truth and what's kind of playing a little bit of the heel.
Yeah.
But he has talked about the fact that players don't want to play in the same tournaments as him, and I think it sends the right message that that's not the case here. So I'm looking forward to it, and the interviews are going to be tremendous.
Yeah, very spicy. Plenty of content. I mean, it goes back to when we had Danny Wrench on earlier, right? I mean, we want to shine a spotlight on the players who have, big personalities, who want to make statements and make waves in the scene. And Hans, of course, wants to make waves, both on the chessboard and off.
And it's good for us. I mean, it's like I try to make always this comparison to Formula One, right? So and these stories are much more intriguing for people if you have characters that are really like strong, and they're basically not liked by everybody. If you just have a harmonious thing, then you wouldn't have a show on, right? So it's good. Like in Formula One, like Max Verstappen was the bad guy in the beginning, the bad kid, because he was basically running with his car into the world champions and kicking them off the course, and they were very mad at him, and so eventually he even became the world champion for Formula One. So that can all happen, and it's going to be really exciting to see what's going to happen. We're going to have some additional challenges also, but I think it's good, to have these, just we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah. And then I wanna add just a small thing that also is in the media right now is a little bit about Daniel has done out some. He was a little bit unhappy about that he was leaving, but I talked to him, and we will have him on the show tomorrow. We're gonna, as you are doing these deep dives sometimes. So tomorrow we're gonna
put him in so that you can basically let's see what Daniel thinks about that, right? So then you put him in, and from home he's gonna comment and say, okay, what he thinks about from his very expert level analysis, and then okay, so come here. Okay, he is already here, and then we will start tomorrow. What he really likes to do, and I think he's going to be great. He's going to analyze the 10 minutes when the players are analyzing. So we're going to set it up technically. You're the one. So just so that you know, like Daniel is still part of the family. He's just working from home, and I think he is much more comfortable at home, and so it's all good.
Amazing.
Now the third thing is I have Michael. You just walked. You had to go through this round, but anyway, doesn't wait. So I wanted to introduce you to another guest, and I will leave then. So leave it with him, Michael Lutzeyer. He's a very dear friend of mine, and he owns the resort in South Africa where we're going to have the Grand Slam final.
Wow.
So maybe a lot to talk about with you. And I'm leaving you with Michael.
Well, thank you very much, Jan.
Thanks, Jan.
Appreciate you.
Sit over there.
And Michael, yes, we're getting many peeks into the future with some of the information that Jan-Henrik just revealed to us about Paris. But as he just mentioned, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam is going to end, of all places, at your very resort in South Africa. So let's start with your involvement in the chess scene and what it means to you to be able to play the host to the final stop of this year-long endeavor.
Well, that was a big surprise. I've known Jan-Henrik for many years, long before he even started chess. And when he started it a year ago, he said to me, what do you think if we do it at your place, the final? But I didn't know how big this was and if we could handle it. And anyway, I said, yes, I think we can do it. And then Torsten came through and had a look at it, and we agreed we can host it. And so I think we're on board.
I mean, that's phenomenal to hear. Now that you've had the opportunity to come to event number one, I'm curious your experience, maybe different climates that we're dealing with at the very moment, but
very different, very different.
Your experience being in the player hall and watching these 10 different players take each other on in an unfigured out form of chess.
I'm actually blown away, not only by the whole setup, but by the commentaries, the live. I was watching it yesterday, and I used to play chess when I was a youngster, quite intensive, so I can follow it a little bit. But the way it's done, it's set chess free. That's almost like freestyle. It's set it free, and you get close to everyone. You're literally part of it. I was watching Inside Now for the last 2 hours. Fascinating. Trying to think I could work out the moves. I had no idea. But
so nice to hear you've been enjoying the commentary. What more can you tell us about your place in South Africa? Because it's going to be a grand final, right? It will come down to that event, who will be the Grand Slam champion. So tell us a little bit more about where the players are going to be playing.
Well, it's 2 hours from Cape Town, on the east coast, near the coast, in a nature reserve, a very big nature reserve, and we specialize on flowers, and we specialize on the sea life, on dolphins and whales and seals and penguins, and it's a very beautiful setting. And I think within the nature reserve, it's very private. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have beautiful accommodation, lovely staff, good food, and especially good wines.
Love it, Michael. Can we come as well?
I was going to say, can my dog come?
Oh.
Or in the nature is a very difficult. You might not survive it.
Yeah. Maybe one of the other stops before we make it to South Africa.
To meet a whale, maybe get eaten by one.
But it would be great. Will you all be in South Africa?
Not counting chickens before they hatch. I think the jury's out on that one, but each of us probably hoping dearly.
Depends how we do here, you know?
Exactly.
But it sounds like the commentary is good, so we have Michael's blessing.
Right, if we have your vote of confidence, maybe we will all get to book our ticket there. I think one of the beautiful things about going to all these amazing and different locations is our opportunity to not just experience the location, but celebrate the location. Yes. And that's where I'm kind of curious for you. South Africa, somewhere I've never been before, and you talk about the beautiful position of your resort in this nature reserve. But to you, what are the elements of South Africa that you hope will be, spotlit and celebrated when we arrive?
Well, I think South Africa is also very European, and there's no jet lag, so Coming from Europe, it's direct. It's 1 hour difference at the moment that we're having. We have amazing friendly staff. We have excellent cuisine in South Africa. It doesn't matter actually where you eat. And obviously it's a wine country as well, especially in the Western Cape where we're going to. And so I think this combination of lovely weather, it's going to be different than here. I was talking to my wife this morning. I was telling her we're having -2, and she said we have +29. So I was still cuddling in bed and it was dark. So I think all in all, it's going to be great because the weather's going to play along. There'll be a lot of excitement, and in this nature reserve, going for walks, being in a little forest, the Milkwood Forest, and I think it's with these incredible views, sunshine, going to the beach, playing golf nearby. It's going to be a great place to have
If it's anything like the picture you just painted for us, I'm sure it will be spectacular. I just want to bring it back to the chess with my final question before we let you go. We've already had 2 results in our final and third place matchups. Vincent Keimer now with the lead against Fabiano. Do you have any sense of whether or not the German native is going to take it tomorrow, or Fabiano will strike back and take us to a playoff tiebreaker?
Well, if you ask me that, I think Vincent is on a roll. He's got a lot of confidence behind him at the moment, and he should take it. He's got a home run. He's playing in Germany. Well, it's amazing.
There you have it. A declarative statement from Michael. Michael, thank you so much. We look forward to the South Africa event, but I'll let you go take advantage of everything that this beautiful resort has to offer while the final games conclude. Thank you so much.
And thank you for giving me the time to sit with you. And looking forward to seeing you in South Africa. Thank you.
It was our pleasure. David, we've got a couple of games here with final seconds ticking away. In fact, right on our screens in this moment, Gukesh dipping below 10 seconds will make a move. He as well finds himself in a dire straits here up against Alireza Firouzja playing with the white pieces.
Yeah, it just looks fantastic for Alireza. All of Gukesh's worst nightmares have come to pass, and essentially it's good night versus bad bishop. It will be good night for Gukesh in this one because a pawn is dropping, the white king very active. Just no counterplay at all. This one almost over.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Levy, who about 3 hours ago mentioned that if this game went into an end game, it will be that night that will make Gukesh's life so incredibly difficult. So you were quite the prophet in this one, and it's all come true for Alireza.
I don't know why he didn't repeat the position. Like, David was also very...
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, the night making Gukesh's life difficult. Vincent Keimer making Fabiano Caruana's life difficult by putting the pressure on with yet another day 1 victory. And we're joined by none other than the man himself in the studio. Vincent, you have come out in pretty explosive fashion in a number of your knockout rounds on day 1, really kind of putting the screws to your opponents. Where's this confidence coming from, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, after beating Alireza and Magnus, you kind of feel well, but also I think today, again, the starting position was really putting a lot of pressure on Black. I'm not even sure it was that bad, but simply from a practical point of view, there are so many tactics and weaknesses you need to watch out for that it can be quite tough to find all the right moves. And even though I saw Engine was kind of accepting the position for him after the first 5-10 moves, to me it felt extremely dangerous. So, yeah.
Something you mentioned in the confessional, which thank you so much for diving in there for us. We love getting a peek inside your mind. Was that pawn positioned on f7 and just identifying it as a weakness? And it really did feel in a lot of ways like that was the crucial square, the crucial piece to attack from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the key weakness. And yeah, when discussing the position, we were not really sure whether, like, how to exploit this weakness. I was trying to push for c4 with the idea that, yeah, as soon as the knight from h8 moves, f7 becomes even more vulnerable. And that's why I think, at least for us, it was very natural that knight f6 is the move to be played, because knight g6, knight f3 seemed kind of dangerous. And then here, of course, yeah, things are getting really weird. I mean, knight f3 also, I'm never sure, like, when black is playing e5, white e4, it's so tough to calculate, because also often the resulting positions are so difficult to assess that it's very hard. Yeah, I mean, b6 actually seemed like a quite interesting move, but of course there we see all these move order things. Yeah, for example, I also could have started with b3 instead of knight f3, putting immediate pressure on the h7 pawn, but then again I would have eliminated my option to play b4. So yeah, everything had its up and down sides.
You've obviously understood a lot of the positions, especially the ones that you're winning very well. Like you go into the confessional, everything you tell us, the engine 100% agrees with, which is just very interesting to see. But I am curious, and it's tough for you to say something like this. Have you gotten a little bit lucky that you've gotten 3 positions you understand really well, and maybe there are like hundreds you would be much more confused by? Or are you just on pace to be the best freestyle chess player in the world?
No idea. I mean, I would have to test the other few hundred. I also have absolutely no clue. I mean, it's every game is like opening up a new world. So it's very tough to say like which positions. Maybe there are positions which don't suit me at all, but I think so far, yeah, none of them have happened.
One of the things that we were discussing in commentary was, well, the semifinals match we saw, right? 2 unforgettable matches there, yours and Fabi's. For Fabi, it was a really long one. It was a 7-game marathon. You know, we were discussing about fatigue, energy being a factor. Was there ever a sort of a discussion or a thought in your mind going into this match that perhaps day 1 will be the chance that I want to take against a player who's had a very exhausting previous day of action?
Yeah, I have to admit I didn't think too much before going into the game. I mean, first of all, Fabi is a top player. He's used to having these tough matches, and also once you win these very difficult matches, it gives back quite a lot of energy. So, I mean, if you lose these ones and have to come back the next day, it's incredibly tough. But if you finally come out on top, it gives back quite a lot of the energy you wasted or kind of had to use. And yeah, so I was expecting him to come to the game kind of fresh and play a good game. So I didn't really cross my mind. But in general, I haven't been really preparing much. Like last year, I was trying to, I don't know, do some tactics in the morning to get ready for the game. This year, I don't think I have even opened my laptop for anything chess related in the whole tournament. So that's, yeah, maybe that's a better approach, just to be fresh and try to then use your brain for the games.
That's something I've been preaching for years. When people complain about my terrible openings, I'm like, yeah, but at least later in the game I have some energy prepared. But Vincent, going into tomorrow, I guess just more of the same old routine?
Yeah, I mean, incredibly, it's already become a routine that I am leading after day 1. So, yeah, I'm sure it will not be an easy game. But, of course, it's basically the best situation I could have after the first day.
I have a bit of a tangential question, only because it's something we talked about a bit last night, and a curiosity for me stepping into the chess world. Chess players and superstitions. Do you find yourself to be a superstitious player, or have a specific routine or superstition going into games? Because I know this guy over here is quite superstitious, or so I've learned.
Yeah, I think in general, chess players are quite superstitious in the sense that once a routine works out, you don't really have the urge to change it. So, of course, once things go wrong, you start to doubt yourself or what you could change, or maybe what is the reason for something going wrong. But as long as things are going smoothly, you can just basically enjoy that that's the way it is, and yeah, stick to your routine.
Can we ask what superstitions you do have then? I was
going to say.
Benny?
It's not specific, it's just the kind of the way I start my day, and everything will just remain the same. Like,
but if things are working, you want to keep kind of...
Yeah, just doing what's working.
Okay.
Exactly.
You know, I noticed one thing before you walked in for the interview, because you got this beautiful glass room here, that you were having some words with Magnus. You were discussing something right here. And that was really nice to watch, because yesterday you did have a big semifinals match against him. Just wondering if you could share, if you're comfortable, what were you and Magnus talking about? And because he has a lot of good things to say about you here, Vincent.
Yeah, it was just about the game today, the position and so on. Because also, like from what I understood, he also was surprised that the resulting position for Fabi was actually kind of okay after the first, 5-6 moves. So that is also interesting to hear that, he shared that evaluation.
Maybe we can have a look at the most critical moment of the game. David, Vincent, which you thought when you really had it in the bag?
Yeah, I actually think that his move Rook c5 is something I was kind of thinking about, but I don't know, Rook c5 is the kind of move that you play if you're not happy with your position. Like, playing Rook c5 can never be really good. It's the question how bad it is, but it's just if you accept, I think he thought that his position is already unpleasant or even kind of bad, because otherwise he would search for some immediate solution like d5, knight d5, and so on. So, and here also there was not that much pressure. I mean, of course, he is attacking this a2 pawn, but my pieces are really active, and this bishop on f8 is so sad that I can really... yeah, here actually I was very close to playing h4. That same idea, like pushing h5 followed by d5, knight d4. But h4, rook a2, h5, there's queen d7, which I then saw, and castle rook e2. This is actually, yeah, very risky, I think, for me. I mean, not in the sense of losing, but in the sense of losing my advantage.
We had a totally different explanation for that. We thought because Peter would be so angry at you for losing control, of just giving up a pawn, just go cemento instead, defend that pawn, and then go for the idea of h4.
Yeah, just rook c2 allows f5 and f4. And so I had to make sure that immediately this works out. I mean, strategically, f5, f4 is incredibly dangerous for me, but I think I can just play d5, f4, ef, and he can't take on f4 because of queen h4 check. So, and then also this bishop on a8 is so sad as soon as I play d5 that, yeah, I think. But I think this position is simply really bad. Like after rook c2, if he has no immediate follow-up, also long-term his position is bad. His king remains in the middle, so if he doesn't show something very direct, it's very easy to just lose by hand.
And it was pretty flawless from here on. Just one question at the very end. Did you miss the resource of the knight retreat that Fabi played? And when you didn't pick up the f7 pawn instantly, we'll bring up the board right here. We were trying to understand why you didn't go for what to us appeared to be the most natural move. You, I think, moved the rook instead.
Yeah, I honestly just thought the game was over already, and the position looked so completely winning that, yeah, I think, of course, taking on f7 is the easiest way. I will fully agree with that, but yeah, I
we
mean,
thought rook fb1, knight g6, and you just take and you win. Like we thought that's why you played rook fb1.
Yeah, but also rook f1, knight c8 is like there's no threat. Yeah. I'm up an exchange, all his pieces are tied down, so there's no real danger to that. I agree that bishop f7 finishes the game quicker, but yeah, I think it's a mistake. It's okay.
Absolutely fine.
One of those moments
we can live
we're
with
spoiled
it.
for choice of how you wanted to go about it. Well, in the vein of keeping things very much the same, after each of your victories, you've joined us here and you've gone on to win the very next round. And so I'm curious from you, any final thoughts before you head into one of the biggest matchups of your career tomorrow, trying to wrap it up and snag that $200,000 and 25 circuit points against Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah, not much actually. I think this has also been kind of important that I haven't been worrying too much about anything during the tournament here, and I will just try to stick to that.
Well, as is usual, thank you so much for taking a few minutes out of your day to come talk to us about this brilliant victory that you put on display. We'll let you go, get rested up and ready for tomorrow, and we can't await a little bit more brilliance over the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. And here we return to just those couple of matchups that we have left to be decided here. Again, Hikaru Nakamura against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Hikaru, in this time, has found at least a small advantage, again, by the computer's standards. Been a while since we've checked in with the game, so perhaps, David, we could walk it back a number of moves to the last place we saw it and kind of reason our way to where we are now.
Yeah, we last saw this a long, long time ago, actually. But the drama started happening about 15 moves back. And it was here where, in a slightly better position for Hikaru, he played this move, knight takes pawn. And maybe here, white could have tried something a bit better, just tried to grab this pawn. Instead, he brought his bishop across, given a question mark, Nodirbek, and there was no real way back for him. He simply allowed the knights to protect each other. Maybe the best move would have been bishop to this square to prevent that from happening. And here, Nodirbek would have been mostly kind of out of danger, but instead, Hikaru, as we see the next few moves progress, he's just been doing Hikaru things, kind of maneuvering. It's two knights versus two bishops. He's been maneuvering around, not perfect play from either side, but if we catch up with the current position, we're actually on move 52, so a long way down the road. But not too much has been changing. It's the two white bishops very, very strong, but Hikaru with an extra pawn.
I love that when things are described as a Hikaru move or a Magnus move, when it feels like there's no better way to describe a type of play than to just use the person's name themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Hikaru position. Like, we could imagine him playing Title Tuesday. This will go around for 50 moves in a row. You'll be going around in circles as he tries to find a path forward, and eventually he tends to break through.
I don't even think it's going to last 50 moves here, David, because Hikaru's idea is really simple. Get the king closer to that central pawn, defend it, and then eventually win a second pawn on the right side of the board when your knight is free to jump across. And notice how the bishops that Nordebek has, yes, bishop pair, we're all a fan of that in the studio, but it's really not coming to the rescue of that side pawn. And once that happens, the G pawn can start moving forward.
I've got a question. Is it Zugzwang, since we're here in Germany? White doesn't have a useful move. So Zugzwang is when any move you make worsens your position. You'd rather just say pass. Here, the white light squared bishop is tied down, cannot move. It has to defend its pawn. The white dark squared bishop wants to sit still, kind of keeping an eye on this pawn. The white rook, likewise, keeping an eye on this pawn. And if you move your king, there's only one square to go back to with your king. Then this pawn might drop, although there I've realized I blundered. Actually, that's a cool trick. The king might go back because knight takes pawn is a check, and you walk into a skewer due to those pesky little bishops. So
you can still find a way to lose for sure.
Yeah, both sides can. But maybe it's just the fact that, yeah, maybe he's just been going around in circles. Maybe he's just paralyzed the white pieces. And Tanya, you mentioned grabbing this pawn eventually. You do need a bit of help here from the opponent. He does go back, so no time yet. We should mention rooks coming off the board would be terrible for Hikaru. Since white will go pawn hunting.
He does drop back.
But now you could drop back with your own king because there are counter tactics, right, David? If you pick up the G6 pawn, you're walking into a big fork in the position, and black might just be in time to defend his own pawn and in the next move grab the hanging pawn of white. And maybe it really was a zigzag because white has placed the king in a less ideal square where now the rook cannot in fact pick up the black pawn.
Yeah, that's really cool, I've got to say. Hikaru kind of staged this so that white would walk into the danger zone, and as you're pointing out, Tanya, do not get greedy. Rook takes pawn meets a knight fork. Knight takes pawn on the edge. So, yeah, Hikaru. Yeah, I mentioned Hikaru things. He's found the perfect moment to set up his pieces and go 2 pawns to the good. How you win after that is probably another long-winded affair, but still, he's in the zone. Hikaru's
in the zone. Does drop that king back. Onus back on Nordebek to make a move.
That Hikaru face expression, lean back, is perhaps the scariest thing to deal with. And then when that nod comes in, you know you're done for.
That's the face of a confident man, a confident Hikaru. Very focused here. He got the win yesterday eventually. Maybe that's just going to help him build up this head of steam, help him keep the momentum. It looks like a 2-pawn advantage should be more than enough to win this game. In the meantime, Alireza Firouzja also with a big advantage on his board against the world champion Gukesh. That one's still in action as well.
Yeah, let's dive over there. Let's check that one out as well. See if there's anything to glean or to learn.
As Abdusattorov retreats as king, but Hikaru about to pick off that pawn on the edge of the board. This game, meanwhile, has been winning for Alireza for a long time.
For a long time.
Long time. And now he just needs to decide how to do it. First question, to trade or not to trade? Rooks are staring at each other. It's been bad bishop versus good knight for the whole game, but this bad bishop, is it going to get even worse?
I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade. I want to keep a couple threats on the board. He wants to trade.
That's commentator's curse in a nutshell. Whatever move we would have predicted.
But it doesn't look good.
Whoa.
It doesn't look good.
How is this not winning?
Exactly. David, when you threw that question, I wanted to give you a big yes on that because you're up a pawn. You go into a minor piece endgame. That's the strat to get the win in.
I mean, my thinking there, right, is that, yes, I'm up an extra pawn, but my king is nowhere in defense of that extra pawn.
Yeah, and here the black king is going to come and gobble up the white a pawn. That's inevitable. I think Firouzja here, he's relying on going to get these black pawns while the black king is busy and sidelined. But the problem is you can grab one, but not the other. Now, Gukesh can do nothing. He only has one move. His pawn is going to fall anyway, so he moves his king up. And what Firouzja's probably missed, Tanya, is that king takes pawn. The black bishop just drops back, check, defends, and then you take. And you've run out of pieces with white. Still winning chances, I'm going to say, but not objectively winning anymore.
This is amazing what you're showing, because yes, white can use the king and the knight to double down on that only remaining pawn if this line was to happen, but then it is Gukesh's king activity. The moment that knight leaves the spot it's on to try to find a route in, the black king will have time to step forward closer to the defense as well as the attack of the other white pawn. And now you just slide up the bishop one square, retain the contact with the pawn, or what am I missing there, David?
I guess you don't do that. That's...
Wow. And talking of Zugzwang, Tanya, this is crazy. This is what Alareza's missed. He's not missed what happens here. Okay, we see a shake of the head from Alareza, but he missed what happens later. The black bishop goes the other way. This is incredible. You give up this pawn, and then you just jump in with your king, and there's no way to save this little soldier because the bishop is coming to undermine the knight, and white is actually frozen. This is deep.
What? So if the king comes back, you just slide with your bishop, attack the knight, but you still can't take that knight.
Yeah, you can't take the knight, but white cannot make progress.
You don't care about... You just need
to...
Just wait with the black bishop to a safe square far away from any knight forks, and we're going to see this play out. Alareza is shaking his head.
It's a forced sequence of moves, right? It's not a difficult one for Gukesh to find because you have to give the check. You're going to grab that pawn on the next move. And you're right, Alireza, with that shake of his head, it felt like he just realized that the line that he thought was completely winning is in fact a draw.
Yeah, and this is deep because what he was relying upon, as we go a couple of moves down, we see a check, the king move, and king takes pawn. What he's relying upon here is that exact move that I wanted to put on the board, Tanya. You mentioned it as well, bishop to e7, but now the white king drops back, and that move, Zugzwang, that concept Zugzwang, where black has to give way, comes into effect again. Black would love to say pass and everything's defended, but black's bishop has no safe squares on the diagonal, meaning the king has to move, and now you lose the pawn, and now it's very different. The black bishop is just worsely placed.
And that's the key point, because now, David, if you just pick up that bishop and put it on the other diagonal, white would not have the possibility to push that d pawn further. But where the bishop is placed in this line that Alireza went down and wanted on the board, the d pawn can in fact start moving forward. So no Zugzwang here. Will Gukesh find the right spot for the bishop is the big question to save this one.
He'll be forced to find it. Alareza should just move, by the way. He shouldn't give Gukesh time to think. He should move confidently. This is where you need to act strong. You're like, yeah, I'm winning. And then Gukesh won't be able to focus, won't be able to find the best moves. But
right, because we've had the benefit this entire time of the evaluation bar and the engine. I think it's quite telling that initially when you asked the question going back a few moves ago, the answer felt obvious to the two of you, and it might have felt obvious to the players as well. And so the question, do they even realize, the situation that they're in?
But Firouzja here, he should not be shaking his head. He should not be telling Gukesh that there's a draw in the position.
He's giving it away.
He's giving it away.
He's completely letting him know, even if whether Gukesh has figured it out or not, you look at him, when this happens, you look at your opponent and you realize there's something going on the board, even if you've missed it at first. That's sort of a tell, right? It's that tap on your shoulder that, hey, find something. There's something in this position that saves your game. And Alireza, he pauses. And look at that. He realizes he knows he was completely winning and he's messed it up.
And the thing is, trading rooks any time earlier in the game was desirable for Firouzja because it was good knight versus bad bishop. Firouzja's been a pawn up for most of this game. So he was still in the mindset that trading down, simplifying the equation, is totally winning. And this is like the one exception to the rule where the black king is coming towards the white pawns. White's pawns just cannot advance. And that's torture on his face because...
wanting that one back.
Exactly. He knew he was winning. He had it in his grasp. Gukesh, this is miraculous, by the way, to save it. But he made this chance by fighting. That's why he's the world champion. He's so tenacious, Gukesh. He's tricked Firouzja. It's as simple as that.
David, you've got to show that drawing line one more time, because how difficult is that and how difficult of a spot it was as well. Alireza makes his move and he's going for it. Now is the moment, right?
We drop back to H.
No, first he comes forward with the king.
Yeah.
But then he has to find the right square for the bishop once it gets attacked. David, what if there's a check? What if the white knight slides and then wins a pawn?
Yeah, it's essentially the same concept. This check also wins a pawn. You could have gone the other way, but now the bishop has to choose the same diagonal, has to slide across and in. And essentially, it's what we call a fortress in chess. This is miraculous. The black bishop, the black king tie down this white pawn from moving. The white knight is stuck defending it. The white king is stuck defending the knight. And it's this little kind of awkward triangle that white cannot get out of. The black bishop just waits, like white waits, black waits, and unfortunately knight alone cannot deliver checkmate. The bishop will give itself up for one of the pawns, the king will win the other.
Moment of truth about to happen, and I think, David, it has to be that square. You can't arrive at this diagonal with any other square on the board, not the one that's right next to the bishop. If the knight hits it, you have to choose the right square. That's the only way to defend it, is the arrow that David's drawing right now. I think, Gukesh, did you see that?
Just realized. Yeah. He literally wiped his brow in relief. He has realized he's holding this game.
Oh my gosh.
He's been suffering forever. It's actually what we call positional domination earlier. Firouzja had it in his grasp. He could have done nothing. He could have just sat on the position. Like you said, James, keep the rooks on the board. He would have won. The Black King was so far off in Siberia, but yeah, suddenly miracles do occur in the endgame. The endgame is always, it seems to be the place where Firouzja trips himself up.
Yeah.
It's happened so many times in his career.
The beauty of chess. This is unbelievable. I mean, you know, it's so incredibly deep, this concept of creating this zugzwang where white has got 2 extra pawns in a minor piece endgame and yet unable to make progress. You don't trade, you don't go immediately win a pawn back, but just keep the position as is. The next move, absolutely critical for both these players.
Yeah, and for Firouzja, it's just such a pity he doesn't have a pass pawn now. So his hand is forced, essentially. He's going back with his king. I think we'll see the same thing, exact same thing play out, just different move order. But yeah, essentially he's going to have to trap his own knight on this square in the gaining of that black pawn, and then he's frozen.
But perhaps he takes control of that bishop square that we were pointing out. If black was to step forward with his king right now, then white comes back with the king, still maybe keeping the chances alive, keeping the game going. Does Gukesh need to be precise right now?
Yeah, apparently there's 2 drawing moves. It's the same idea we've shown. The black king coming in towards the pawn, I think the most natural, or the bishop going via this diagonal just to stop the advance. This is actually quite logical. The bishop on this diagonal will stop the advance of both white pawns. Sorry, there we go.
Well, no, but to that end, if the king drops back now as opposed to the bishop to h6, can the white king not come forward 1 more square to e4 and guard that dark square?
Yes, the white king can, but now there's only 1 potential attack against this pawn, so now black will wait. Now the black king will just hang out and keep the white king tied down, and the knight alone cannot overwhelm this pawn. You need the king, and as soon as your king goes, your pawn goes.
So it's just a different looking waiting game, but a waiting game nonetheless, where they'll shuffle back and forth.
And even if you do push that pawn, you create a passer. 1 passer will not be enough because the bishop eventually will sacrifice itself for the pawn, and you will not have enough material remaining on the board to win the game.
You need a queen to checkmate in an endgame like this, but once the pawn disappears, no chance of a queen. And there we go. He finds the key idea. Of course he does. Gukesh, great move from the world champion. He's coming in with his bishop. Wow.
Brilliant survivability. I mean, again, 1 opening, sometimes all you need.
But this was Ali Reza's game to throw, right? Going into that, rushing into that very natural decision. First, Gukesh over pushing, as David and I were earlier discussing, you know, when do you take this measured risk of denying a repetition? You need to evaluate your chances correctly. And in this one, look at that death stare that Gukesh just gave as it becomes clear that he's figured out his path of how to hold this on. But he was in big, big trouble. And that 1 mistake is going to be so extremely costly for Ali Reza.
And this game here, in some ways, painting the picture of Ali Reza's tournament so far. What started out so brilliantly with a day 2 round-robin push from the middle of the table to the top of the table, it's been the knockout rounds where he's really struggled, sometimes with brilliant advantages, to ultimately put the close on it.
Yeah, and actually his strategy of playing quickly has paid off, but it's just the endgame. It's the later stages where he falls short. And
when it comes to end games, we feel like the ideas, the drawn ideas, are here for both of these players. We do have a result in our other matchup between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Hikaru Nakamura, playing for 5th place on day 1 of the final round. Here it will be Hikaru who comes out on top with a win.
Hikaru winning, and this was the final position. He won a 2nd pawn as we predicted. He was closing in. He got the rooks off, more importantly. A 3rd pawn about to fall, and Nodirbek does not try to resist any longer. Very impressive from Hikaru. He grounded out long endgame grind, but successful. He's on a roll now, Hikaru.
Yeah, and it feels like only if it had happened a few days ago, right? Because getting that big win against Gukesh yesterday, putting the finishing touches there, winning that match, and then starting with a lead against Nordebek, this is what he's been struggling with, right? He's been getting the awesome positions, but not being able to convert them. And the last 2 games, he's managed to do that, but in some ways, too little, too late for the world number 3.
I think he'll be very happy with today's effort, by the way. Hikaru tomorrow, he'll have white as well, but yeah, he'll just look back on those missed opportunities against Sindarov. He was winning for much of their match, eventually letting it slip in the tie breaks. But there we go, he leaves the arena.
Still one more day to go. And so back over to the other board, unless there's anything you want to explore in this position. I think we just give the respect to Gukesh and Alireza to watch this game finish out, although it won't be with the result that Alireza would have desired. Gukesh, I think, just working through any final calculations, will drop the king back, still looking for that drawn position that we've shown before.
There was a threat on the previous move, David, where the knight could have jumped. If black just kind of gets a little careless, the knight jump would have ended up in winning a pawn in the best possible scenario, where it perhaps is not a zugzwang. So he does step out of that idea. Now tying down white's king to defend that central pawn. So not, in a sense, not allowing any progress for white.
Now he just wishes he could do nothing again for Ruja. But the problem is, no matter what he does, black has a solution up his sleeve. If the knight goes this way, no way for the black bishop to defend this pawn, but the black king can step back. And again, if you try and double down, the black bishop comes to this dream diagonal where it prevents the white pawns, white pieces from doing anything. And likewise, if in the game position, if he comes with his knight this direction, stopping the king from defending the pawn, the bishop does the dirty work, steps back and holds the fort. There's nothing to be done. Looks like Firouzja running out of winning ideas here.
And usually in these knight versus bishop endgame, 2 versus 1 pawns, it wins for the side that has an extra pawn. If that backward d pawn was anywhere else on the board, was a sort of a disconnected passer away from its own pawn, you know, it would be completely winning for white. But it's the 1 versus 2 dynamic that we see, where you've got this clamp on that central square, where basically 1 pawn holds down 2 is the only reason this one ends in a draw. The most important factor, Gukesh finding that right spot for the bishop. Alireza's decision to trade the rooks is going to be a tough pill to swallow for him.
And for
so close to winning.
For all that talk about how beautiful pawn chains can be and how useful a tool they can be, sometimes they work against you.
Yeah, and it is especially rare to see a position held by the side with the bishop here when the pawn is on the same color as the bishop. Normally that means your bishop is very, very bad. But here it helps that black can hold that pawn with his knight, with his bishop there. And Alireza, I still think it would have been 50-50 whether Gukesh found the draw if he just played those moves quickly and confidently. But somehow the fact that he stopped before this whole sequence played out and was shaking his head, he basically told Gukesh, it's just a draw. You just have and it's like us having the eval bar, right?
Right.
If you tell someone it's a draw, they know it's a draw, they'll find the draw. But if you kind of act confident and bang, bang, the moves come in, Gukesh might have already given up hope. Gukesh's hand was forced. He had nothing, no options along this path. But in the end, fair play, finding all the best moves to hold it. The knight going back.
Yeah, it's a very, very big point that you make there, you know, where you suddenly have this assist where you know that your opponent has seen something where, in fact, the result's not going. And there we see a repetition happen right now as we speak. Perhaps Alireza will play on for longer, but for Gukesh, definitely seeing Alireza like that gave him that confidence that something saves in this position. But I've noticed this about Alireza: he doesn't play those mind games so often. You know, he's quite expressive. If he's missed a chance, if he's missed that opportunity, you can often see it on his face. But yes, in that moment, had he just stuck to that strategy of not letting go, of having that poker face, might have been a
the likes of Magnus before. I've watched Magnus plenty, and like in an endgame like that, when maybe not this specific one, but when it's just equal, when Magnus is trying to turn the screw, trying to put the pressure on, he'll just keep a blank face. So you never know what's going through his mind. You just assume he's confident, assume he's doing the business, and then you start to play kind of negatively. You start to get in your own head and you collapse. But Firouzja giving a helping hand to his opponent, bringing his king all the way back. This is just inertia now.
Yeah, what do you make of this though? Because they're trying to keep the position alive.
I didn't see any traps.
I don't either, but that's so it's.
So very often, once the player has understood the defensive structure that's required, where to place the king and the bishop, you know, then it becomes very hard to break that fortress. And it's clear that with Gukesh bringing the bishop on the right diagonal, he knows where it belongs. It belongs on that e3 square to defend the pawn if the white knight and king get active, because you not only need to defend that pawn, you need to stop that white pawn from moving forward. So he's going to shuffle around with his own king and bishop, making sure that when that, the only active plan, the only way to play for a win for Alireza when he goes for it, that possibility will be there for him. That square will be available for his bishop.
Yeah, and here I think probably every move that doesn't blunder the bishop immediately or doesn't allow a trade should hold here, should make the draw. But Gukesh still needing to prove it. Will he go back? Will he slide forward?
Feels like we should just shuffle the bishop back and forth along that diagonal, and it's on g5, h6, g5, h6.
Also, can I just say, we had Jan in here earlier. I mean, I just love how everything happens in this tournament live. So many breaking news, nothing scripted. We're finding out about everything that's happening here. You know, Hans getting into that tournament, Magnus's reactions to that. That was amazing. It's like the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th wall has completely been broken by freestyle chess.
I love it, the hands-on approach that the Jan Henrik has here. And yeah, I mean, what a tournament that is going to be in Paris, simply. Hans Niemann against Magnus Carlsen. Imagine that in the final or quarterfinal, semi-final. That is going to be juicy.
Very, and I think it's going to be heartbreaking if Alireza, who is the French #1 player currently, does not make it to the Paris Slam. You know, that's one tournament he really, really wants to be and wants to play on his home ground.
Yeah, you'd like to get there without having to snag one of the wild cards from the tournament organizers. Of course, still one of the ways in which you can find yourself into a future Grand Slam. But yeah, it's a lovely perspective as we're trying to shake things up in the chess world. Nothing is really held sacred when it comes to these events, and there's a tremendous willingness to say, let's try this. Oops, it didn't work. Okay, disavow it. Move on to something else. Asking the audience at home, what do you want to see? How can we, level up your viewing experience and the way that you interact with the game of chess on any level? I think it's a spectacular mission statement.
Yeah, shaking things up. We love it here. And yeah, this position should be a draw. But imagine the France, the Paris leg of this Grand Slam tour. Imagine Alireza Firouzja, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, two of the best players in the world. There's only one wild card for the local player. That would be such a pity to lose one of them. And yeah, Firouzja just hasn't been at his best the last few days. I think he'll admit it. We see it on the camera. He knows it's, it hasn't just clicked in the classical portion when the time control has been longer. Somehow it's affected his play.
But yet he's trying to shake things up on the board as well here, right? He's re-maneuvering the knight to other pastures where it can hit the pawn from now a different square, the center of the board. And sometimes that can confuse the defender because you also have to readjust and readapt to that strategy. Where are your ideal defensive spots? Is it still tricky? Does Gukesh need to watch out for any big threats here?
Alas, I don't think it is tricky. Really, the bishop can defend the pawn from two different ways now. Even just kind of putting it on the middle of the board and kind of effectively saying, I have a blockade.
Yeah, park it there forever.
Park it there. And only when the white knight comes around to kick it away, then you go back where you came from and you smile. You're like, okay, you tried. Let's go around in circles. The white king and the black king essentially just balance each other out, cancel each other out right now. And the knight alone cannot do the job of kicking away the bishop. They do say even the worst bishop is a good defender. And Gukesh's bishop in this game has been terrible, but it is the final, it is the final piece in that blockade.
Yeah, it saves the game for him in this one. And that, again, it just comes down to that moment, right? To trade or not to trade. And it's funny because that was the question thrown out and really felt like that has to be the easiest winning line. You're up a pawn, you get the heavies off the board. Minor piece endgame, got to be winning. Alireza had calculated the entire line through and missed this incredibly sneaky resource of getting to defend from the other side. Feels as if Gukesh has figured it all out and we're going to have a draw in our hand. This match remains level going into that final classical game.
Yeah, you can see on the body language, Firouzja no longer really believes. He's looking for one last trick, one last trap to lay for Gukesh. But yeah, the world champion has proven now that he knows how to hold this. just a matter of time before Firouzja offers his hand and admits that this one, he let it slip.
Yeah. And interestingly, this would be the only matchup to go into tomorrow with an even scoreline of half a point apiece, while the other three all ended in decisive fashion, which I think it does completely change the, the dynamic of the matchup itself, right? Alireza, again, felt moments away from matching the other games in that sense and having an advantage going into tomorrow. And
so in those three matchups, we had experience prevail in two of them. Hikaru and Magnus getting the win.
And also doing it with the black pieces.
Doing it with the black pieces. And then we have the 20-year-old Vincent fighting for championship, getting his 1 foot in with the first victory against Fabiano Caruana. A draw away from winning the first slam of the year.
I can't understand how he's keeping as cool a head as he is. Every time he's in here, I'm waiting for that kind of moment where the emotion and the stakes of the moment kind of overtakes him, but he is handling it like a pro.
Vincent Keimer, the cool customer.
He really is.
Yeah, I mean, he's also giving credit to his opponents a lot. He's like, oh, this was a tough position for Caruana, tough position for Black. I got lucky that I was able to pose some problems. But, I mean, look at the other games. Magnus won with Black.
Yeah.
Hikaru won with Black. It's not that imbalanced a start position. Vincent just worked his magic as well. The day he beat Magnus, he was like, oh, Magnus started on the back foot. It was unlucky for him. But actually, all the other games were drawn. So it was only Vincent who really got the essence of the position. So yeah, he deserves all the credit. And I mean, we'll see him smile tomorrow if he wins. We'll see him celebrate. We'll see him start bouncing. But yeah, he's such a focused professional. So impressive from the German Grandmaster.
Yeah, he's just playing fantastic chess, right? You think it's a career-defining moment. He beats Magnus, and then he goes to play Fabi. How will he perform? Will he keep up the momentum? And he gets the first win in. It's just incredible, and I completely agree with you. I think Vincent just is playing fabulous chess on the board. Yes, you've got the position, but you still have to work it out. And not once, but on every single move along the way. I'm still thinking about having him in the confessional and pointing out that one absolute key factor in 866 that we saw today, that's the storyline that played out in his game. Once that pawn fell out of the board, the game was completely over. And it was so difficult to spot for everyone, right? For even us in the commentary that, hey, that could be a target at some point. But Vincent just had a feel for it.
Yeah, and that's why we want to see the other players in the confessional booths, right? We want to see the genius of Gukash, the genius of Alireza. Vincent showed us his genius today. And yeah, I mean, I just love that feature. Predicting, I mean, literally 20 moves down the line that one key square would come into play.
100%. It makes it so much more special when you see it play out that way, right? To then have known that this player had that in mind the entire time. It wasn't something that was just found or stumbled into. It was an identification from the drawn position or, the starting position to the end of the game.
And how long is this going to be played out? Because they are shuffling it around. I see David, he's looking at his phone, wondering if the sauna will still be on when we finish, because that's the thought that I have in my mind right now. But the game goes on. 50-move rule. If a pawn hasn't made a move in 50 moves, then you can claim a draw. How far are we into that rule? When was the last pawn move?
The last pawn move, the last capture happened a while back now. It was on move 63. We're now on move 82. So still a way to go.
30 more?
Just over 30 moves, yeah. Still to play, to entertain us. You're right, Tanya. You know me too well. I literally check the time. The sauna here closes in an hour and a half.
Well, then,
come on, guys.
Let's talk about some superstitions. David Halvin Keimer said he believes, yes, chess players are, maybe predisposed to being superstitious individuals. I think maybe that's something that's pretty, shared among a lot of top athletes across many sports. What were your superstitions, if any? Well, not if any. I know there are any. So.
There are many.
Was it specific items of clothing? Was it routines for you? Was it what was? Give me a couple.
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above.
When did you have time to practice then?
I didn't. That's the problem. That's why I had to semi-retire. But I mean, for example, with clothing, to start with clothing, if I had the white pieces, I would have to wear white socks, white undergarments.
No way.
If I had the black pieces, it's black socks, black undergarments. And for example, if I would miss breakfast, one day I remember I was playing a tournament. It was difficult to get hold of food. It wasn't all inclusive, but one day I missed breakfast. I overslept, but I won one of the best games of my career. So I didn't eat breakfast the rest of the tournament. And not sure that was the wisest in the end. But yeah, every player has their routines. Lucky pens, lucky shirts. There are some top players, I won't name names, who have been known to wear the same exact shirt for 9 days, 2 weeks, if they're
until they lose.
Until they lose, before changing things up. Yeah.
What about you, Tanya? Are you a superstitious player?
You know, like Vincent said, I think all chess players are to a certain degree, and I've had my own phase as well, you know. Also, has happened with me, skipped breakfast, round goes my way, hey, I'm going to get up early, get up late next day as well. But I think it's been about the pens for me, you know, what I write my notation with. If I have a good result, I do try to stick to that one. Now, rules have changed. A lot of times in chess tournaments, you're not allowed to bring the pen back, so they, you know, you've got to find new things to go to. But I will say one thing, and I think it was Vishy who I was talking about this to, that when you're playing good, when you're in form, when you're feeling good about your chess, and you know, you have a good result, it's probably a good idea to stick to routine, to stick to things that make you feel are working for you. Why fix what's not broken? But on the other hand, if you're playing bad, let me tell you, switching up your pants, switching up your shirt, you know, waking up for breakfast, will perhaps not change it. You still got to do it over the board.
Well, so taking these ideas and applying it to the players in this tournament, obviously all the players were given colors and awarded their jackets. I wonder if any players are going to be requesting color changes going forward if they feel like maybe their color didn't give them the greatest of chances in this tournament.
And maybe it's a deeper conversation, right? Like you said, the color of the jacket, you know, what's your morning routine, right? It kind of puts you in a mind space. It's got this placebo effect going on. Yeah. And whether you're superstitious or not, that could affect your chess. You know, you think things are working your way, do the same thing. You're just going to feel better about going to the board.
Yeah, it's all placebo. That's guaranteed, but it doesn't stop us from really believing in it, right? And I choose to hang out with certain people depending on whether I won that day or not.
What?
I mean, I hope that none of these top players are as extreme as me, but I do know that, this is a big thing in chess.
So don't read into it too much when you start ignoring me.
Don't take it personally.
No comment, James. There might be layered reasons there. But
oh, come on.
But chess players, I think it's a pattern thing, right? We see patterns in chess. So we see patterns in life.
Yes.
That's why we're superstitious, maybe more than the average person.
That's a good point.
Fair enough.
In the meantime, the players dancing around with their knights and bishops, the kings still cancelling each other out. Alareza's king momentarily stepped forward, but had to step back to defend the pawn. And we're now at move 86, so the count is on, still over 25 moves to go before the players can claim a draw. Gukesh, in this case. It is pretty much etiquette in chess for the player on the defending side to not offer the draw. It's the player with the winning chances. Only Alareza can ever win this game. So it's up to him when he offers and acquiesces to the draw.
That's interesting. That's interesting because at the top level, at the very top level, I would imagine that at some point the minds meet and understand the position on the board. But even still, you show that respect. You say, if you want to play for your winning chances, I will respect that. I will give you that opportunity until the confines of the game disallow it.
Yeah. At least nowadays. Back in the day, I think if you'd done this to Kasparov, he would have been like, nope, this is a draw. Sans score sheets, we're out of here. Or Korchnoi back in the day. But now chess players are stubborn, as we heard about Gukesh earlier, Magnus Carlsen. They play onto the bitter end, so it's become the norm, this kind of etiquette routine.
But also understandable, right? You've got the knight on the board, the trickiest piece in chess. There are always these forks, these ideas of shuffling the king on one side, on the knight on the other side, finding different squares to get to that pawn, and you kind of want to juice out every single drop of the position. You want to make sure that you've kind of explored all your options. You've gone one way, then the other. You're testing your opponent here, then you're testing them there before finally conceding that, yes, indeed, it's a draw.
Mm-hmm. The test goes on. The white king steps forward, but we've actually seen an almost identical position before. Ironically, black can actually just move the bishop away and allow the white king to take the pawn as long as you keep an eye on the white knight or your own pawn. This one's still within the drawing realms. Not too much changing here, apart from Gukesh's clock. I think Alireza might just wait till Gukesh drops to 30 seconds and then set one last trap before finally agreeing to that draw. If there is a trap to set, I don't really see it, got to admit.
Alireza under 5 minutes, Gukesh under 1 minute. The thing is, we know that the position is drawn and he probably has multiple choices to hold. But, you know, as a player, very often you're thinking that there's only one move that keeps the balance. There's only one precise way forward. So you want to make sure about finding that move. He keeps the bishop connected to the pawn. Alireza stepping in with his own king. And now he's got to decide because, David, do you have to switch diagonals here?
You might just have to switch diagonals. I think... Wow, he doesn't. I was going to say switching diagonals would have been totally fine. The black bishop could have come round, as we saw earlier, kind of defended the pawn from the front. But instead, he drops back. And his trick here, it took me a second to realize, Tanya, but if the white knight goes chasing the black bishop, you just ignore the bishop. And the black king can actually start snacking on the pawns, eliminating the two white pawns while the knight is distracted.
This is why I thought that you have to switch diagonals.
Me too.
So this is still pretty sneaky, right? And just then complete awareness that you've got your king as well as your bishop. So sometimes you don't have to defend a piece that's attacked. Look all over the board. Look at your options. And I think we're seeing Alireza step in with the knight. Gukesh now 2 moves away from getting that draw.
He's going to take that white pawn off the board. Alireza most likely is going to keep the tension alive. Just 1 or 2 more moves. He's going to drop the white king back. There we go, save the pawn. But we continue, at least 1 set of pawns off the board. The 50-move rule resets for everyone at home, enjoying this marathon. But now the problem for Alireza is his pawn will never be able to move without being captured by the black bishop.
Just don't trade the bishop for the knight. That single pawn will go on to promote a queen and give checkmate. So you just want to keep your bishop alive and guard the square in front of the pawn and then give itself up.
Yeah, I must admit, when I was first learning chess, that was the one thing I struggled with in an endgame. It's like, why would you trade your bishop for a knight? Bishop for a pawn when it can be for a knight? When, okay, here the players do shake hands. They have finally agreed to that draw. Alireza giving up his winning chances, but he was winning the whole game. A escape for Gukesh, the world champion.
He's had so many brilliant looks through the early and mid game, right? Time and time again, we've checked in on his board somewhere in the middle of the match, and he's had at least, you know, a point or 2 advantage, but just struggling to convert some of those advantages in the end, and it has equated to a tumultuous tournament. These 2 players will each enter day 2 of our final round with half a point apiece.
And what a fight it really was, right? With Alireza pushing through and then Gukesh. He had that option to just bail out. This game could have ended about 2 hours ago had he just taken the repetition, but keeps the fight on, but evaluates it incorrectly, gets into big trouble. Alireza gets the advantage, and he knows it. He's definitely the disappointed one. You know, up a pawn, it's almost just a technical endgame that you need to work out, and for players of that class, that should look almost clinical, but then that one inaccuracy, and chess is just brutal. All that hard work goes to waste.
Yeah, straight out into the cold and on his way back to assess what happened. A disappointing finish, no doubt, but still, progress can be made tomorrow, right? And I think that's in some ways the beauty of chess, but also how painful it can be. You know, it is a harsh game.
Yeah, you can't win these many matches in the first day anyway, so it all comes down to tomorrow. Just noticed you're wearing red, Tanya, matching Gukesh. We were talking about superstitions. You're backing your country, your countryman there.
Well, I'm just backing chess and freestyle chess here, but yes, today we did coordinate. I just realized it looking at that, and I will say I think red is my favorite color of the jackets. We were having this discussion.
Yeah.
Not being biased here, that's a pretty cool jacket on Gukesh.
A nice red pop is beautiful. I'm still in that royal purple. Did you ever give us a declarative statement on which color jacket you'd be sporting?
Would they allow a checkered jacket?
Oh.
Just like a Grand Prix flag, Formula 1 Grand Prix flag?
You gotta pick one of the players. David's always dodging these questions.
He really is. He's so political.
So good at it.
Yeah, future career in politics for you, my friend. Perhaps, maybe one day we'll come up with, maybe the eventual tour champion comes in the next year in a checkered jacket or something like that, representing the person to beat.
And we saw that video, right, where it was freestyle chess is the Formula One of chess. So you could have that checkered. They've got the checkered flag, checkered jackets, checkered board. Makes a lot of sense.
I should copyright this idea.
Too late. You've already thrown it out there on air. But again, it's a good reminder to you at home. If you've got ideas, if you've got things you want to see here on the Freestyle Chess broadcast, do not be afraid to throw those ideas out there. We are hungry for more of them, and we are open to trying many new things. I can say from my perspective, I'm very grateful to those endeavors, because it's in part what allowed me to be here and to learn from you two brilliant individuals while enjoying amazing games of chess.
It's mutual, James. It's just nice to be here, right? It's been such a fun week, and all building up to tomorrow, of course.
And what a final it's going to be, right? What a day it's going to be tomorrow. Fabi on the ropes has to win on demand against Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, but again, it almost is playing out perfectly to the story of both players, right? Vincent seems to have this, incredible mastery of the positions, or intuition rather, for the positions from the word go. And Fabiano has had just this resilience, this unbreakable feeling to him that even if he goes into the next day down 1-0, maybe he'll take us to a tiebreaker. He'll go all the way to that Armageddon, and he will be the one to come out on top in the end. That's a picture of our final table. But of course, Vincent Keimer had to go through Alireza Firouzja, then had to go through Magnus Carlsen. For Fabiano, the road was through, of course, first Gukesh and then taking down Javakir Sindarov, for many the surprise of the tournament early on.
Yeah, two deserved finalists, I think we can agree, and we can guarantee that Fabiano, he's going to throw everything, every remaining ounce of energy at coming back tomorrow and keeping his chances alive.
And to the point you made earlier, right? Fabi bounced back so many times in his match against Sindarov yesterday, especially in that second blitz game, 5+2, being with his back against the wall, making a comeback there. So he's not new to these situations. He's been in the chess world for far too long, right at the very top, to know what it takes to get that win in, to force a playoff. But just the form Vincent Keimer is showing in, if he continues that tomorrow, it's not going to be easy for the world number 2.
Absolutely. And I think we're promised fireworks tomorrow within that player hall because of the results today. Again, 3 of our matches ending in decisive fashion. We'll take a look at them now. Keimer over Caruana, Carlsen over Sindarov, Nakamura taking down Abdusattorov in their first game of the round, and only that one at the bottom of your screens there, Firouzja versus Gukesh, ending in a draw. But either way, we need to figure out all 10 of our placements tomorrow. So whether or not things end in a tie after the first game in Classical or not, we'll still plenty to get done. We do want to know from you at home, as we always do, who you feel was the most valuable player of the day. Exclamation point followed by the name of the player that you think is most deserving is a question we'll turn to you. And while chat thinks about that, a question I'll turn to both of you. And in an effort to maybe learn something a little new myself, is there a particular move of the day?
So many amazing games, right? Incredible chess. We saw tactics, we saw hits and misses, we saw missed opportunities, we saw the brilliancies on the board. A lot comes to mind, and I know what David has in his mind, and I would agree with that. I think it has to be Magnus's brilliant show in his game against Javakir Sindarov, because that was a beautiful finish at the end.
Yeah, I think I can guess who might be player of the day, so I went for another player here. But yeah, Vincent Keimer, while his win was very smooth, maybe no standout specific moves there. It was more about the overall strategy. For Magnus, there were some knockout blows. So I'm going to show one position where Magnus started a sacrificial attack and eventually broke through. It was here with this battery along the diagonal, the black bishop, black queen, setting up some checkmate threats that Magnus jumped in with a brilliant move. Knight takes c2. This is actually just a removal of a defender. That white pawn didn't look like much of a defender, but if the queen had captured, we would have seen that the pawn had controlled a very important square. Now the black rook enters the fray, and it's not just two attackers on the diagonal. It's another bishop attacking and a rook attacking. 4 attackers, and it's almost guaranteed now. This knight cannot really be defended if white makes a move. Rook takes knight. There would have been a further mayhem on the board, and we can see how the queen combined with her bishops are going to deliver a killer blow. Instead, Magnus moved here after the rook came across, landed another brilliant move, a duo of brilliancies, and we see the killer blow here, the bishop picking up the rook.
Just glorious at that. And once again, Magnus showing brilliant chess, as we would expect from him, no doubt. But maneuvering to a win with the black pieces, I think is in some ways even the most impressive thing, considering that Vincent had so well identified what the attacking plan for white should be. And not to be eclipsed, Hikaru as well, just to remind people, also navigated to victory with the black pieces. So 2 of those veterans, off of the ideas that they shared around the table, were able to take down the younger generation. But in the battle for the top spot, it's the younger generation that's being represented quite well.
Yeah, and funny enough, we saw Fabi also sit there, but he chose a different path in the opening, and it didn't go his way. But a big fight coming up tomorrow, and I completely agree with this. I think Vincent, for his game, just start to finish, he just never lost the thread. He was completely in control of the position, of the ideas, of the understanding of how and where to place the pieces. He was able to adapt when tactics are on the board, incredibly sharp. When he required to step back and defend his own forces, he was able to do that at the right time. So once again, it reminds me of the way he took down Magnus Carlsen in game 1. Just a very controlled performance against the very best in the world, because these are the players, you give them one opportunity and they bounce right back. And Vincent never gave that to Fabiano Caruana today.
Didn't give it to him today, and he only has to do that one more time. But, repeating that at this level, that level of consistency is, I think, again, the most difficult thing to find time and time again.
Yeah, it can be so elusive. You can see world-class players, get there, but not quite make that finishing, kind of that final step. And Vincent on the brink now.
You had an inkling as to who the player of the day would be, and that hence why we went for a brilliant move by Magnus here. And I think you are in fact correct. It is once again Vincent Keimer who is going to pick up the most valuable player of the day. Continues to impress us in such a brilliant fashion here. The youngster on home turf is causing us to change the conversation around freestyle chess. Again, a lot of people looking at this going, okay, well, will it just be the Magnus show yet again? And in fact, not the case this time around.
Yeah, not the case. Still that youthful energy, the great understanding that the German Grandmaster shining through.
And to help us conclude the day one more time, we welcome back Jan-Henrik Buettner and a very special guest, Harley. Harley, thank you so much for joining us, one of the main sponsors for this event, helping us end up in a position where we can see someone like Vincent shock the chess world. I wonder for you what it's been like here to witness history in the making.
Listen, I think having enough plurality of potential winners is good for the sport. It's less exciting if it's Magnus winning 80% of the time. Don't tell him I said that. Right? It's better for the business of chess. It's better for the fandom and viewership of chess, right? And so it's amazing. And France will be a different story, I'm sure, as will New York and the rest of the circuit. So if it were so predictable, I don't think you'd have a lot of fun things to talk about, and people wouldn't tune in and stick around for it. So.
Just let me introduce Harley properly. So he's not a sponsor. He's like our main investor. So it's a left lane company. They are the venture capital fund that provided the most money in the beginning for us to start all this. So basically his LPs are there funding what we are doing right now, everything here. For the start, and so the great thing is we got together because Harley and his company, he's the main partner. They have also invested in other leagues. So for example, if you know the Kings League, for example, with Gerard Piquet, that's them. Yeah. Snow League with Shaun White. This also. So you can ask him
from
a lot of
hometown. Actually.
Yeah. So you can and then also League One volleyball. So you can talk about that as well. Maybe that's also interested for the show.
Well, then what jumps out to me about that is the incredible investment and interest you have in sport and high-level competition. For you, I guess, in your personal history, what is it about sport and competition that you find to be such a driver of something that you want to invest in?
Yeah, well, Thanks for having me. I'm fresh off the plane. I haven't even dropped off my suitcase yet. So it was New York, red-eye to Frankfurt flight to Hamburg, and then driving 2 hours through the snow. And so it's worth every second to get here. As Jan described, I started a fund called Left Lane Capital about 6 years ago, which is a consumer tech-oriented investment firm. One of the theses we've been prosecuting over the last few years has been the future of sports and some of these emerging sports leagues or IP related to that. As a consumer fund, I think we had a point of view around some of these emerging sports leagues needed to exist, or you needed to raise the profile for certain sports. Everyone wants to have their Formula One moment, right? And not to sound a bit cliche about it, but I think there were certain sports where we saw such a gap between the level of participation globally, but not sort of a professional circuit that I think did right by the players who really should be lauded as athletes and as celebrities and superstars. And I don't think that was the case in chess until Jan came around and decided to do something about it. And so we had the privilege of sort of being his founding formation capital partner here. And so we invested last summer, and it's been off to the races since then. And Freestyle Chess was the third or fourth investment we had done in the future of sports. It started with League One Volleyball, which is a professional women's volleyball league in the United States. Again, it didn't exist. Women would play in the Olympics or at college, and they would go overseas. And so we saw an opportunity to bring that back home. Kings League with Gerard Piqué, which I think did an incredible job of fusing esports culture and streaming culture with a sport for whom the younger generation, I think, had lost some interest in traditional football. It's boring. It's 90-minute halves. It oftentimes will end 0-0. The rules are archaic and rigid. The players are scripted in their response, and the governing body is perhaps a little bit unsavory. If we want to keep it diplomatic, there's some parallels to this world, if you will. And so when Freestyle Chess came along, we spent a lot of time with Magnus and really architecting something around him. And as I got to know Magnus more, I appreciated actually that Magnus is a student of sports, unlike any athlete I've ever met. And he said something to me. We were talking about Kings League and how we had to make the game more dynamic and make the rules more innovative and a bit faster and more captivating for a younger audience. And he said, I wasn't sure if he was paying attention to me or not, because Magnus can be like that. And he was processing everything. He was just also doing something else and thinking about something else, like 5 moves ahead. And he looks up at me and he goes, yeah, we need to make the goals wider in chess. And it was like a metaphor. He just sort of stitched it together in a really profound comment that just resonated with me. And I was like, okay, this is the right person to kind of embark on this with. And so that was last summer. We went to go see him in Nashville, Tennessee. He was there because Ella was getting her master's.
Yes, she was studying there still then, yeah.
My partner, Jason, he'll be here later tonight, and we'll meet him tomorrow, who did this deal with me with Freestyle. He plays golf with Magnus. And so, yeah, it's been fun. And what's been cool is to have the founders and CEOs of these different sports leagues actually spend time with each other. And there's some of that around the business of that or around the creative aspect. How can you actually learn from each other, have best practices, and it could be things around distribution techniques and commentating. Make sure you can cater to the absolute experts as well as someone who's a bit more novice and beginner and everything in between. I think those are common challenges and opportunities, irrespective of whether this is chess or it's snowboarding or whatever, where there's a technicality that only a certain inner circle might appreciate.
And we also have the benefit through Left Lane that Gerard Piqué personally is invested in our company, Freestyle. The same as like Derrick Rose, he came to us, and look at that. Have you seen what he did yesterday, Derrick? He was like
living in the comments.
He was posting in his chat. First of all, he was in the chat for 4.5 hours, right? And the people in the chat even thought it was a fake. It's like it's the real Derrick Rose, and then Danny Range from Chess.com verified, it's the real Derrick Rose, and he commented, and I just had a screenshot of this because it was so great. And
while you're pulling it up, the outpour that we got from other professional athletes who are either very loudly or in many instances more closetly, like rabid chess fans and players, has been very cool. And so whether it be the Derrick Roses or
read this, what he posted.
I never thought I would be watching chess for 4 to 5 hours. That's how I know this is something special in all caps.
I mean, from his lips to our ears, that's no better compliment than from a man like Derrick Rose himself. But to kind of bring it right back to chess, I'm curious about one with your ventures into esports as well. Chess, I've heard some of the pro players even kind of talk about it as perhaps the oldest esport in a sense, but it is this very practical, tactile game now being transitioned into the digital world. I mean, for you, learnings and with your ventures into esports, how did you kind of identify that chess was one of those practical sports that you wanted to engage with, but help usher it along this journey of becoming more accessible?
Well, it wasn't so much esports that we were doing. It's real world sports. They might just be better consumed in a digital. You don't have a football stadium of people watching a small board on a big screen. You might, but it's less good of I think it's a product that's meant to be consumed digitally, and so I think you have great opportunities there for as you think about sponsorship and media rights and sport tourism and the like. Listen, when we looked at the establishment, we felt like the prize purse that existed for the athletes was de minimis, and that in and of itself needed to change. We felt like the storytelling, above, below, beside the board also was lacking, and I think that's something that Jan really brought to the table. And again, bringing a bit more action, something that felt less scripted, less rehearsed, was I think something we were starting to see in other sports, and so. I think we looked at a lot to land it at where we did on freestyle chess. It was a bit fate that we kind of came together and we were able to work on this.
Yeah, I've got a question because you mentioned something really interesting about Magnus saying it's about making the goal a bit wider in chess, and it comes down to that point, right? With position 518, it just feels the way it's been studied and the opening preparation that's been there, sort of the path has narrowed down. That goal also from a chess term has been really narrowed down, and then freestyle just opens up all these million possibilities, sort of cleans the slate, and then it's all about raw chess skills. And I want to understand a little bit of that because for Left Lane and Jan, you both have come together. Magnus also a big partner in all of that, and I think for the chess world to really know how much of an active role does he have. There's been this perception that is he calling all the shots when it comes to freestyle chess? So yes, the three of you have put this together, but how actively is Magnus involved in the decision making?
Yeah, I think that comes back to when I was here the last time, like a few hours ago. I broke the news that we're going to have Hans Niemann in Paris, and obviously nobody will doubt that this is not a decision that Magnus has made. So he is very much involved in what the rules are. I think that's very important, as he also saw from our technical meeting, which was said to be the most democratic technical meeting that was ever had in a chess world. Usually the technical meetings are like the players read the rules by the arbiters, they tell whatever, and we just had these things, and I always went on stage and said, okay guys, we have now the two possibilities, option A is like this, option B is like this, and then so the players decide. And so, for example, there was this, we have the 960 positions, and we took the 518 out, this the normal position, the starting position, and then it was the other position, I forgot the number, what it is, like, was it? 534. 534, that is basically where just queen and king is swapped, right? So that was taken out before as well. And so it was Magnus raising the hand and said, why are we taking out this position? It's totally different because, the castling is different, blah, blah, blah. And so we said, okay, let's put it back in. So it's like the players, we are doing it for the players with the players. So it's really everything, but it's also democratic. It's not like Magnus decides the rules. We are deciding the rules as the players, or they are deciding all together. But he was the one who initiated the whole thing. He came up with the idea, let's put Fischer random 960 on the highest level, normal thinking time, the players. So that's kind of the core structure. Then he picked the individual players in the beginning. There was no other method, and since then we have found very good mechanisms to make really clear rules. So for example, right now Hans qualified because we just announced that we're going to have the Grenke Open as a classic, freestyle classic, like a huge 2,600 chess players going to be in Karlsruhe, and so as they had the rules that the previous Grenke Open winner is qualified for the Grenke Classic, right? Now the Grenke Classic is replaced by freestyle chess. So obviously the winner of the last tournament, Hans Niemann, is qualified for freestyle chess. So that is like a clear rule that I also said it's much earlier than we thought. We're going to eventually. Hans moved up the ranks. He was getting into 27, 25. We had the discussion internally also with Harley and with Henrik and with Magnus. Say, okay, yeah, what do we do about it? You know, and you know, the Carlsen family is very, very dear and honest family. So they said, okay, well, if he qualifies for the rules, you know, we will not say something for that. And the same holds true here. And I thought I waited for Magnus because I knew once we had this out with the Grenke, and then the Norwegians, where the guys, they said like they're going crazy in Norway now. They all want to talk to Magnus. What does he think about like Hans participating? He said, oh, Magnus has to know. So he didn't even know when he was playing that was. So I had to take him aside. So okay, in the holster, I said, you know, just to be prepared. You know, we're not going to like it, but that's going to. So it is, I think, this, in addition with the fact that, you know, Vincent won against him, that it's not the same final like last year, Fabiano against Magnus. I think this takes totally air out of all of the criticism that this is a Magnus-only show here. Yeah.
Magnus he's at the peak of his career. He's focused on being an athlete, not around thinking about the business of chess per se. And so, agreed. This was in many ways his brainchild. He wanted to put this variant of chess on the map for all the reasons that we appreciate and have described. And I think for us, what would be successful is that the 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old who are kids who are starting to play chess
start playing freestyle,
are starting to play freestyle, are starting to play this variant of chess, so that it starts to take more and more. I think if that's the future, this will have been a really, really successful, enduring enterprise.
Yeah, it's like the bigger the base, the bigger the pyramid.
It's the beginning of a beautiful journey here in Freestyle Chess 2025. 1 day left to play. Vincent Keimer on the edge of history here. Harley, I know you've been jet setting around the world, my friend, so I do want to let you go. Maybe make use of the spa and rest up in preparation for tomorrow. But do you feel like the young German's going to do it?
You know what? I think the hometown advantage is playing to his favor. I think he's going to take it home.
All right, well, there you have it. We wait on bated breath for those results. We'll let these two amazing gentlemen be on their way. And as they exit the studio, we will just reset the stakes for all of you at home. There is 1 day left to play and plenty of action still to come as Vincent Keimer will try to get it done against Fabiano Caruana. The big question is, can Fabiano strike back, extend it to a playoff tiebreaker, and keep his tournament hopes alive? We find out all that and more tomorrow. Same time, same place. We hope to see you there. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.